Hello, everyone, and welcome in to the WSOPC coverage of the mini main event. My name is Alan Finn, and I'm covering for the one and only Dan. He's unavailable to do the coverage today, but some of you guys might recognize me from before. I have done it for him numerous times alongside doing co-coms with him. But we are here doing this today, and here are the 8 players that are on this feature table at the moment. So we have Kawasaki, our chip leader on this feature table, Julian Combier in second, King of Kings in third. I'm assuming that's Prince in fourth, GT90 in fifth. They are Psychopath in sixth, Casper Sabat in seventh, and Uwe Matthias in eighth, who is our short stack. Blinds 100, 200k with a big blind ante of 200k alongside that. Super excited to be back in the booth. It's been a minute. Hope you all had a good Christmas and a happy new year to anyone that tunes in from the get-go. Long night ahead of us here, I would assume. I'm assuming there's around 28 to 30 players left in this. I'm not 100% sure. But we will be playing down to a winner of this event today, guys. This is the big one. Mini main event. Well, it's the mini version of the main event, but you get my point nonetheless. As I said, super excited to be back in the booth. Super excited. As I said, I hope everyone had a good Christmas. Actually, I haven't played that much poker myself personally. I am a cash game player online primarily. Christmas is probably one of the best times to be playing, but had a lot of family visiting. And yeah, didn't actually play that much. This is the first bit of poker that I'm probably going to be involved in since the Christmas break. But as I said, very excited to be back in the booth. Let me get some of this Twitch chat up on the side so I can see if anybody's jumped in. Keep an eye on that Twitch chat. Just need to log in myself on this end. Okay, so that's the message there. So we will be getting the cards in the air in just a moment. Okay, so the chat is up on the side. We got Johan in the chat, just sorting out some of the commands. Much appreciated, my good man. Hope you are well, and I hope you had a good Christmas too, sir. So being totally honest with you guys, I can't recognize any of the players that are on this feature table. I did not get the chance to do any of the Hendon Mob stuff that Dan usually is great for. But as I said, we'll figure out who's a good player, who's an average player, who's a bad player over time. But given that there is probably, as I mentioned, 28 to 30 players left in this, guys, nobody is going to be on the weaker side. I'm not sure how many runners were in this tournament. Wow, something around over 3,000 runners, I believe. Pretty sick. You have the first hand up and running here, guys. Cards are in the air. Capper here now. The bat. A6 off under the gun +1. Shorter stack here. Just going to be getting out of the way, I'd assume. Prince here now. 34 big blinds. I really like this graphic. I was tuning in a couple of times when Dan was doing this over the last few weeks, if not few months at this stage. And this big blind graphic is very useful to have from my perspective. There's Psychopath here now with the 9-6 off and the hijack. One would imagine he's going to be getting out of the way. Bear in mind, I've made this assumption before and have been wrong. I'm right this time. S5 off here in the cutoff for King of Kings. Quite an interesting name. Wonder if he called that everywhere else he plays. Or is it just the fact that he's in Kings right now? Either way, we got Uwe here with Ace King off in the small blind. One would imagine he's probably going to be going all in here, and King of Kings is probably going to be committed to a call versus the rejam. Does elect to call pretty quickly. It was 1.1 more big blinds to call. And the first time we have an all-in, lads. Yes, getting the big favourite here for Uwe. Yes. Let's say Uva. I'm not too sure on this pronunciation, lads. Correct me if I'm wrong. It could be Uva. Pretty interesting flop here. King of Kings has the redraw to the nut flush here. Uva hitting top pair. Spade and a spade only for King of Kings. Doesn't get there. Uva does get that much needed double up to 8.5 big blinds. Man's got some breathing room now. It was nice to get a double up from the get go. Pretty sweaty flop to say the least, though. All monotone, all spades. Some outs to dodge. Thankfully, he did. Like that, we're off to hand two, lads. Sign off here for Prince. Looking for a raise. Probably a spot where white formations, eights is probably close here, but maybe it's good enough to just run it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a fold here potentially also. Definitely close. I don't think calling's an option, that's for sure. ECW King, welcome in, my G. The side chick. Something like that, mate. He does elect to run it, leaving himself 0.5 of a big blind, maybe a big blind behind. I'm not 100% sure. As I said, I think eights is probably just on the cutoff here. I think sixes and sevens gets a lot more marginal, if I had to guess. I think eights plus is probably fine here. We are eight-handed, so I mean, it's not going to make too much of a difference versus nine, but I'm sure these guys might have played against each other as well. Understands that Prince could be open a little bit on the wider side, which would be completely fine. I imagine this three-bet jam is just going to get through. Is contemplating it, but I can't imagine he's going to call here, lads. The Hollywood, as they like to say. I mean, he's genuinely contemplating this, which is interesting. I think if it was suited, we could argue that it might be a little bit better to think more about a call, but I can't imagine the offsuit variation here now is going to be good enough. As we've already started with 29, 30 players, guys, I'm not too sure. As we do see in the top right corner, there's 29 out of 3,194 runners. It does call. I'm very, very, very surprised by that. Let me know what you guys think about that one, but I am not a fan of that, personally. And this is a little bit too gambly, to say the least. Is that ace-9 suited? I wouldn't mind it, but ace-9 off. There is a pay jump to be taken into consideration here as well, lads. think their psychopath might be a little bit surprised by the ace-9 offsuit there. Not too sure, lads. Doesn't feel great, put it that way. Pretty good flop for the pocket eights, lads. Just have a gut shot and backdoor spades. Big favourites. Ooh, my goodness, what a turn card. What a turn card for extra outs. My goodness. He does get there on the river. Oh, that is so unfortunate for pocket eights. Wow. He was probably feeling pretty goddamn good on the flopping bottom set. Only to get runner. That is nasty. Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate, lads. As I said, I don't think that's going to be a call with ace-9 there, personally. You know, it's basically a third of a stack to call off there with ace-9 off. I'm not really a big fan of that, personally. But he's in the chair. I ain't. What the hell do I know? We got two all-ins back-to-back, lads, in the first two hands. What more could you ask for? What more could you possibly ask for? Jerry Fall, terrible call, beautiful outcome, must be Irish, definitely. The commentators look. You used to say the commentators curse, but not today, my man. Hope you're doing well, Jerry. But yeah, I'm not an MTT player, lads. I'm not going to lie. But I do like to believe I have some good instinct in spots that you should do X, Y, and Z. And as I said, that ace-9 didn't feel like a spot where you wanted to invest another 10 versus the 3-bet jam. But as I said, poker is one of those things that there is luck involved, lads. Fortunately and unfortunately. After the pocket ace was one of those unfortunate moments. We get a capture here, defending the King 7 versus Julian's open from the hijack. It's all very, very standard so far. A check from the King 7 here. Julian just open rips, which I think is fine. I think a small bet there is okay as well. Capture there is going to miss that flop quite a bit. Given he didn't rejam pre-flop, probably going to be a pretty capped range. Julian does take down that pot for the Frenchman. They redraw at 16 and 9. No. A lot of action today, lads. I can guarantee it. A lot of action already. 2 hands in, 4 hands in, technically. Get a raise here from King of Kings. Ace 4 off. Beauty about having a bigger stack here. I still think it's a little bit too wide, personally, but we are 7-handed, so it's probably not the worst raise in the world by any means. Back for here now. Debating whether to 3-bet jam, I assume. Imagine Prince here now is going to be defending King 8 suited, more than good enough in this situation. Get the flop of 8-4-2 rainbow. Ease for both players. Obviously Prince flopping top pair, second kicker. Definitely imagine King of Kings is going to see bet this flop as well for protection. Go for one big blind bet. Pretty quick call by Prince. Have some extra equity here with the flush draw now. Imagine King of Kings is probably just going to check this back. Does happen. Just gets better and better for Prince. Now, if Prince bets here, I would not be surprised if King of Kings finds the call. A lot of missed straight draws and stuff like that. He completely unblocks. Depends what size he's going to go here. Does go 750k, and it's a pretty quick fold by King of Kings there, or is that a call? I think that graphic is inaccurate, or maybe I'm wrong. No, he did call. He did call, which I think I'm fine with. I think I'm fine there. Basically half pot on the river. Finely played by both there. Maybe could have gone a little bit bigger there with the King 8, but I think when King of Kings checks back the turn, there's going to be a little bit on the more capped side. Definitely that size can target some of them hands that King of Kings had there. Well played. Probably imagine Captor here is going to be potentially just shoving all in here on the button, given that it's been folded around to him. Does elect to do so. Does get it through. I don't think King of Kings is going to be calling here. You could possibly argue 6-5 suited, but I still think that's a little bit too much. He does elect to call, lads. I think this is a little bit too much again. 6-5 off. As I said, 6-5 suited, I wouldn't mind. Or wouldn't mind as much, put it that way. We have another all in, lads. 3 out of the 5 hands has been an all in. Pretty good flop for the 5-6. Casper is still ahead. A lot of outs to dodge on the river. That is one of them. Casper getting that much needed double up. Sitting on 11 big blinds now. Yeah, again, probably not the best call there with 6-5 off. Maybe he thought he was getting the right price, but again, I'm not an expert in this regard, lads. Bear with me in this, but didn't feel great as per usual. Johan helping out in the chat there. Nif coming in with a lot of questions about Kings. I've been there once, lads. Fantastic venue, fantastic hotel. Food is great. Everything you need in one location. Poker, self-explanatory. Walk in through one of the entrances, I should say. You see the massive chandelier in the middle of the, not sure what you call it, the area, not the poker room, we'll say, wherever the blackjack, roulette, and all the house games are held. Many a blackjack table, etc. Poker room is quite big as well. But yeah, really, really nice venue. They're like an hour from Prague as well, which is awesome. Casper here now. Pocket tens in the cutoff. I kind of like the idea of just a raise here. But obviously jamming is completely fine, and he's more or less saying that he is all in. He grabs a stack of chips like that. Commit and raise. I suppose the reason why I like the min raise here with tens that you might get someone else behind to three bet jam a little bit lighter. Once he does with the pocket tens, people are going to be, not as white, to say the least. But he is going to get this through. Well played. The GT90, I could be wrong, but I think that cap that he is wearing is from Tomorrowland. I could be wrong. Tomorrowland is a big festival in Belgium, I believe. Electronic festival, I should say. Could be that, Brandon. Big fan of electronic music myself. Prince here now, more than good enough to open in the cutoff. Uva here now in the big blind. Short first stack, but might be tempted to three bet jam this, but I think calling is fine as well. The Prince is definitely going to be opening wider here in the cutoff, so this might be okay to actually three bet jam against that range. Obviously, folding is out of the option. Out of the question, I should say. Very, very surprised to see that. Very, very surprised. I think that's definitely far too tight there from Matthias. It's too strong of a hand there versus what Prince is going to be opening there in the cut-off, lads. Probably opening Lord knows what there, offsuit hands like 8-7 off, 8-9 off, 9-10 off, etc. Did not expect to see a fold there from Uva, but what happened? That's for here now. King 10 suited. Seems to be the same thing that he's going to be doing here now. More or less a committing raise by the looks of it. Like I think min raising off this stack size off 13 big blinds is good. I mean, I'm not saying this is bad by any means, but I do think you can start min raising off 13 big blinds versus committing half your stack here. But as I said, I don't think this is a bad play by any means. Personal preference there. I think raising two big blinds might be better. Move out here now with A7 off here in the small blind. But we're just deliberately taking his time as well. Hoping for eliminations on the outer tables, which is fine, obviously. Nothing wrong with that. As long as you don't overdo it to extremes. Johan there saying that everyone's locked up just over 2k. Then for 100k up top. Plus those tickets for the top 5, is it? Yeah, top 5 get tickets. That does end up getting out of the way. And so does GT90. See Casper there getting up, doubling up the stack a couple of hands ago, chipping up a little bit more since that. Here we have the chip counts, 7-handed at the moment. Julian and Kawasaki, top 2 players, Prince and King of Kings. I mean, Prince is pretty close with the 2 guys on top as well. King of Kings in 4th, GT90 in 5th, Casper Salpat in 6th, and Matthias, excuse me, our short stack at 6 big blinds. The blinds are still 100, 200, 200 big blind ante, 200k big blind ante, I should say. 25 players still remaining. 6.4 million is the average stack, as you guys can see in the top right corner. GT90 here with pocket 5s folded around to him in the small blind. sure how much the big blind has behind, but it does seem to be a pretty big stack size. Yeah, so these guys are very, very similar in chips, I think. No, for GT, a little bit, well, half the stack size. Thinking of King of Kings, who was a little bit shorter than Kawasaki, I believe. But yeah, it's going to be a takedown here for GT. 400k added to the stack. I gotta say, I've missed not playing over the Christmas. I'm actually happy that this might be the domino effect to get me back into the swing of things, lads, after the Christmas in terms of playing. I haven't played a hand of poker probably in close to 2 weeks, I'd say, which is something that I don't normally do. That is a nice little domino effect, hopefully, to get me back into the swing of things. You have Prince here, two very similar stack sizes here. Prince obviously opened the King Queen. Julian going to be coming in for a 3-bet with the Ace King off. Three bet to around 2.7x. Well, close to 3x in fairness. Something in between that, 2.8. Imagine Prince just going to be folding this hand. I can't imagine they want to be really button heads, so to speak, given they are the bigger stack sizes. Although Prince might feel he is getting an okay price to defend this, but wouldn't be surprised if he just folds here. But at the same time, this is the guy that invested an extra 10 big blinds with Ace-9 off to knock out one of the players on this feature table previously. Might be tempted to defend this. Yap, yap, snap. Welcome on in, sir. G'day, lads. G'day, mate. Does end up defending here. Good shot for Prince. Top pair, top kicker for Julian. 10 would be an interesting turn card. Can't imagine Prince is going to be going anywhere. Versus the C-bet. $675k is the bet. I've definitely updated a lot of these graphics since I did the last one with Dan, or since I did any of these previously, but I think the last one I did with Dan was probably the WSOPE, World Series of Poker Europe. We did the first couple of events. So I do see a pretty decent reduction quality. It looks very, very good. Ooh, I called it, lads. It's definitely not a spot where Julian's going to be over-investing with this hand, though, at the same time. He might, I don't know, check this back bet river if that happens, or he might double barrel this and decide what to do on the river, but he does check back pretty quickly, which I'm not surprised to see. And what size is Prince going to go here now? That is the question. He did use half pot in a previous example where he had trips. I don't think he has to be too worried about a flush. There's going to be maybe some ace-5 in Julian's range here, but yeah, 800k is a little bit too small here. A little bit too small from Prince. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I think Julian's range is going to be very, very capped when he checks back the turn there. He might have some Jack X of hearts and stuff like that, but I think with that hand in particular, we should go for a lot more bigger on the river. Definitely one of those hands when you turn the nuts like that in that line, you probably want to put a lot of pressure on. Like if you're bluffing there, kind of what I think in that situation is like, okay, if I'm bluffing here, what size am I going to pick with that bluff? And then put the value in that sizing as well, if that makes sense. I think something around 60, 70% pot there would have been good because they were deeper as well. Yeah, Katarina, I agree with the 800k bet. Like the only benefit to that is if you think the in-position player has to raise thinly. I think most of the time in that situation, it's just not going to happen enough. As I said, there might be some hands that, I don't know, have some heart blocker that might turn it into a bluff, but that's the only benefit of doing that. But it's going to be very like player dependent if you think they're aggressive enough to do it. But I think in that situation, you're just better off betting big there and not really going for the sizing of 800k. Not really a fan of that. We do have a new player at the table, Mr. B Dark from the Czech Republic, I believe. We have Queen 10 suited here from Kawasaki. I think this hand on the button would prefer to call a lot more often than three bet. Again, obviously three betting here is completely standard, or not standard, but completely normal, so to speak. But I think calling is a good play also. Friends getting out of the way there. I can't imagine B Dark. I mean, I didn't expect to see previous calls as well, but I assume this is just going to be a fold from B Dark here versus the three bet. Got Johan coming in with the pay jump updates as well, making my life easier, sir. Kawasaki does take that down with the Queen 10 suited, so well played, sir. As I said, definitely that hand in that situation there is completely fine to do either or in terms of three betting and cold calling. They can play as well as both. It's a bit of a disaster if you end up three betting there and get four bet, having to fold that hand. But obviously that's not going to happen every time. GT here now with ace two off, probably is going to be folding. Is it up raising? As I said, lads, there's just times where I just assume they're going to do X and they just end up doing Y. Be prepared for that. I think I do recognize GT's name from previous streams. It does seem a little bit familiar. Pretty good flop for the ace 2. I can imagine B Dark is going to be going anywhere versus a C bet here from GT90. Especially pocket sixes with a heart. Pretty quick call as well. King of diamonds on the turn. I would assume this is just going to go check fold on the turn from B Dark. And like you can do with pocket sixes there. You place a bet here from GT, which I assume we're going to. Still hands you need to deny equity from. Still hands, worse hands that are going to call potentially. B Dark can still have like some King X of hearts, some King high floats in the flop as well. Something like King X of clubs, King Jack, King 10 of clubs, for example. Might have to bet or check call on the flop. Obviously improves on the turn. You place that bet from GT. 5.8 big blinds, 1.15 million. Pretty quick fold from B Dark as well, which I think is completely standard. But played by both. On 123 tuning in on Twitch. I'll just get the YouTube chat as well open just to have it on the side as well alongside Twitch. To sign in myself here, just give me one moment. I usually just focus on Twitch, lads, but since it's only myself in the booth here today, might have both Twitch or both chats open. Uva here now, just shoving it in for the last 6 big blinds here with Ace King off. Casper here is going to be calling as well, if not, well, probably going to rejam off 13 big blinds. One would imagine this is going to be a chop unless we get some hearts or spades. Both are dominated, or both players have some suits in their hands. They're getting out of the way there, and King of Kings folding the Ace 8 off. As I said, lads, more than likely going to be a chop. You have spades. I chop it up. Chop it up. Chop up the blinds. The ante. Kawasaki here now with the Queen 9 suited. Probably going to come in for a raise at set. Seems to be a competent player, Kawasaki. Both that and GT90, from what I've saw, seem to be experienced anyways. But as I said, lads, 22 players remaining in this field. Obviously, there's going to be some luck to get to this point, but there's going to be definitely some skill involved as well. We got the call from Prince. We've got B-Dark here now with Ace King. Sure, going to be coming in for a squeeze. You know, something like 1.6 million might be okay here. 1.5 is what it looks like. .5 around that. Close to 4x. Seems fine there. A lot Kawasaki can do here. Just going to get out of the way. Prince is in a bit of an annoying spot. Being out of position here with pocket nines facing a relatively big squeeze from B-Dark. Probably calling here is going to be the standard play. Possibly think of a back raise if he thinks B-Dark is up to it, but does just elect to call. See what the flop brings, my good people. Very good flop from Mr. B-Dark. But imagine Prince is just going to have to check fold this flop. Not a lot he can do with this particular hand. Let's start with a C bet here. 1.2 milli. It's around a third, give or take, 25-30% or so. You see Prince here with a call. I'm not a fan of this, lads. Not a fan of this really at all. Being out of position here, calling nines. Gets better from Mr. B Dark. Yeah, the thing is with nines, lads, you just like, I mean, you could argue your nine might not even be clean. Although most of the time it probably will be. But it's just like if B Dark has some ace queen here, ace jack, obviously value as well. He's going to get double barreled here far too often. He does go for a sneaky check back here, which is quite interesting. 7 of diamonds on the river. The Prince grabbing chips here. Is he turning this into a bluff? We're going to get some bad news. This all stems from the decision on the flop, lads. Feeling obligated now to turn this into a bluff. I doubt this is ever for value. I'm very, very surprised if that is the case. He does shove it in for the last 6.3 big blinds or so. Yeah, as I said, this is not a hand that I would be very, very proud of with the pocket nines here. As I said, I assume he's turned this into a bluff here, but I just don't see the point of it either, simply because if B-Dark has ace-jack, ace-queen, he's probably just going to check that down, especially ace-queen, I would assume. I'm not sure what this bet accomplishes with this bet on the river. Not too sure. Fortunately not, no pair, no draw. Welcome back in as well, sir. It's a name I recognise. Hope you're doing well, my good man. Or woman. Hard to know by username. But yeah, nines here, a little bit unorthodox to say the least. Happy New Year to yourself as well, Mr. No Pair, No Draw. Getting the Marios out in the chat, my man. I mean, there's obviously zero bluffs here from V-Dark's perspective. Hard to know by many things these days, but you were correct. I mean, I'm just out here trying. I am for Luigi, yeah? Bit of a weird color of the suit there, Johan, no? With the yellow outfit. Usually it's green, no? Usually. I mean, I assume B-Dark is maybe just putting Prince on some, I don't know, ace 10 suited, maybe queen 10 suited, or just 10x in general. Gold, silver, and bronze, eh, Johan? Nice. And he does call. That is not great, lads. With all due respect. With all due respect. I like the Wario. Yeah, I'm not. That hand was really all over the place. With all due respect. As I said, lads, pre-flop completely fine. I think the flop is already very, very marginal. I'm not saying it should be a pure fold in the flop, but I think in this game, when you're talking about chips being very valuable and not like, you know, losing chips that you really shouldn't be losing and preserving them, probably a spot where Prince could have avoided that. But On we go. So here we have the chip counts. First and second is B Dark and Kawasaki. Third and fourth is going to be Julian, Combier, and Prince. Fifth and sixth is GT90 and King of Kings. And then seventh and eighth is Casper Shabat. And I'm going to try and say this name correctly, and I believe it is pronounced Uva Matthias is our short stack. Johan reckons he was committed after his bet, I think. Yeah, I mean, you could argue, yeah, pot odds were there, but pot odds are, in my opinion, only relevant when you're talking about a certain range. And given that he was getting X amount of whatever pot odds, it's probably never a spot where he's ever good there, Johan, personally. I just prefer the check on the river because, as I said, if B Dark has like ace queen, ace jack, he's going to check that back. And I think nines might not be the worst check call on the river if he wanted to do that as well. I think bet calling that off there, don't feel great, in my opinion, anyways. Joey O'Toole, welcome in, my good man. Go on, Alan. Happy New Year. Same to yourself, my G. I hope you're doing well. I'll probably drop you a message in the distant future. Or not so distant, I should say. Yeah, a bit of a wild one, all right, Joe. Bit of a wild one, all right, mate. Hope you're keeping well. No pair, no draw says either check or bet enough to put him all in yourself. Yeah, I mean, if you do end up betting there, man, like, I just don't think nines is going to fall into that category of going for that thinner value. As I said, the flop decision was definitely close. But river, I much prefer only checking. Yeah, that's what I mean, Johan. Like, he definitely has some showdown value there. And if you are betting nines, you're literally targeting what? Like ace, queen, ace, jack that has to bluff catch there. Don't think a lot of people are going to do that majority of the time. So you're less incentivized to bet nines for that reason. So check calling would be the only thing that I would consider the right play there. If he decided to do that. But yeah, river was definitely a bit of a wild one, as Joe said. I'm sure you can all agree as well. One for the highlight reel, I guess. Kawasaki here opening King Jack off on the gun +1, and we got Uva Matthias with the Queen Jack suited. We saw him fold a questionable ace-6 suited a couple of hands ago, probably maybe hand 4, hand 5, I believe. And he was on a similar stack size. But again, like that, I just can't see folding being an option here, and he does elect to defend. It's going to be a situation where it might be pushing on the flop if he picks up any equity or anything like that. And there's that equity we were talking about, lads. Pretty good flop here to just open jam any 9x, any 6x, any 7x, flush draws, etc. Because Kawasaki is going to hit some of this board, but he's going to have like a lot of overcards and stuff like that. And he felt that he was priced in there with the king high, which I think is a little bit. I mean, there's 3 big blinds to call. Meh. I'd rather call king jack here with a spade than king jack without, but there's 47% equity here from what we can see. The jack is on the turn. And he's technically ahead on the flop if you could argue that, but river card is the queen. Uva does double up, much needed double up for a German player. Yeah, as I said, I'm not sure if King Jack, even versus the donk shove there for close to 3 big blinds, is going to be a call with King High there. As I said, I'd rather call like King Jack with a spade, with some extra backdoors, but might still be getting the right price there if Uva is shoving, I don't know, 6x, 7x, 8x, 9x, etc. flush draws. So maybe it's okay, but definitely close. In bridge, we say after that hand, next hand, please. Sounds about right, Johan. There no draw saying bink. Bink indeed. Much needed lady on the river. We have the chip count again, my good people. Not much has changed since the previous image. But we do have the blinds up to 125k, 250k, the 250k big blind ante. We'll have 22 players remaining out of over 3,000 runners. €250 buy-in, lads. Not many places you'll see that. A huge guarantee. Obviously, a WSOP ticket is guaranteed as well for day 1A, which will be happening towards the end of the year. Worth 10.5k, give or take. Obviously, plus the money up top alongside that. Very handsome payday. I believe it is around 100k up top as well for the winner. Pretty sweet. You're talking probably 110, 111k with the ticket. We have an all in here from Uva, Blind v Blind, and GT with the aces. Very unfortunate for Uva there. Completely standard, I would assume, to open shove off 11 big blinds. Just very unfortunate to run into the aces. Not out of the woods yet, although it's looking pretty goddamn slim. Does have runner, diamonds, runner, king or 10. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen, and we do lose Mr. Uva Matthias from Germany, 22nd place. Well played, my good man. Yeah, snap. 38. Where is the camera that picks up on up the cards? Is it in front of them on the edge of the table? It is just in front of them, I believe. Yeah. So Johan with the RFID reader or the command. Just while you have that, Johan, because I think my description might not have been as accurate to what is in the command. Thank you, good sir. It's well above my pay grade to describe that, Johan. Way above my pay grade. I would have tried, though. I would have tried to describe it. Would have failed miserably, though. Yeah, I might have to do that, Johan. Copy and paste job. We got a raise here from B Dark with the ace 3 suited and booted. ET in the small blind here with the queen jack off, electing to fold. Kawasaki with the king 8 offsuit. Might be close here, but probably folding is going to be the play. But I wouldn't mind a defend versus min raise. It might be okay. He does elect to do so. And we go to a flop. I've seen many examples of different players actually deciding to fold this on previous streams, whether I've done them myself or just times I would have tuned in when Dan was on comms himself. Definitely seen some overfolding in the big blind defense situation. Won't see that from Kawasaki. Getting rewarded, you could argue. Dropping top and bottom. Vidar coming out with a C-bet here with the ace 3 suited. Obviously Kawasaki not going to be going anywhere. I would assume majority of the time raise in here. I'm just selecting the call. Interesting. Give me a bit of rope to Mr. B Dark. I mean, again, obviously calling and raising here are completely fine. Locks it up on the turn. Kawasaki goes to value down. We've definitely given him some rope, Johan, that's for sure. Maestri does elect to check back here. We get the 9 on the river. It'll be obviously difficult to get paid here. We know that B-Dark never has a king. You definitely have some 10x though, maybe some pocket jacks, pocket queens. Maybe he rivered some jack 9, queen 9 now on the river. That can pay off a bit. It really depends on the size and the Kawasaki goes for here. I think against this range, we don't want to go too big just to target, as I mentioned, the 10x, the underpairs, the king and stuff like that. Yeah, it goes for 1.1 million. It's around half pot or so. Yep, yeah. Check best chance to get paid. I agree. As I said, there's still some hands that can pay off a bet here. Even though we have the board basically locked up, I still think betting there is probably not going to be a mistake. He does end up taking it down. Yeah, because we see the hands. Definitely easier when we see the hands, that's for sure, Pag. Well, from what I know from cash games, lads, and I'm primarily only a cash game player, if I'm being totally honest with you, that line, bet check bet, for example, or they bet the flop, turn checks through, and decide if they want to bet the river. A lot of people are not reopening as much as they should. Therefore, we are incentivized to value bet a lot more often because of that. But obviously, ace 3 is not going to be doing much there. No, for sure, Johan. Definitely a lot easier. A lot easier to sound smart, isn't it? When you see the whole cards, eh? We're going to raise here from Prince with the King Queen off. King of Kings. The hijack here with pocket fives. Does elect to get out of the way. Julian, on the other hand, is probably not going to be doing that. He is reaching for 3-bet chips, I would assume. Yapa says, I haven't lost a hand yet. I love poker, but I don't have the patience to be any good. I should combine poker and boxing. Every 10 minutes you have a 30-second round. Yeah. Then I wouldn't get bored and more likely to fold crap hands. Yeah, I get that, bro. Especially when you're playing live as well, man. It's the hands per hour is a lot lower than when you're playing online. Peg is asking, Alan, where are you at the moment? I am based in Ireland, mate. I'm based in Ireland, in the West, all the way to be exact. And if you're a regular tuner in, Mr. Peg, I'm just covering for Mr. Action Man Dan today. Who's off on a hiatus, to say the least. We do get a call from Prince here again. We get a call here from Prince. These two have battled in 3-bet pots already. One or two of them so far. Definitely one. And Prince actually had the same hand when Julian 3-bet the last time, where he turned the gut shot Ace Jack 4 flop, I believe. Not much going on for Prince this time, unfortunately, but Julian does flop the nut flush draw. I imagine this is going to be going for a check fold or bet fold, whatever way you want to phrase it. Well, Player No Draw says, I much prefer live, but also do get bored, which leads to drinking, which leads to chaos, man. That's my very similar issue as well. No Player No Draw. I rarely go to live events, and then when I do end up making the effort to do that, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll go play live cash and whatever. But the situation is when you play live events, at least from my experience, you meet people that you haven't seen in a while, and usually it's like, oh yeah, how's things? How's it going? You want to go get a drink? And then everything is just whatever happens after that happens after that. That's my experience playing live. I mean, live is just so much softer than online. But the convenience of playing online, from my perspective, is pretty nice. So I suppose when I do make the effort to go to a live event, lads, I'm kind of like, you know what, F it. It's more of a holiday or something like that, and I don't tend to take it too seriously. But yeah, I strongly agree with that. No pair, no draw. The temptation is real. Put it that way. I actually can't remember the last time I played live. To be totally honest, it was probably over a year ago, if not longer, maybe 18 months plus. It was in my local casino, actually, when I think about it, maybe 40 minutes away drive. And I remember asking the dealer what he thought the average amount of hands was per hour, like, and he was like, oh, 15 to 20 hands. And that just blows my mind. If I play online, obviously it's a lot more swifter. And the thing is, for me as an individual as well, my brain needs to be stimulated a lot of the time. Online seems to do that for me. Live, not so much. That's just me personally. Everyone has their own poison, so to speak. DT coming in for a raise here with the ace-4 offsuit. Might not be the worst hand to cold call here for Kawasaki. GT. Similar-ish stacks. Obviously, the 16 big blinds or so, 14, 15 big blinds is the difference. Definitely some implied odds here at this stack depth with this hand. Select the call. Hold around to King of Kings in the big blind, who's definitely going to be coming along for the ride. The Jack-10 offsuit. Getting an amazing price, as they say. We're down to 18 players as well, lads. If I'm not mistaken, Johan mentioned that there's going to be a redraw. There's 16 players left. 2 8-handed tables. 2 eliminations away from that situation. King of Kings coming along, as I mentioned. I've always wondered sometimes where they pull these names out of. GT90, King of Kings. Seen many other names from previous streams as well. That always made me wonder. Ace 10-7, two-tone. GT flop and top pair. King of Kings middle pair. Jack of Hearts as well, probably going to be calling 1, maybe. Kawasaki obviously just going to be getting out of the way. give you a Jack 10 without the Jack of Hearts. I actually wouldn't mind folding here. I think with the Jack of Hearts, we probably have to peel one. These multi-way spots, we need to be careful on what we call and stuff like that multi-way. And backdoor equity is for sure very important to take into account. Two of spades on the turn. Missed out on some of this chat here, lads. Just let me catch up. Sometimes this Twitch chat is a little bit delayed here. So no player, no draw. Said same. I don't live near a casino, so when I do play, it is much a vacation, as much and fun as it is actually trying to be serious. No chance to be going pro at the age of 40. I feel that, bro. Poker takes a back seat. Then it's 1 a.m. Come home broke and have to sleep on the couch. Tough times. That's indeed, Alan. The Dutch Poker Masters in 2 weeks. It's a small holiday for me. I know. 30 € off to the Dutchies. Yeah, 30%. Yeah, spot on. You see GT taking on that pot as well with the double barrel. 15 to 20 is high number. 15 may be fair, but 20 seems high unless you have a tight table. Not. Yeah, that's exactly it, man. And that's the thing, man. It's like it just depends on the table. You know, if somebody takes longer and stuff like that, make decisions can be a little bit on the more annoying side. You reckon Kawasaki has green jocks on? It's a good question, bro. Only one person that really knows that. Him or his girlfriend, if he has one. Welcome in, Mr. Apocalypse, sir. How art thou, my good man? Long time no see. Long time no see, my man. Happy New Year and happy Christmas to yourself, bro. Hopefully all is well your side of the world. Closest casino to my house is a 2-hour drive, and it just opened the last year. Before that, I had to drive 6 hours to a casino or fly to Vegas, and my location is doomed for me to be a full-time player. Yeah, I mean, obviously you have options, man, from a online perspective, but if online is not your thing, obviously it's not great. You have Casper here shoving the ace-5 suited. Let's get it through. Yeah, 2 hours, man, is still a bit of a trek, isn't it? Like if you go there, drive 2 hours, having to spend probably 6 to 8 hours there. Like the thing is with live as well, man. It's not like you can't do it, but you know, going for a 2-hour session or a 3 or 4 hour session, not really it's not really worth it for live, man. The thing is, if you go to any environment like that, if you're treating it like a professional player, man, you got to be in the casino playing live for like 6 to 8 hours. Because if the game is good, the game is good, you know. And then if you factor in the 2 hours over and 2 hours back, man, you're talking 10 hours at least. In terms of traveling and time allocated for grinding. And I suppose as well, man, if you're playing live, you have to get on a waiting list, and you might not get on a table that swift as well. So, you know, definitely not unbelievable by any means. Got Richie in the house as well. Hello all. A bit late, but the best wishes for 2025. Same to yourself, my G. Online is not legal in my lame state of North Carolina. There is a couple of states, man, that are legalizing it, though. I have noticed. I mean, there's still going to be a couple of years before much more on top of what's there already. But yeah, obviously, US regulated online poker again and made it global. It would be absolutely fantastic, but we're saying that for probably the last 1 or 2 decades, or at least 10 to 15 years for sure. Apocalypse, nearest casino to me was 2 hours. Now it's 12. It's worth it. I've got the Crown Casino, Melbourne, Australia closed. We can't play online here. Our government is a nanny state. Yeah, I know. There is obviously bypasses there as well, yeah, Pa. We do have an all-in here, lads. Richie said the closest casino is 20 hours away. When I do play, I take 3 to 4 day trips and play 12 hours. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. No pair, no draw. Makes a lot of sense, mate. We get the 3-bet jam here from King of Kings, and it is another 14 big blinds for Kawasaki here to all. what he does end up doing, but probably not a spot where we want to be calling, I guess. Definitely a spot where an extra 14 big blinds off 42 is quite a bit of pocket change to invest, and you could be like you could be just dead to like pocket sevens, pocket eights, pocket nines, etc. Or maybe not dead, but obviously a big underdog. King of Kings does take that down. So well played, sir. Yappa is saying 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday nights is the quick pick time at the crown. So many drunk blokes who have no idea can win a bit quickly. Yeah, even the little that I've played, man. Because the thing is, like, again, my local casino is like 40-minute drive or so, give or take. And it's only open from probably, they always run a tournament, probably from 8 p.m. onwards or 6 p.m. or something like that. But the cash games never really start until like, I'd say 11 p.m. at the latest, or the earliest, I should say. But when I did play there a little bit when I was younger, there was a lot of yeah, that time frame that you're on about, like anything from 12 to 2 a.m. was I suppose peak time, the reasons you mentioned. Because the thing is, in Ireland, most places are finished up, stop serving alcohol at like 2 a.m., 2:30 at the latest. Um, and you know, casinos, again, my local one usually stays serving alcohol. So it's a good place for some people to go. A lot of them don't end up playing poker, obviously, but just house games like roulette and blackjack are obviously quite common. And people do like to gamble when they've had a few, lads. Obviously, in Kings, you have the 24-hour job as well. Even when I was there with Dan, I think it was 2 years ago now at this stage when we were doing coverage for the WSOPE. No matter what time you kind of walked in, sometimes we would start in the afternoon for coverage of some of the events, and there would be cash games running at that point, which was obviously fantastic for any grinder. But it's pretty much 24/7 games are running. I would assume in Kings a lot of the time. You can check out that stuff on the Kings site, anyways, lads, for live cash games. Back to the action here with Mr. B Dark. Is he going to get any action with the aces? We shall see. Fortunately, might not, because Capper here with Jack 7 off that stack size. It doesn't feel great to defend. Ground never closes. They always have the tables open. Come and go when you like. I try my luck for an hour or so. I think the rake is meant to be very, very high in the Crown, man. I know one or two UK players that have moved there recently. Or definitely one guy I know, and he's always complained about the rake being extremely high in that casino. I don't know, is it uncapped or I forget what it is exactly, but I have heard that the rake is very, very high over in Australia, specifically in the Crown. And for a regular that might be grinded in games a lot, that's something you need to take into account, how much rake you're paying, even though the games might make up for it, to be fair. Julian coming in, King Fab suited. At least in Australia, have decent weather, though. That's guaranteed. I was actually in Brazil towards the end of November for 5 nights, man. And obviously, South America, most times of the year, is really, really warm. And when I was there, I think the average was like 28, 29, maybe 30, give or take. Lovely, lovely country, by the way, Brazil. The 5 nights I was there, anyways. Yeah, the thing is, Johan, in terms of percentages for buy-in fees and whatnot, man, I haven't really much awareness on what MTT structures look like and how normal it is. I'm not sure if like 16% off is good. I'm assuming it is. I was in Sao Paulo, Apocalypse. I was there for 5 nights with a company I work for with poker, stable. They invited me over for their annual meeting, which was basically Friday through Sunday. But I arrived early Wednesday morning. So I was there for 2 days for the Brazilian series of poker over there. Didn't play for the same reason that I spoke about previously, that that was more so a holiday for me where I was just meeting a bunch of guys that I never met in person before. And it was a very, very nice experience. It took me like 7 or 8 days to come back to normal. Very, very, like 16, 17 hours traveling as well, man, with stopovers, I think. So when I got back, man, Jesus, the next 5, 6 days after that were just like depression central. But I'm definitely going to go back there earlier next year, man. It's usually around the end of November is the event. So you're allowed 90 days without a visa. So I'm definitely going to go back there a little bit earlier, maybe 4 to 6 weeks before the meeting next year, just to travel around a little bit. Maybe go to other parts like Chile, Argentina, like you mentioned. Be dark here, limping in the 9-5 suited. King of Kings waking up with nines. We fancy going in October, November. Of course, probably hot there, but no longer winter. Yeah, I think that time frame is probably around that, man. I think what the guys were telling me over there, that end of December coming into New Year and January, that time frame, man, is when it's like at its peak, which obviously makes sense. But as I said, man, even most of the year it's pretty warm. Like it rained a couple of times over there, thunder showers and whatnot, man. But it was just so goddamn humid in them situations as well. So you can imagine an Irish guy going around. That was quite the heat wave for a person like myself. But yeah, I'm definitely going back again, man. 100%. Yeah, yeah, there you go, man. That's what I mean. Like, it's just like Irish over. To be fair, man, like I actually didn't get sunburnt or anything like that too extreme. But yeah, it was a very, very fun experience. So here we have the chip counts, lads. We're six-handed at the moment. We're one elimination from a redraw, I believe. We got Julian and B Dark, the top two guys, Kawasaki and GT in third and fourth, and then King of Kings and Casper Schlabat, or not Schlabat, Schlaplai. Probably saying that wrong, lads. I apologize. Who is our short stack? As I said, one more elimination, lads. I believe we are going to be having a redraw on 16. We are on 17 at the moment. At least you could drink to Irish lads about the only blokes who can keep up with the Aussies. Yeah, man. The thing is, man, it's so funny because I rarely drink Yappa, but when I do, I'm well able to drink, man. But I have a brother living in New Zealand and a sister in Australia. There's obviously a big community of Irish in both of them countries, but definitely from what I've heard, it's a very similar culture when it comes to that situation in terms of drinking. Probably why the Irish get on with the Aussies so well, man. They just have something in common. Very, very much so. Yeah, as I said, Apocalypse, I don't drink that much myself, man, but when I do, I'm well able to put it away. With King of Kings, what I assume here is a limp or a raise. an all into call anyways. I'm not too sure if he limped or raised. I can't see with Kawasaki's head in the way. Exactly, yeah, exactly. When I do, doesn't take a lot to twist my arm. Put it that way. Simple question. Do you want to go for one? That's enough for me. I've already signed the contract. I'm assuming King of Kings must have raised here, lads, given that it's 21 more big blinds to call versus the 24. Yeah, seems maybe it's just 250 there. Yeah, so maybe it was a limp pot. Excuse me. Either way, King of Kings takes it down. Oh, yeah, I love the Irish community here. I had an Irish guy working for me for a while. Took me a month to understand him, to be fair. But when we spoke the exact way when they came over, yeah. That situation in Yapa is a universal language, bro. Universal language when you're talking about that between Aussies and Irish, my man. Kawasaki coming in for a raise here. We see the blinds gone up as well, lads. Just notice it there. We're talking 150, 300k, small blind, big blind, ante, and then, sorry, a small blind, big blind, and then a 300k big blind ante. Kawasaki coming in for a min raise to 600k. As gets out of the way. Honestly, though, his accent was so strong, I was astounded that he even was speaking English at times. Man, no fucking joke. Excuse my language. No joke. There's times that, given that I am Irish, there's certain parts of Ireland that I'm not going to say I struggle to understand, but definitely have to take a moment to, process what they might be saying. And usually, at least from my experience, north of Ireland and south of Ireland, and some places in Dublin have that accent that I might have to stop and think. But yeah, I feel you, man. Hope you're all enjoying this coverage of the mini main event here for the WSOPC circuit event. 17 players remaining, lads. So we will have a redraw down to 16 players, or at 16, I should say. See in the top right corner of the graphic, we have 17. See how that pans out. Currently six-handed on this feature table. Six max is my bread and butter, lads. Not like I couldn't play nine max, but six max cash games online is what I've invested the majority of my career playing. Definitely is more fun simply because a lot more times you have to defend wider, open wider, etc. You can see here B dark, opening the queen 7 off. With the 3-bet here from GT90. Get it through, obviously. As a proud Nate, I like 8 to 9 handed, so I don't have to play as much trash. Yeah, kind of one of the upsides, I guess, playing that sort of situation. Yeah, I say at the very start I was going to let him go because it was so hard. He worked like an animal, so I persisted. Now we are great mates. Yeah, one of the benefits of that. But we do have an all in and a call here from Casper. Excuse me. Ace 5 here versus the King Queen. Good flop for Ace 5. No picture cards. Well, he'd be okay with a Jack, I guess. 10 of spades on the turn. Those holds. Double up for Mr. Casper Schlabat or Schlapla. Yepla. Badly needed. Like Irish blokes and Aussie blokes either want to belt each other or be best mates. Yeah, there's definitely no in between, Yappa. Definitely no in between, mate. Although a pair no pair no draw set is fairly relevant too, or accurate, I should say. Figure out who's who in that situation, you know. It's a very important double up for Casper. We have King Congers for Julian. You get some action. B-Dark not getting any action with aces in a previous hand. Hope Julian picks up something. I can imagine Casper is going to be playing this ace-6 off. Very unlikely. Obviously, one more player behind to act. Just thinking about it. But as I said, I can't imagine he's going to be doing anything except just folding here. Does elect to do so. B-Dark here, spending quickly. I respect the fact that B-Dark is just acting as swiftly as he is. Does flop top pair here, could get a little bit expensive. Very interesting check back from Julian. I'm very, very surprised to see that. I mean, again, having this in your check back range is for sure great. If you face a bet here from B-Dark, you're going to be able to defend pretty happily. You get the bet from B-Dark. See what size he goes here. Something around a third pot. A call from Julian. See what the river card brings, lads. And this is 7. Now, I would assume that B-Dark can probably still bet here, given what Julian's range might look like. But I would love to see if B-Dark raises, or sorry, bets, excuse me, that Julian finds a raise. I suppose it just depends on the sizing that B-Dark might use. If he goes for a small size in here, he does check. Now, Julian really should go big here. Like I'm probably talking 1.4, 1.5. Yeah, 1.1. Probably could have gone a little bit bigger. It's going to be difficult to fold here. But it's also one of those things that what hands does he really float on the turn that wants to bet this river now? I can't imagine B-Dark folding here. But as I said, it's a little bit difficult for Julian. Kind of float the turn too wide and then reopen on the river. You know what I mean? In terms of range, yeah, very, very difficult to get away from that. I don't think I ever fold there personally. And you know, that's going to be a consequence of not being able to fold there simply because of Julian checking back kings there. Now, in saying that, he could have gone for 3 streets of value if he bet kings there, maybe check back turn, bet river potentially. But yeah, 2 streets is a bare minimum you should be getting there. I think he could have gone a little bit bigger with kings on the river there also. I would have been all in and gone by now. Yeah, very interesting check back on the flop there, which, as I said, is not going to be a mistake, just to protect your check back range in that exact situation. Again, we can see the cards, we know. Easy to say that he should have done X, Y, or Z. But yeah, I think he played it well too, Yappa. As I said, the only thing different I might have done there is gone a little bit bigger on the river, an extra 400 or 500k, but that's, like, I mean, it's not terrible by any means going smaller. Like, B-Dark's range there when he bets the turn and checks the river is going to be very, very capped majority of the time. Or he might have, I don't know, pretty much the hand that he had there as an example, maybe some 4-5, 4-6, for example, that he might block bet the turn and whatever else. But definitely when he checks the river there, I think we can go bigger. for that reason, given that his range is going to be capped and never have any traps or slow plays. At least that's what I think. With GT coming in for a raise here with pocket fives, and Kawasaki coming in with a 3-bet with the Queen Jack suited. Again, I think cold calling this hand in this situation is fine. But also 3-betting it, again, fine. GT might be tempted just to call this as well because they are a little bit on the deeper. Well, they're relatively similar stack sizes. Yeah, I don't mind the fold here. It does elect to do so. There's a group of French players who are achieving great results at Kings. I don't know if he belongs there. They bought a house there. Yeah, Dan would know that a lot more accurately, Johan. But there's definitely a group of French players that I know of. It's just names specifically I'm not 100% sure of. But there's definitely is a group, like you mentioned, that are extremely good players, and I know of them. Yeah, exactly, Johan. That name for sure. Dorian Melhers is one of them. Yeah, that name I recognize as well. As I said, Dan would know a lot more accurately, but that name, as I mentioned, man, I do recognize. A very, very confident player as well. Plays a lot of the high stakes buy-ins. I mean, it's not like he wouldn't play this event, but he's definitely, you know, on either end of the spectrum between the bigger stakes and the medium to low itself. We do have Casper with the Ace King suited of 14 bigs. Coming in for a min raise this time. Which is something we didn't see him do. Well, stack sizes wasn't too much of a difference from previous examples, but I do remember when he had 12, 13, he more or less invested 6 or 7 big blinds, more or less letting people know that he's committed. And he's decided to do something a little bit different here with the Ace King suited, which I like. King of Kings here with the deuces. I would assume just fold here. Maybe 3-bet jam against someone that you have a perception that he's more like stealing wider. $420, Johan, eh? He's definitely thinking about this, but I probably would just fold myself personally. Definitely eyeing him up. Yeah, I'm similar to that, Johan, with the 24-hour clock. Although at the same time, sometimes I don't know what day or time of the day it is, day of the week, I should say. He does elect to fold the pocket twos. Julian, on the other hand, he's asking for a count, but I would assume just cold call here. But I can see some merits to 3-bet jam as well. But I think calling seems the most standard. Yeah, Apocalypse, man, don't get me started. Christmas is just a joke for that, bro. No idea what day of the week it is. Time you might be able to figure out. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. King does take that down. Yeah, but did you say there was a way online in my neck of the woods? You're in Australia, man. I'm not 100% sure, but there's definitely sites that you could play on, man. I just haven't looked at that in your situation before, but like stuff like coin poker could be a possibility. Stuff like, I don't know, ACR is another one. Um, coin poker's making some moves there recently, man, trying to push themselves up the marketing ladder as well. But not 100% sure, Yappa. There's definitely some options, bro. But as I said, I haven't really spent much, if any, time. It's just I haven't been in Australia, man, to make the effort to figure out what's available. But yeah, I'm nearly sure Ignition is there as well. Apocalypse, like what he said. Yeah, I think they're probably the main three ones. If I had to guess, Stratos, welcome in as well, bro. Haven't seen your name in a while. Well, I haven't been doing this in a while, but yeah, welcome on in, my G. But yeah, I'd say coin poker, ACR, and what Apocalypse said, Ignition is probably the main options, I would guess. You get a 3-bet jam here from King of Kings. Ace-10 off here versus B-Dark's Jack-8 suited. I imagine B-Dark is just obviously going to be snap folding, which again, I respect the fact that he's done it pretty swiftly. I think we are going to have a table redraw, lads, as well. We are down to 16 players, so I think we're going to be going on a 15-minute break or so. Yeah, I'm going to jump off for that time frame, lads. Be sure to tune back in when we reignite the coverage in 15 minutes or so. But yeah, in the meantime, don't go too far. We will be back.
Well, Deeb is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip, and many minds he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's
maybe just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his.
Depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés. The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozar. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leader's pocket sevens, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself. Oh yeah, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice size pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop. So,
well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K.
There we go.
Into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Carlique.
It's not so much the 30K bet. It's the people behind and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
That's right. I like just the call in here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace-8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage. It pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board.
Do you have to
Plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money in. He gets showdown value.
And expenses the flight. Like, it's not, you're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah,
you have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it, and that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get a showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end. And the 9s are able to get face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself. Then like taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired and like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Wow. 630.
I think he's
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with the 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Aishan was already
No.
2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
Yes, baby. No.
Oh, no.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
Your king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
Your queen by
available
your
as well.
ace.
I think you would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
tried to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty. Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace-jack.
Facing
This
a
is
consecutive open now from the chip leader. Maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Shmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive that he's shifted gears, but Kolzar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar, in an awful way, unbeknownst,
No, 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 structure, I told him
I think Kolzar having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long.
people tend to lean the 3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly worse post-flop.
Don't have reservation
Yeah,
restaurant,
it's
so
pretty
you'll be
ace-jack
getting
of
20
diamonds.
minutes anyway.
I want to have a nice walk outside at the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar to
It's not pumping enough just by
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolzar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pairing the nut flush draw over here, little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. 104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolzar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the jack, you have showdown value inherently. So just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolzar. Shmeko draws dead. No justice.
Shmeko gives the little knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolzar's probably looking for an amount where he could get his, he checks back. Wonderful play.
Really
Doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
What's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Shmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolzar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolzar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Shmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
No, by the way, zero hesitation. Shmeko understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolzar, and
That's
quite content. On a stack of his depth.
I had noticed, like, when we were panning around to other tables, I didn't see a whole lot of, like, tiny stacks out there. So maybe he feels some pressure to build a stack a little bit, but I think he's just exploiting the deed and the over-opening of Olszewski as well.
Well, look at this. Shahar has maybe picked up on the scent that Deeb did, in spite of the fact that there was some resistance a moment ago that caused Sean to bin his Jack 5 of diamonds. Here we see Shahar with the kind of kit that we, under other circumstances, might not anticipate him entering the fray with.
Especially on Deeb's big blind, knowing that he's going to defend quite wide and fight tooth and nail a lot.
Yeah, queen 3 offsuit, whatever.
That
Deal me
qualifies.
2 trash napkins. Let's just see 3.
If you can flop quads with it, he'll play it.
Top pair here versus bottom pair on a diamond-free board. Snap check from Deeb.
Bet 27.
27,000, the follow-through sizing. Deeb, of course, will be continuing, does so in the form of a flat. 6 of spades, turn. Sean, quite content to knuckle over and see what the opener has in mind. Shahar does find the check back.
Oh
and he
my
also
gosh.
finds himself kings up on the river here. Backdoor spades coming in, but I don't know that that's a concern, and value will be available provided that Deeb doesn't, for some, call it inexplicable reason, decide to bet. Could you block this? Or no, it's check just feels very sound.
I agree. I think you're more hoping to just be happy with your hand being a bluff catcher. You're hoping almost that he bets. This should be called fairly quickly from Deeb, my guess.
And yeah, there it is. Sean's like, okay.
That's respect. I like it. No, never mind. That look wasn't respect.
That was a bluff hand?
Yeah, and then apparently you get a few duds in every pack, and then you can't get the desired toke, if you will, off a lot of them. Really need to have a cigar connoisseur around you to know what's up. I won't be buying 40 major anyway, unless I'm putting them in the bin.
Major, man.
Or they're virgins, or there was another one they were called.
Different
Foxen
times,
most likely just going to rejam this one. And attack going for the full 3x on the button. Oh my, yeah. I don't know if we just rip sub 15 bigs here ourselves instead of raise calling it off.
Not sure. Really
I
not
think
sure.
I just prefer to rip from the button. Or just do the non-all-in, put in like 2.2 million, and if the other two players go all in, we can get away from it. Something around that area. Yeah, I don't really want to stack off there. I'd rather just be the ripper. Most likely getting called anyway. He is getting called anyway. It is ace 4-3. Foxen set to eliminate. Attack in third place. Art attack could be gone. Needs to get very lucky. Turn is the 6. It is GG. Very formidable opponent, but he will bow out in third place.
See you in the 50? See you in the 50?
Yeah.
All right, my good people, and we are back after the table redraw, and here is your 8 players on this feature table. So we have Prince and Kawasaki, who were on the feature table previously, top 2 guys. Julian Combier in third, Thomas Schimel. I might have to pronounce that name or get it looked into, but that's our 4 players, Thomas. Got Lucky Luke, that's a name I recognize. You got Casper Schlapal or Schlaplat in 6th, and then Philip and Dennis in 7th and 8th. Dennis being our shorter stack, but 10 big blinds, still plenty of wiggle room in that situation. So yeah, not final 8, lads, but yeah, down to 16 here at the moment. And obviously playing down to a winner. We'll have another redraw, I believe, with the final 9 is what's going to happen. So stick around for that, but we still have plenty of action to get through before that happens. Blinds 150, 300k, and a big blind ante of 300k alongside that. Try and catch up on some of this chat here, but not much I think I missed out on. Just let me refresh this as well. Make sure that is not the case. But yeah, welcome all back, my good people. So Lucky Luke is a name I definitely recognise. Fairly competent MTT player. Been on many a stream. Ones that I've done and also ones that Dan has done, and both what Dan and I have done together. I've definitely seen him a couple of times on the felt. So we'll see what it has in store. 26 big blinds on him. As I said, Prince, 43 big blinds itself, and then Dennis, the short stack. Hope you all enjoyed that brief break. And here we have it firsthand after that redraw. And it is Lucky Luke. That is he won was it the WSOPE bracelet 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, in the opening event. Not 100% sure on that, but definitely a name I recognise. Very, very nice guy as well. Shared many a drink with him after the event he won 2 years ago. Great to see him still plugging away. I think his name is Lukash, if I'm not mistaken. Nearly sure. A very, very nice guy. Very, very nice. And great to see him down to the final 16 of this event. Casper here now with the ace jack off. Stratos here. Back in the late 70s, they started getting onto the world about global cooling. They did such a great job to reverse it now that we're crying about global warming. I think we deserve a nicer pat on the back and a thank you to the world that has not become the ice ball that has scared to happen in the 70s. Through that. Look at the defend here. Oh, sorry, it was a limp, excuse me, from Casper, and a check back from Prince. See a bet here from Casper. I assume it's just going to take it down here. Not a lot you can do with 6 high here. And he does take it down. Got Julian picking up a premium here with the ladies, Mamacitas. 180 people watching on Twitch, lads. Fair play. Another 400 plus people on YouTube as well. If you are not following on either platform, make sure you do the effort to do so. Hit that follow button on Twitch if you're not doing it already, and jump on over to the YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button as well. 27k subscribers on YouTube, which is obviously fantastic. A lot more on Twitch, to be fair, in terms of followers. So fall around to Casper here with the 9-8 suited. Decides to let it go. Pretty looking ace-10 suited here for Prince. Can't imagine he's going to be folding here. I imagine calling is going to be the norm here. Either follow or you're banned. Facts. He does elect a 3-bet here, which I don't mind. I think it's, again, not a mistake by any means. It's just, as I said in the previous example, if you 3-bet this hand and get 4-bet, which is definitely going to happen here from Julian, it's a bit of a downside to, and he actually shoves pretty quickly, which I would have liked for him to take a little bit longer there. And I think also you don't have to 4-bet all in because Prince is quite deep here. Similar stack sizes, to be fair. Would have liked to have seen maybe, I don't know, a 4-bet to like 12 big blinds. I think this is a little bit too much. I mean, it's not like you shouldn't do this every now and again, but I think making it just a non-all-in size would have been better. You just isolate yourself against top of range for Prince here. Obviously Prince is going to be getting out of the way here with the ace-10 suited. Probably a little bit annoyed that he has to 3-bet fold this, but what are you going to do? He is thinking about it, but I mean, there was a hand at the start where he called it off at ace-9 offsuit in a spot where I said he should have folded, but I'm fairly confident he's going to fold this time, with all due respect. He does want to call so bad, Yappa. Indeed he does, but this is not a spot where we want to do that. Apocalypse still waiting to see the first. I'm a twitched. Oh my god, he calls. This is way too much, man. This is way too much. Even Julian is like, what the hell? Alright, lads. Off we go. Off we go. 70-30. I think Julian is very, very surprised by that, lads. But anyways, it's great entertainment. For the neutral, eh? Gamble, gamble. Gamble, gamble. You got very lucky with the ace-9 in the previous hand, by the way. Here we go. Not looking great for it this time. An ace and a backdoor straight draw. That is all that is happening for Prince right now. And that more or less, I mean, I'm not going to say more or less seals it, but an ace and an ace only. And that is not that. That is a little bit debatable, lads. What do you think? Not a fan of that, lads, eh? My goodness. 32 big blinds there is a lot of big blinds, my good people. A lot of big blinds. Julian was sweating there. I don't know if you guys saw the reaction as well from Julian. He was like, I'm not going to say what the F, but it more or less reflected that in his face when he called. Yeah, there was a hand where he called it off with ace nine against the pocket eights of a previous opponent who was on the feature table before the redraw. And the guy that just like doesn't like to fold in them situations, and like ace 10 suited there is not going to perform well versus what Julian is 4-bet jamming. So yeah, maybe Julian knew his player there. Maybe he knew that he doesn't like to fold after 4-bets, 3-bets, whatever. Yeah, but I would have called. That's why I'm in the lounge room at almost 3 a.m. watching this. Nah, it's not great. But Julian jumps up to a massive chip leader of 76 big blinds. Kawasaki Thomas in second and third. Lackey Luke and Casper fourth and fifth. Philip and Dennis in sixth and seventh. And our casualty from the previous hand, Mr. Prince, not in great shape after making that call against Julian. Yeah, I think so too, Stratos. The old emotional attachment to a certain hand in a spot that really doesn't justify it. Why is he wearing a winter coat inside, cold inside, or indoor, cold inside? Possibly space. It's a pretty big room, Kings. As I said earlier on, I was there once with Dan 2 years ago doing commentary for the WSOPE, and it is a very, very big venue. But bear in mind, it is winter time in Czech Republic, and it's around 1 degree here in Ireland, if not 0. Can't imagine what it's like in Czech Republic. It's obviously sub, I would assume. The cold does not bother them anyway. I love the fact that there's a command for that, Apocalypse. We do get the all-in here from Mr. Lackey Luke. You're very welcome indeed, sir. Although is Thomas going to be tempted to call this, even though we can probably all mutually agree that he probably shouldn't. But as I said many, many times before on this stream, I've often said they should do X and they do Y. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the old flick in here with the ace-jack suited, but I doubt it. Yeah, he does end up phoning to Thomas, which I think is, again, completely standard. Lackey, chipping up. Chipping up. Yeah, that's right space. JK on Twitch saying, what a bad call. Yeah, it wasn't great, sir. Wasn't great, unfortunately. Everyone can mutually agree except me. Like to be fair, like it's still pretty high variance in terms of, like, you know, Queens was like what 70% favorite there. Like, you know, we all agree that he shouldn't have called, but like it's still not in the worst shape there, having like an overcard. You know, it still has 30% equity, and if it's a suited one, yeah, 30. Like, so again, I'm not saying the call was correct. We all know that it wasn't, but as I said, lads, poker, there's still luck involved in this game, and it can be a huge component in some situations. But yeah, the best hand did hold with the pocket queens, which I'm sure Julian would be very, very relieved that that was the case. But still a mad spot. Crazy, crazy spot. Crazy outcome. Yeah, it's also compared to the time played efforts, yeah. No, I wouldn't, Racolette. I would not, sir. Yeah, that's the thing, Stratus. That's the thing. He also had more chips than the all-in. Yeah, definitely, Yappa. Definitely, mate. Well, the way I see it, lads, man wanted to gamble. He gambled, didn't pay off, and now he is the shorty. And you could argue that he's probably on life support because of that. But yeah, like 30 big blinds there is just far too much. Far too much to invest there. When there's like, let's not forget, lads, they're playing for 100k up top, along with a 10k ticket for the top 5 finishers as well. So it's not like it's pocket change or anything like that, you know. You know, it was a 250 buy-in. I'm not sure how many days of the event it is, but there was nearly close to 3.2k runners. So I'm assuming if there was obviously a lot of day one flights, I would assume. But you know, no doubt that these guys have been playing, especially when you're talking about day 2 yesterday. I think day 2 finished up around 3 or 4 a.m. this morning, and then they were back playing at 2:30 today. So 7 days of one flight. Yeah, that's what I mean, Johan. But yeah, I'm not sure how much they played yesterday. Probably 8 to 10 hours, I would assume. As I said, I know the coverage finished up at like 3 or 4 a.m. this morning. I mean, given what happened, Yappa, unless there's a major comeback here, which again, chip in a chair, as we're all aware of. It's all possible. But yeah, I'd rather just avoid the situation being the guy with the chip and a chair, put it that way, especially when he had so much chips prior to that. You get a 3-bet here from Kawasaki versus Lucky Luke's Open. So 4.3 big blinds to call. Is he going to defend this? I think 10-8 is close. 10-9 is going to be an easy call, I would assume. Just counting out the chips here to see exactly what he has left. We're in heaven here, lads, when we have the graphics for us to know specifically. Might be tempted to call this, but I probably wouldn't myself personally, but it's not because I know the cards here. But yeah, I think defending this in position in these specific formations is going to be fine. We do have action here. Combo draw for Lucky Luke, and obviously the gut shot to the nut straight here for Kawasaki. Does come out with a bet. Big flop indeed, Mr. Space. A jack would be pretty goddamn sick. A non-flush completing jack. I do think calling here is just the play from Lucky, which he does elect to do. See what the turn card brings. Does improve Lucky. Now, this combo in particular is going to be very good to triple barrel off on certain runouts. Non-flush completing, ideally. Even on a club river, I wouldn't mind triple barrel in this hand still. But he does elect to check. And I imagine it's going to go check, check here on the turn. He does elect to check back. Now, is Kawasaki going to take a stab at this is the question. We all know he is not going to win if he checks. But he might just decide to give this up here. Hard to know. He does elect to just give this up. I imagine Lackey is just going to check this back and he is going to win. Would have been interesting to see if Kawasaki found a bet there on the river. If it would have got through. Not an easy call there with a pair of eights, by the way, if Lackey did decide to find it. But doesn't have to worry about that situation, thankfully. We got GJE on YouTube. Hello from Annapolis, Maryland, USA. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Glad to have you with us from the US. As you can see here, guys, this is the chip count. Not much has changed. Lackey Luke in second place now. Julian in first. Thomas and Kawasaki third and fourth. Casper and Dennis in fifth and sixth. And then Philip and Prince are our sub-10 shorties. We've got a global viewership, lads, by the looks of it. People from Australia, people from the US, people from the Shetlands. Got Johan, who is Dutch, I believe. Got everywhere and anywhere. Great to have you all with us. The beauty of the internet. Beauty of streaming. Can you say fourth for me one more time? I just did, mate. Enjoy. Usually people say that ask me to say third a lot more versus fourth or 33. That's another one for an Irish person to say it. Yeah, that's what I mean, Apocalypse. Yeah, exactly that. We do got the rejam here from Philip with the ace-10 off. Don't think Mr. Lackey Luke is going to be defending. Although stranger things have happened, lads. Stranger things have happened. I think Lackey knows now that this is not going to be a call. I think ace-9 suited would be a little bit closer. Got Dennis asking for a count here, but can't imagine he's going to be flicking in the call with pocket threes. I think like sevens and below here is just going to be a fold, I'd say. Maybe sixes and below, sevens might be a little bit closer. I think pocket eights plus is going to be the norm here. Maybe ace-jack suited, ace-10 suited plus is what I'm thinking. But threes is a no-no. Got Dennis Sean. Hi from Manham. Very nice to have you with us, mate. On YouTube. Lackey here contemplating it. As I said, I just don't think the ace-7 here is good enough. I think he kind of feels that maybe instinctively as well. Respect the hustle, Yappa, yeah? I got this on my telly now with a beer. I only ask because I'm practicing my fake Irish accent for the ladies. The only reason I'm still here. It's an educational stream for me now. Awesome to hear, mate, that I can accommodate that. Oh, he does call. Oh, I'm not a fan of that, bro. I think like ace 9 would be my cutoff there, because at least if he has pocket 7s, pocket 8s are going to have 2 overs. I think ace 7. I mean, he's not dead by any means, lads. Similar percentages with the queens versus ace 10 previously. So he needs a 7 or running hearts. Oh, he can actually chop it as well. He's pretty happy with that. It's not over yet, lads. He still has a 10. Wouldn't be fist bumping. Alright. We out of the woods there. His name is Lucky Luke, don't forget. Understood, space. Noted. But yeah, got a little bit lucky there in terms of splitting it. Respect the hustle indeed, mate. But yeah, I'd say that is a little bit closer pre-flop now, in my opinion. I think I heard the TD announcing the blinds are going up as well, lads. So I think we're looking at 200, 400, but we'll wait for the graphics to verify that. I'm nearly sure I heard that. Yeah, 200, 400 with a 400k big blind on top. Ante, I should say. Lackey coming in here for the raise with King 10 suited. Thomas contemplating whether to defend the 6-5 off. Elias is asking on YouTube, what's the accent? I am Irish, true and true, my good man. Irlande. Get the folder from Thomas. Look, Lucky Luke taking down that one. The blinds and antes. Apocalypse saying, besides, if you're struggling with the Irish accent, then you've got no chance for the Shetland accent. Man, I haven't even a Scooby what that might sound like, Apocalypse. Not a Scooby. Do we get the all-in shove here from Prince with the King 9 suited on life support in the blinds and big blind ante next hand. So forced. I mean, King 9 suited here is actually a pretty good hand in this situation. I mean, you'd have to shove a lot worse than this hand here. You could argue that this is actually a premium, lads, in this exact situation. In my opinion, anyways. Let's see if he does manage to get it through. Well, it's going to be folded around to big blind, that much we know. That's probably going to get through. Oh, he actually has to call here with Jack 6, given the pot odds, to be fair. Not the nicest hand by any means, but King 9 doing alright here. Close to a flip. Off we go, lads. Good shot for the Jack 6. King 9 here, obviously flopping relatively well. Ooh, he does turn the gut shot. Some chop outs here, but not to be for Prince, and we have an elimination on this feature table, and we are down to 14 players. As I said, Prince was on a life support after that ace-10 call, and now he is finito. But yeah, the ace-10 hand definitely killed him, lads, unfortunately. Live and die by the sword, as they say. We're 7-handed here on this table right now. 14 players remaining. Will be a redraw, I believe, when they are down to the 9. We'll have our final table for this prestigious event, WSOPC mini main event. €250 buy-in, 100k smackers up top. And for the top 5 finishers, they will have an additional WSOPE main event day 1 ticket, or 1A ticket, which is worth around 10.5k, 11k or so. I think it's like 10.8k. So a nice little extra incentive to finish in the top 5. That's the October 3rd is where it's happening this year. Nice. So we get a raise here from Kawasaki, 3-bet from Julian, and it's just going to be, well, it's actually going to be priced into call by the looks of it. Because it's what, like another 300k more versus Dennis's all in. He's actually going to be in decent shape versus the ace queen. That's the sick part. Kawasaki does call as well. I think that's the case that Julian can't re-raise all in, so it's not something that Kawasaki has to worry about in this situation. But Dennis is in an all-in spot, where if he actually ends up winning, it's going to be up to 8 million, which is around 20 big blinds. So we'll see how this unfolds, lads. Good luck to Dennis. Still technically ahead. It's a dry side pot here, lads. There's nothing in it. Ace queen is still ahead here. Jack again, obviously. And he's going to get that triple up, lads. What an amazing feeling. With ace high, well, it's 2 pair with the ace kicker. Probably can't believe his eyes there. He's delighted. Very, very happy to get that triple up. Huge spot there for Dennis. Up to the 20 big blinds as promised. Very, very nice for the Italian. Very good pot space, in my opinion. Huge double up, as I said. It's probably one of the driest boards you could ever see in a not three-way all-in, but like whatever all-in pre-flop from one player. Yeah, Strauss, there was 3 players in that hand, yeah. 10-8 suited, King Queen of Hearts, and Ace Queen of Spades were the 3-hand combos. And Ace High with the 2 pair, or the Ace Kicker with the 2 pair played. Julian now coming in with the open, Ace 5 suited. Didier on YouTube is asking, hello, in which country is it? So this is based in Rozvadov in Czech Republic, mate, in King's Casino, in that town of Rozvadov. It's like an hour from Prague, is what it is, mate. Appreciate that, Johan, mate, as always, accommodating the mod privileges. Enjoy the dinner. Enjoy the bridge. Enjoy your evening. Shalosser Christophe Donde with a very, very nice Italian accent, please. I'll try, mate. I'll try. There's a question again from, I can't pronounce your name, mate, on YouTube. How many players win the 10.3k ticket? So it's the top 5 players. Top 5 players get the ticket worth whatever the 10.3k is you're asking. Yeah, my Italian accent is not going to be applicable to an Italian person. I'll tell you that much. I can just about speak English on a good day. We're out here trying. It's not going to be the first time I butchered, and it definitely won't be the last. Guaranteed. Lucky Lou coming in for the raise here with the Queen 10 offsuit. Folded around to Julian in the big blind, who is at least going to be calling. He does elect to defend. Not a lot going on here for Julian. I imagine Lucky Luke is just going to c-bet this flop and take it down. He does c-bet for 500k. The pot goes to Mr. Lucky Luke. He's getting there, still struggling a bit when there's a baby around, but we'll be alright. It's your first one, Apocalypse, yeah? If I'm not mistaken. As I said, it's been a minute since I spoke to you on a personal level, so congrats on that as well. I think I did see it or overheard that you had a baba recently. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be very wrong in that assessment, but I'm nearly sure that that is the case. Oh, fuck, sorry. My bad, man, my bad. I didn't realize that. I didn't know that. I knew you were expecting. I knew you were expecting, man. My bad. My bad. But we do have an all-in here from Philip. Queen Jack suited here, going to be getting through. Dennis's big blind here with the 10 Dewey, the Doyle Bronson. Yeah, I'm not sure what Dennis is thinking about here. I imagine it's just going to be in the muck. Does get it through. That extra milli for sure goes a long way when you're sitting there with 7 or 8 big blinds like Philip was. Right back at you, Apocalypse. Well, right back at you and her. But yeah, I was saying that milli goes a long way when you're around that sub 10 big blinds. Get some breathing room for another orbit. Do have Kawasaki here waking up with the Mamacitas. Probably just going to be a 3-bet jam here off this stack size. Not going to be getting any action from the Queen 10. Ooh, but Dennis waking up with the Jacks. Guarantee he ain't going to be folding this hand, lads. So we are going to be having an all-in spot. Bit of a cooler situation here for Dennis. It's just the unfortunate part of card distribution here. Not long until getting a triple up. He's unfortunate. Well, I'm not going to say he's going to be losing that stack that he just made. But he's for sure going to be that underdog against the Queens here from Kawasaki. Still have a player left behind from Dennis as well. Dennis Dundee. Probably still not saying that right. Dennis is taking his time with this decision, understandable. I think we can all agree that he's not going to be getting away from this. It would be an absolutely sick fold if he did, but as I said, can't imagine it's going to be the case. What the hell is that, lads? That is nuts to find that fold. How can you find that fold, lads? What the hell just happened there? I mean, I know we can see the cards, but seriously. Oh man, I don't know about that one, lads. That one is, as I like to say, debatable, to say the least, but jeez. That's a pretty sick fold, man. But at the same time, I don't know if that's the best fold. I mean, it's an unbelievable fold in that situation, but like it's not like Kawasaki's going to have like queens plus there every time, you know. Me personally, I don't get away from that. No way in hell. Like Kawasaki's going to probably three bet like eights plus there, ace king. Yeah, you could be right, and a Zud. It could be a money thing, to be fair. It could be a money thing. And you know, like we saw some very questionable calls and stuff like that from Prince with like ace 10 and whatnot. So maybe Dennis is just trying to preserve that stack. But like the thing is, man, he is going to be three bet jamming worse there, like sevens or eight, like definitely eights plus he's going to have. And then he's going to have like some ace queen suited, ace king obviously, maybe some ace jack, but we blocked that heavily having jacks. So it's hard to say, but geez, I don't think I find that fold ever, personally. But like we said before, lads, they're sitting there. We're sitting in front of a monitor, / a phone, or some mobile device, whatever. Ridiculous fold, though. Insane. I did not expect that. I did not expect that at all. It's not a full ring table, so it's an easy call. Yeah, like, I forget what the positions were. I think it was like under the gun open and then cut off 3-bet. And he was in the small blind, man. It is 7-handed, to be fair. I think the fact that I mentioned that like Kawasaki is going to be 3-bet jamming worse there, like worse pocket pairs. Like if you had like 8s or 9s, Dennis, I think it's an easy fold. I think 10s it starts getting closer. But jacks, I think, man, it's not really a spot where I think you should be folding there much, if ever. Mad one. Very, very interesting one, though. You're seeing it all today, lads. You're seeing it all today on this stream. Anyways, back to the action here. So this was a 3-bet pot. Lucky Luke defended and flops the gut shot and now picks up some extra equity with the flush draw. Does go check here. It's a pretty brick river here in terms of the 5 of spades here. Obviously, Lucky Luke is going to have to bluff here. He does just stick them all in by the looks of it. This isn't like an auto fold by any means. Like, is Lucky Luke gonna jam pocket 8s or like 8x here or something like that? You know, if he had like 8, 9, and he does call very quickly. No pushing around, Mr. Kawasaki. Like I'm pretty happy with that call, to be honest. I'm not saying it's an easy call by any means, but it makes a lot of sense to call. It makes a lot of sense to call, to be fair. Especially on that brick river, you know. So, like, Lucky Luke is just like representing, like, I don't know, 10x, maybe some ace 8 suited that could do that. I'm not 100% sure, but he's going to have a lot of missed draws as well. But anyways, interesting spot again. Interesting spot again. As I said, lads, you're getting it all today. Anyways, chip counts here. Julian and Kawasaki, top 2 guys. Lucky Luke and Thomas in 3rd and 4th. Dennis and Casper, excuse me, in 5th and 6th. And then Philip is our shorty with 7 big blinds. Obviously, blinds itself are 200, 400k with a big blind ante of 400 as well. But yeah, Lackey losing a bit of that stack. But I don't think it's going to deter him too much now. He's well experienced in these situations. As I said, he won a WSOPE main event, not main event, excuse me, a WSOPE bracelet from 2 years ago when Dan and I were over in Rosvedov doing commentary. I think he won the opening event, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong though if it was the opening event, but I know he won one of them. So he's a very, very good player, lads. Mr. Lucky Luke, 17. Not afraid to bluff. It didn't take Kawasaki too long to call either, did it, lads? Like, it's not like it was deep in the tank or, you know, even taking close to 15 seconds. It was pretty, I don't know, around the 10-second mark if I had to guess. So the man, your man, he knew where he was. He really, really knew where he was. But Dennis coming in here with the raise in the hijack to 800k. Got Philip here now with the ace-2 off. Probably not a hand you want to defend here. Ace-2 suited, I'd get behind it. Ace-2 off, less inclined, I would say. Just very, very short stack. Just not going to play it too well. He does elect to fold. Dennis, after making that amazing fold with jacks, 3 or 4 hands back, is now on that 20 big blind stack again. I hope you're all enjoying the coverage of this event, lads. We are playing down to a winner today. 100k up top for a €250 buy-in. Very nice return on investment, if I do say so myself. There's 5 tickets for the main event as well, WSOPE main event that's happening in October, which is worth 10.3k for the ticket. We do have Lucky Luke open shoving, King 10 suited. I think Philip is going to be shoving in his remainder of 5 big blinds in the middle. This King Queen here is just going to perform way too well versus what Lucky Luke is going to be open jamming here. Don't think you can fold King Queen off here in this situation. Especially when you're talking about the dealer button, where the all-in came from. Sometimes you just have to accept your fate, lads, and just run it. I'd be pretty confident in saying that this is his time to shine. And lo and behold. So So he's in a bit of trouble here, Mr. Lackey Luke. But not dead and buried by any means. 70-30. We're seeing a lot of these equity against each other. Here we go. Yeah, pretty bad flop for Mr. Lackey Luke because Philip has the queen of diamonds in his hand. But he does ping the 10. So he needs to avoid a jack or a diamond. And he does. Oh, so unfortunate for Philip. Very unfortunate there. Not a lot you can do. Got it in good. Got unlucky. Was a big favourite on the flop. But as we know in poker, lads, things that are out of your control are out of your control. And that was one of those situations where it was. We're 6-handed here now, lads. Another elimination on this feature table. Very unfortunate there for Philip. Very, very unfortunate. He seriously is lucky. Lasso is saying 30% is the nuts, chat. It is indeed. If you were to base it on this relatively small sample, sir, you would be correct. 30% is now the new favourite. Sometimes you just got to get lucky in poker, lads. And whether you like it or not, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Given on YouTube is asking, is this live? Yes, it is. It is the mini main event of the WSOPC here in Kings Rozvadov. Kings in Rozvadov, I should say. We are live, sir. We are live. We are very, very much live. Lackey Luke coming in for the raise here with the ace-3 off. You can see, guys, that he's quite aggressive, understands the 6 max dynamic that needs to be opened a little bit wider, has the stack to do it, to be fair. But yeah, just going to have to raise fold here, which is completely fine. Space is saying, I like how those two clash all the time. It's been definitely a back and forth for sure. The last couple of hands, mate. Shows the ace. Should have showed the 3. That would have been way more funnier. But to be fair, lads, given from what we've saw in this feature table coverage, everyone that's left in this field seems to be relatively competent in terms of technical ability, I would assume, or I would say, which is great for the neutral, our viewers, unless you support one of these guys. Obviously, you want one of those to win. For me, I'm pretty neutral in this decision. I'm just here to commentate on this amazing, amazing event at King's Resort in Rozvadov. Casper here announcing raise. More or less all in though. Committing raise, leaving himself half a big blind behind. I think this is close with the ace-10 of diamonds, but I would like to fold, I think, with 4 more players behind, and he does elect to do so, which I can strongly get behind. The Kawasaki with the same hand, just different suits, obviously. He does elect to fold as well. Looks like he's going to get that one through. Seems fine to do that with ace queen. Again, off that stack size, I wouldn't mind seeing a potential just min raise, but as I said, lads, taking down those blinds and antes really do add a decent amount to your chip stack, which is never a bad complaint, obviously. This is probably a hand you might want to fold off this stack size in this specific position. But I think raising is not bad at all. I think you want to consider both options, but I think off this stack size it might be okay. More shorter, probably less inclined to raise, I would say. But we are six-handed, let's not forget that. We are six-handed. He does take it down, which is a great result for Queen High. Dennis here now with ace-6 off. More than good enough to come in for a raise. It's going to get through, I'd say. I think this is a little bit too weak to defend here with Queen 7 off. But he is contemplating it, and he does elect to call. Not a lot going on for either player here, given that Dennis has the lead in the hand. Probably going to come for a c-bet here. Find out where Casper really is. Just check back, which is fine. Set our 4 diamonds on the turn. He does lead at this turn here for 1.1 million. It's a very, very big bet, actually, compared to the pot. Very close to pot. More or less pot, to be fair. I know it's half pot, to be fair, actually. Just looking at it now. Just realised that, excuse me. But not a lot Dennis can do here. Man, I swear, like, every time I think they should do something and then they do the opposite, I'm just gobsmacked. This is a very, very ambitious call on the turn, in my opinion. He checks. He checks back as well. Dennis is going to win that hand, man. Really nice call on the turn. Like, the thing is, if you're betting that turn with the Queen 7, you really have to bet that river again, in my opinion. Although at the same time, it might not be the worst thing just to stab the turn and maybe just give up on that river, but he's definitely making good decisions. Definitely making good decisions. Whether the majority would make the decisions he's doing, he's definitely doing the right decisions at the right time, which is very, very important in this situation. It's actually pretty impressive, to be fair. It's actually pretty impressive. Because I think, again, we all agree that none of us, well, again, majority of us wouldn't be in this situation where he's still in the tournament, because he folded jacks that time against Kawasaki's queens, which was an amazing fold, to be fair, and then peels that on the turn where, again, most people probably would have folded. So, yeah. M. Casper, king and ace were the, I'm assuming, worst? I assume that word is meant to be made to bet river. We got something going on here. It's pretty quick, all in and call. It's a big one, lads. This is a big one. It's a flip, lads. Lucky Luke. Slight favourite with the pocket jacks against Thomas's ace queen off. Good luck both. It's a pretty good flop for Lucky Luke. Pretty good flop. Like, in a huge 15 milli pot, just to flop quads and just put the nail in the coffin. That is how you do it, my people. No sweat, nothing. Just give me the pot. Give me the pot, Mr. Lucky Luke says. Man is running hot. Very nice hand, sir. And there are the ace on the river for the extra salt. Always. Always the case, Bammy. Huge, huge pot there for Lackey. Probably 34, 35 big blinds now, I'd say. And I assume they're going to have to bring over one of the players from the outer table, because five-handed here is a little bit unfair on these players here right now. So they might play one or two hands like this and eventually move over a player at some point, I would assume. This is somewhat balance out the tables. But a huge pot there for Lucky Luke. Action-packed, lads. Action-packed. Love to see it. So we're down to 11. 11 players, 2 more eliminations, and we'll have the final table redraw, I believe. We shall see how it unfolds. You get an all in here from Casper on the button. Kawasaki with the king 10 off. It's close. third of his stack to call here. Need to be careful about this one. This is a spot now you want to know your ranges relatively well. Like the King 10 is going to be dominating, obviously, a lot of like King X suited that Casper's probably supposed to shove the button here with. Stuff like King 8, King 9, King 7 suited. We obviously dominate that. He's going to have two overs against like under pairs, like 9s and below. If Casper has that as well, which he'll have all of those, to be fair. And like worst case scenario here, he's going to be up against like Ace 10, King X, King Queen, King Jack. Yeah, I think folding there is probably the right play. Raw NAZ on YouTube is asking what it's in the prize pool. So from what I can see on the King's side, you're talking 670k was the total prize pool, mate, for €250 buy-in. So there's about 100k up top. Just a little over 100k, mate. But yeah, but you're talking a 670k prize pool, which is fantastic. For a €250 buy-in. Over 3,000 runners, lads. It's pretty insane for the mini-main event. Got Dennis coming in for a raise with the ace-9 off. Just take it down. Casper gets out of the way. Lucky Luke, more than likely going to get out of the way also. Julian with the 4-3 off. Looks like he's coming in for a steal here. He does raise it up to about what, 1.4, 1.5, something like that. Yeah, 1.3. Dennis in with the King 7 off. It's probably okay to defend this versus this raise first in sizing. That position. Very, very wide dynamic. Blind v blind here. Maybe he just might fold. Does elect to do so. I don't mind it. Again, preserving your stack like that, not the worst thing in the world, especially when you're so close to the FT. So there's no pay jump really from what I can see on the payout command. Yeah, so final 9 there is a pay jump, but the next 2 eliminated will, I mean, you're guaranteed 5.1k. Something like that. Do have Julian picking up the jacks on the button. I've just seen the blinds going up there to 250 and 500k as well as with a 500k big blind ante. Really nice hand to pick up here on the button. You got Casper then in the big blind with the ace-4 off. Probably has to defend versus the min, to be fair. Oh, we have an all-in. I mean, I can get behind it, but just really bad timing. Really bad timing. Casper needs help, but again, it's another 70-30, lads, as we're very, very familiar with. Let's see how this unfolds. Casper needs an ace, needs some hearts, needs some straight cards. Are we going to see quads again on the flop? Let's see. Well, we got a set. Not great for Casper. Needs a 5 or running hearts, or we will have another elimination, lads. Another quads, lads. Lucky Luke's luck rubbing off on Julian Combier. We do lose Casper Chapal in 11th place. Or Chaplat, I should say. There you have it, lads. We are down to 10. 10 players remaining. It's Quad City, boys. Quad City. Someone should ask the dealer, are they shuffling them cards? It's not often you see quads twice in a small amount of hands like that, with the exact same hand, by the way. Welcome to the world of poker, lads, where anything is possible. JK saying on YouTube, rigged deck. So yeah, we're four-handed here at the moment, lads, but I imagine they're going to bring over a player eventually to this table. But as you can see, Julian and Lucky Luke, first and second, Kawasaki and Dennis, third and fourth in. But as I said, I am assuming they're going to bring over a player from the outer table. And it could be GT90 from who was on the feature table before the redraw. So he is sitting down beside the dealer just now. So I think when we resume here, it will be five-handed. Yeah, definitely some crazy variants, all right. Pretier. That's why people keep coming back, lads. That's why poker's so much fun. The variance is underestimated. But as I said many times, lads, I hope you guys are enjoying it. We've got close to 250 people watching on Twitch, another over 500 on YouTube. If you aren't following on Twitch, make sure you make the effort to do that. And if you're not subscribed to the King's channel, make sure you also make the effort to do that. Loads and loads of content from previous streams on YouTube. Stream highlights from many different events. The cash games on a Saturday evening, Saturday night. And obviously the MTT action over the Sunday and Monday. So loads and loads of stuff to look up on YouTube. As I said, if you're not subscribed, make sure you make the effort. King's Resort on YouTube and Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Free to do so, lads. Hit the follow, hit the subscribe button. Support the channel. Or channels. But yeah, by the looks of it, we are back to it here. Camera needs to catch up a little bit. Here we are. So we have Lucky Luke coming in for a raise with the pretty looking King 10 suited. We got Julian limp, or I'm not sure if that graphics is correct, of Julian cold calling King 6. Maybe the graphic of the card is incorrect, but that feels a little bit out of the ordinary, I would say. We do have GT90 coming along here as well in the big blind. So he was a player on our feature table, lads, before we did the redraw for the last 18 or 16, excuse me. Not a whole lot going on for Lackey Luke and Julian here. But Lackey is going to come out with a C-bet here, multi-way. 1 over, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. I'm not sure what that was with the King 6 off from Julian. Not too sure. Sometimes you can make a misclick online. Little bit more difficult to do it live, arguably. But GT does defend here. I mean, a lot of his calling range here is just going to be like Queen X, 7X. Because like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s, pocket jacks are just going to like 3-bet jam pre-flop, given his stack size. So I think his check call range here is going to be very filtered to 7X and Queen X, I would say. There might be some pocket 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, but that's the best case scenario here. But yeah, we'll see what happens here on the river from GT. So a pretty big bet here on the river. More or less all in. Well, half pot bet here, leaving himself 4 big blinds behind. Don't think Lackey can do anything here except just fold. I think for the reasons I mentioned with the check call range on the flop in terms of what I think it looks like. And you know, it's not impossible for Lackey to check back Queen X here on the turn, even some 7X on the turn as well. It does end up folding. Don't think we're going to get to see GT's cards, unfortunately. Yeah, not going to get to see them. But I think it was very heavily weighted to either Queen X or 7X there, I would guess. Yeah, that makes sense, Bammy, all right, because he just got sat in, maybe when the hand was being dealt or whatever, like you mentioned, so makes sense, mate. Appreciate that. It kind of crossed my mind as well, but now that you mention it in the way that you did, it makes a lot more sense. I guess we'll never know, lads, eh? Only person that really knows is Mr. GT90 himself. So yeah, the graphics are a bit delayed here, unfortunately. Can't see anything. So hopefully that'll catch up in a momento. Okay, we are back. So Julian has the Queen 6 suited. We got Lucky Luke with the pocket 4s. A 9-6-3 rainbow. C-bet and call. Can't imagine Lackey is going to be putting any more in the middle here, but at the same time, I don't think Julian is going to be betting this turn card with this specific hand. But I could be wrong. Lo and behold. I think with the queen kicker here, I actually don't mind doing this with this hand. There's still some hands you need to deny equity to, like 10-7, 10-8, 4-5. To get value from like 3x of clubs and stuff like that. So I don't mind this. I actually think it's actually a pretty good bet in hindsight. I still think I would check that back though, mostly. I just think you have a lot more better like kind of equity bluffs and just like air hands that might want to barrel compared to the queen six. But anyways. Folded around to Lackey Luke with the queen 9. Suited. Kawasaki here. Probably just going to take his option of a check back with the jack 6 off. At the flop here, 7-7-5 check from both players. Dinah Harris on the turn. Lackey checks. Kawasaki checks back. I think if Lackey checks this river again, Kawasaki has to take a stab now. Problem is, how often you're going to win with queen high here. Just go check. Would have been very interesting if Kawasaki took a stab there to see if Lackey Luke might have looked him up with queen high. But we won't have to worry about that. As Mr. Lackey Luke scoops another one. So next elimination, lads, we will be on our final table. We'll be taking a break for that redraw when that does happen. Still a long way to go till we crown our winner of this mini main event. But I'm thoroughly excited to see how it unfolds. As I said earlier on, there's a lot of competent players left in this field. I don't think there's any real standout kind of weak player, so to speak. Everyone seems to be playing pretty goddamn well from what I've saw so far. Bar maybe the minor hiccup from Mr. Prince, who's obviously eliminated right now. If you guys have been tuning in, you know the hand I'm referencing. Lackey Luke here now, 10-7 off. Looks like he's counting out raising chips. Kawasaki going to get out of the way there. Julian, on the other hand, not going to be folding, but might be tempted to 3-bet. some of the time. And he is electing to do so. Or that's just a call, excuse me, that's just a call. Off to the flop we go, my people. Pair 10s for Lackey. Not a lot going on for Julian. It's kind of why I like the idea of potentially 3-betting this every now and again. Like, Lackey's going to be opening here very, very wide on the button. I think some of these suited low ace-X are good 3-bets every now and again. Or maybe you want to 3-bet more of the offsuit ones and maybe call more of the suited ones. Julian does check the turn and end up check folding, which is completely standard. We move on to the next hand. Kawasaki here on the button. Ace-5 off, more than good enough to come in for a raise / steal. Julian, so he's counting out 3-betting chips. He's going to get it through, I'd say, unless Kawasaki is feeling a little bit 4-bet happy, which would be, it would work. Dennis picking up the walking sticks. I'm not even going to comment on Dennis's play, because every time I have, he's done the latter. So I'm just going to let Dennis do Dennis things. Okay, that's what I'm going to do right now. Just let Dennis do Dennis things. Thinking about it. What's he going to do? Connor on YouTube. Wow. Just seeing that fold of the jacks. Yeah, it was definitely an interesting one, Connor, for sure, mate. Definitely one that will be interesting to review in future. But he's involved here again in a spot that he's contemplating doing something. Does elect to get out of the way. I honestly wouldn't have been surprised to see Dennis just like 4-bet rip there. He seems to pick his spots pretty well. We see Kawasaki showing the ace. Julian gives him permission to see 1, and that looks like the 8. That looks like the 8 of diamonds, not the picture card that probably Julian wanted Kawasaki to pick. 50-50 chance, I guess. Need to get some action going again, lads. It's getting a little bit too slow. Got to get this ball rolling again. Got to keep the viewers entertained. See what happens. Lucky folding ace-4. Kawasaki going to be getting out of the way as well, one would imagine. Julian coming in with the steal. Queen-8 off. Dennis is going to be folding here. GT probably good enough to defend here. I think most suited hands, to be fair, might be alright. Especially versus the min raise. Does elect to do so. Get the flop of ace-9-4 rainbow. Probably just going to be a check fold from GT. If Julian decides to bet, which I assume he's going to. Which he does. And that's the end of that hand. And on to the next hand we go, my good people. Kawasaki coming in with a raise here with the pocket tens. GT, ace-5 off. We get the 3-bet jam from GT, and Kawasaki is going to be snap of the call in this, I would assume. We could be down to our final 9 here, people, depending on how this run out goes. One thing is for sure, we are going to be having an all-in situation here, because I cannot imagine Kawasaki is going to be folding 10s here. No, sir. We do get that call. We do get that call. And again, like that, lads, it's another 70-30. I don't think I've ever seen so many 70-30s in all my days of playing in a short 68-hand situation. But GT90 is the guy at risk here. If he loses, we will be down to the final 9, and there will be a redraw for FT. But there's still 5 cards to come. How about another quads, lads? How about another quads? 10s this time. Well, there's no ace. He does have some potential backdoor straights. An ace and an ace only, or we will be down to our FT. And it is an ace, and we do lose Mr. GT90 in 10th place. And that means we have our final table for the mini main event for the WSOPC circuit event. And just like that, people, we are going to be going on a short break while we do the table redraw. So be sure to come back in the next 15, 16 minutes. And until then, I'll catch you in that time frame.
Well, what do you think, Justin? Are we going to burst that bubble in a hurry, or is it going to really start to grind down here? Obviously, we know if Sean has anything to do with it, we'll potentially get there in a hurry, courtesy of some sort of gnarly beat.
Sean might be, oh, he finally has it.
Yeah, ace, king of spades, and this is where things become dangerous with something like 90% VPIP over the last couple of orbits.
I always expect these bubbles to take a while. All of a sudden, the money, I'm sure it's 15,000 euros, becomes very real to people. You know, you put in all these hours over 3 days, you want to walk away with some money, tell people you made the money. Oh, boy. All right, well.
Another ace-king surfacing in the small blind here after Madani decided to speculate on the button with 4-5 of diamonds. And that makes the proposition even more attractive than it already would have been for Vrancic to get his chips forward. He jams. Now, this is not an insignificant 229,000 for Sean. He is, of course, the covering stack, and ace-king of spades isn't really looking for the muck. He will ask for a count.
No, for sure. But I think Sean's picked up on the fact that people are exploiting his opens, and he's getting 3-bet a lot. This is a welcome side, even though he is going to just have some 8s and 9s here, so, and have to flip for half of his stack. But you know, he'll have the 1 flush draw against the 2 flush draws, and most likely they get to chop up Madani's money.
On. Followed right.
Yeah.
And Deeb over the top just to usher Madani further toward the muck in the event that he
Double suited ace king.
had something that might have left ace-king with an issue.
On TV, never do bad jokes. Okay, sorry
10%
about it. I'll
edge.
never do this again.
To Deeb, given the presence of the spades as we play a $500,000 chip pot. Vrancic.
Now I will 3-bet you every time.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Wow.
See, buddy.
GG.
That is a devastating development there. Dare I call it unjust? Granted, we noted the 10% equity advantage. We just don't usually expect it to come to fruition in spots such as that.
When you have a hand, you take them on because of your cap.
Just like
You know-
that. Deeb is just as healthy as he was when we started the day.
Yeah, Zoltan
It's good for the people.
gets showered.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back at the feature, chip leader has opened with ace-3. By the way, gentlemen in the background there, I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that. Picking an interesting place to find a catnap. Jacks could make things interesting here. Not, however, compulsory, especially on road to the money bubble, to inflate things out of position.
I agree. It's nice to be under rep too. Like, you can just know oh, well, not now, but just comfortably get in a check call a couple streets and know you're probably going to have the best hand. But
On an ace-king 7 board, however, we recognize the issues afoot.
Still probably need to peel one off. Having the jack of diamonds is really nice. Plus, there is some attachment, I guess, when you kind of slow play a bigger hand than you're supposed to. I feel like most people, including myself, we want to see one more street with it. Just prove it to me.
Yeah, in case it's a one and done sort of effort. Olchansky, though, has been in line for the most part, so we'll see what comes on the heels of 20 a man. Just because Olchansky's got this ace doesn't mean that he's going to be in the mood, pardon me, for another barrel. Predictable second check out of the jacks. A check back this time. Oh!
Oh, my.
And Jacob, dressed in spades, knocks on the door. Where do these cards come from? I mean, I'm not suggesting that all of a sudden this is going to be some seismic pot, but perhaps these are the moments that positively reinforce the peel.
That is true. And I like the check back from Olchansky on the turn as well. Just pot controlling, and it's probably, well, Fast is going for the check raise here, it looks like.
Might that have something to do with the sizing, though, from Olchansky? If all of a sudden he comes with full pot, maybe check raise isn't what's on our mind here. Some queen 10 could be afoot. I don't think pocket aces, pocket kings are what he anticipates.
No, not those. But yeah, queen 10 is scary, but this
25K is not.
25K makes his life a lot easier.
Take a picture of those chips, because you're not going to be seeing them after this action.
Now it's just how much does he want?
$125.
3 days, 125. It's all showdown.
He gets paid.
Ace king.
I'm a little surprised by this.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call away with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Niste. Looking that way on a king 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9. A whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these 10s are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Niste.
Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
Can I ask you something? You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, you know, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah. And we're going to have a fight on our hands here as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
Fourth or fifth time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsado?
What did I say?
Stetsado. I'm like, is that the love child of?
Yes, exactly. That's precisely what happened. Is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but you know, it's still queens. And I imagine we're gonna 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. But
so 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
If they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5 bet behind his 3 bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king suited in particular flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsura put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. Yeah. I don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands? Yes, it is.
Great.
My goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And Sposato before him. And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsura's choice to 5-bet here.
No, of course not. Of course not.
I look, there's TV table. 30 minutes. .
cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral,
Yeah.
Johan Bear.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
Yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Rani Lani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know.
Yeah.
Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your
yeah.
backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips.
All right, my good people, and welcome back to the final table of the mini main event here in King's Resort in Rozvadov. My name is Alan Finn, and I'm covering for Dan. And here we have the final 9. We've got Simon Fiala, Julien Combier, Patrick Fashen. I have to check that one out. Kawasaki, Lucky Luke, B. Dark, Dennis Dunde, King of Kings, and Mr. Patrick Yaros, who is our short stack. Simon Fiale, massive chip leader at the moment, lads, 90 big blinds, but still loads of playability in this right now. I hope you're all as excited as I am to get this coverage underway. Could be a long night, to say the least, guys. They are playing for 100k up top. Let's not forget that. Top 5 finishers as well get a 10k ticket to the WSOP main event that will be taking place in October. So a lot to play for, lads. A lot of pocket change, and obviously the extra incentive, excuse me, for the ticket as well in the top 5. Just bear with me a moment, guys. I'll be back with the coverage. Just need 1 or 2 more minutes. All right, we're back. We're back. I'm out there inhaling my dinner. Just need an extra minute or two, but we are back. Hope you all enjoyed the coverage so far. As I briefly said in the introduction, final 9. First time we have an all-in from King of Kings. Doesn't manage to get through though. Does anyone have any picks for this final table? Anyone supporting a certain individual? I know Patrick Yaros is a well-renowned player here at Kings. Very good player. Can play anything in between by the looks of it. Man knows no bounds. Short stack at the moment. Still a lot of playability. This is a player I haven't seen before, Patrick Fashen. Again, I could be saying that very inaccurately. We have Simon then. Massive chip leader with 89 big blinds. Could be a long night ahead of us, my good people. So be it. Blinds are still 250, 500k, with a big blind ante of 500k also. I imagine they'll be going up relatively soon. Next blind level, I believe, is 300, 600. Got Dennis in here now, coming in for a raise. Queen Jack offsuit. Defended by King of Kings. Sorry, folded. Excuse me. I thought he called. Dennis takes down that pot. Patrick here now. Most certainly going to come in for a raise. King of Kings here now with the pocket 8 in the small blind. Probably just going to be 3-bet jamming. Which is exactly what happens. Kawasaki picking up the ace queen off. I would assume this is going to be a rejam here. Obviously, he has to worry about Patrick behind, but still think it's a pretty standard spot to rejam in this situation. Or maybe he can just cold call. It's probably fine as well. Patrick's probably going to be inelastic here. He's just either going to call or just fold. He does elect to do so. And we have our first all in, lads. First all in of the FT. Bear in mind there is close to a 2k pay jump, something along those lines. Jack 10-4, two-tone. 8s are still ahead, marginally. More outs for Kawasaki. Even more outs, but 2 of them are dead, obviously, with pocket 8s. Feels like a situation, there's too many outs, lads, eh? Spoke too soon. Double up for Mr. King of Kings, holding true to his name. He was definitely the king in that all-in. He gets a double up. A more or less similar stack now to Mr. Kawasaki. But I think the hand is completely standard from both players. Can't win all the flips, lads. Can't win all those flips. But goddammit, you can try. Patrick picking up the jacks. King of Kings here. That's such a name, eh? What a name to have in this resort, eh? Folds the ace 2 suited. Simon not going to be folding 7-6 suited, that's for sure. Would like to call. And we should be going to a flop. Not the nicest flop for either player. Obviously a good board for Patrick's range. Electing to go for a small bet here, something around 1.2. Just get the immediate fold from Simon. We move on to the next one. I say it's all Patrick, but he does decide to get rid of the King 7 suited. King of Kings, on the other hand, might be tempted to raise here, but decides not to. Kawasaki is definitely going to be opening here. For sure. It's Simon picking up the jacks this time. He's around 6.5 million, I guess. Maybe more. 3.5, excuse me. 3.5 or close to it. And pink chips are 500k, not a milli. It's probably going to be defend here from Kawasaki. Or maybe not. Decides not to. Patrick here now, sub 10 big blinds with ace 10 off. Does elect to run it. See if anyone picks up anything behind, or is he just going to get it through? Probably prefer to just get it through. Certainly looking that way. He does get it through. Happy days. This guy seems to just be involved in everything. I've seen coverages and done coverages of Patrick in like PLO, cash games and tournaments and basically anything in between. He's a very, very good player. If he somehow gets a double up, I would hand pick him as my favourite, put it that way. But Simon in first place there, 93 big blinds, a huge, huge chip lead at the moment. Very, very deep stacked. in this situation as of right now. It only takes one hand, lads, to screw that up. I think a lot of, if not everyone, I should say, is going to be trying to bank on that 10k ticket. It's a massive incentive not to, we'll say, spew or make blunders pre-flop or even post-flop, obviously, with that ticket. And obviously there's pay jumps to take into account as well, so, you know, all these little decisions will make a big impact on the grand scheme of things. Definitely everyone on this FT will want to lock up that ticket before anything else. It's not like they won't play for the win, but as I said, people with 20, 30 big blinds definitely don't want to lose any of that stack if possible before the ticket. Flop checks through here. Patrick leading on this turn card here after the flop check through. Kawasaki just decides to let it go. Patrick winning back-to-back pots there. Fantastic for him. Mr. Lucky Luke coming in for a raise with the Snowmen. Folded around to Dennis in the big blind, who is going to be folding, which I'm surprised. Should be a defend. And so the hands play relatively well versus an under the gun range. A little bit too tight for my liking. King of Kings, Queen 10 suited, elects to fold. You see the blind's gone up as well, lads. 300, 600 with a big blind ante of 600k as well. The price of poker has gone up. PE Couvent, but the fold was good though. Maybe. Maybe it was. I do get the all in here from B-Dark with the ace-8 off. Does get it through. Happy days for B-Dark. Simon here now coming in for a raise. Pushing the big stack. 10-9 offsuit. Getting the likes of Queen Jack to fold, which is fantastic. Patrick deciding to defend with the sixes. Flop ace 5-2 monotone. Simon having the 10 of hearts here. Comes out for a big blind bet here. Patrick just decides to get out of the way. Seems okay, I think. See Patrick there with two cushions underneath. Man likes his comfort. Kawasaki waking up the King Kongers. See how this one unfolds. See, can he get some action? Not a whole lot going on here. As the big blind picks up something, yeah, that's enough to defend. First a min raise. As we go to a flop, it's just going to be a bet fold spot. Not a lot going on for Mr. King of Kings. Interesting check back by Kawasaki. Very quick check back as well, by the way. King of Kings checks again. Kawasaki coming out for today's c-bet. 1.7 big blinds. King of Kings decides to call one. See what happens on the river. Pretty easy value bet here for Kawasaki, I would assume. Just whether sizing is important here. He is reaching. Pretty chunky bet. Close to pot. I would assume this is a pretty standard fold. Don't know what you guys think. King of Kings, spidey sense is somewhat tingling. Cheers Apocalypse for the old title update, my G. But yeah. It's an interesting one because the check back a jack on the flop. Blocking pocket sixes here is relevant. But man, if I had king six here, I wouldn't feel great about it. Usually if I don't feel great about a spot, lads, I tend to lean on the more passive side / fold happy side. It's under the gun versus big blind as well, so button versus big blind, I'd consider it a little bit more often if I was going to. I think big blind versus under the gun here, I'm less inclined to find a hero call here, personally. But we've seen some things on this coverage so far, lads, that we didn't think was possible. So never doubt that happening. Definitely thinking about it. Oh, and he finds the call, lads. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, lads, about that one. Anas is saying the hand is a good bluff catcher, not blocking the draws. Always good to get the clickbait viewers in, facts. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that, lads, in them positions. I know he checked back the flop and stuff like that, but I think like if he had draws, if he had draws, he'd be way more inclined to bet them far more often on the flop. I mean, I think the sizing that he used on the river was very, very polarizing to like a check back Jack X or pocket sixes. And given that King of Kings had that 6x blocker, you could argue that it's good because of that. But yeah, maybe we're just trying to find excuses for a decision that really shouldn't have happened majority of the time. But hey, it is what it is. I've made some horrendous calls and I've made some horrendous bluffs in my career. And it's just part of the process. If it was the other way around where he actually had an unbelievable call and it was like, oh, that's amazing, that's an unbelievable call, etc. And then the times where he does call and he's wrong, it looks bad. Yeah, it was a very quick check on the flop, to be fair, Space. Which you know, checking back kings there in that situation on the flop is definitely going to be a play sometimes. You know. Well, one good thing to pick up kings after making a questionable call, lads, or should I say aces. He's obviously just going to try that jam here. Or squeeze jam, whatever way you want to phrase it. He does ship it in for the remaining 8 big blinds. I mean, Patrick's going to get all the way. Julian, on the other hand, I mean, obviously Julian has to act before Patrick, to be fair, so bit of a tough one here for Julian. He has to be somewhat worried about Patrick flattened behind, hoping maybe King of Kings might squeeze a little bit lighter, but he does elect to just run it, which is fair enough, I think. Going to get the bad news. And Julian not in great shape, lads. But he has some percentage of the time he is going to win. Is it going to be this time? Let's find out. He's basically dead on the flop. Tough times. Tough times. Now, to be fair, that check back on the flop earned him a bunch more money, that's for sure. As if he c-bets the flop, hand is over, and that's it. But yeah, King of Kings. Not winning with kings this time, but aces. Man gets the double up that he needed. It's on 17 or 18 big blinds now, I believe. Right back in it. Right back in it. You could take off your jacket, bro, since I saw a guy wearing just a t-shirt. I think there's a command for jackets. Yeah, if he folded the hand last time, now he's 8.5. I know, Anas. Hindsight is great, isn't it? Jeez, we've aces again. There you go, Apocalypse. The cold does not bother them, anyways. It does bother them. But yeah, just going to be a raise fold here from Julian. Be the end of this hand, lads. Not going to get any action with the aces, unfortunately. Goes, get out of the way. Yeah, what's it like where you were now, Apocalypse? Just out of curiosity, mate, because I imagine it's pretty goddamn cold up that end. Not a fan of this 3-bet with 12 big blinds. Looks super strong. Yeah, I wasn't sure what he had exactly as well on us in terms of stack size. But yeah, it's very committing. Not much wiggle room after that. Although in saying that, he made it 3.6. No, that wasn't 12, it was 6. The blinds are going up to 300, 600 on us. So he made it like 6 big blinds. With 2 feet of snow on Saturday night, been around -10 at night. Shit. It's not great. Been like -2, -3 here some nights, man. But yeah, a lot of, not 2 feet of snow, no fucking way. Sorry, no, no way. Excuse my language, lads. very common for an Irish person to say the F word way more than they should. And we got kings this hand, lads. So we've had aces, aces, and now kings again. But yeah, just bad frost we've had here mostly, Apocalypse, to be honest with you. Fairly bad flashed. Yeah, 3 premiums in a row, right? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Speak for your effing self is right. Need to bite my tongue sometimes, man, I forget. Use feet on the European final table, it makes some of us uncomfortable, I know, man, I know. It's very common in the UK and Ireland. We got 14 inches of snow. Yeah, man. It's not great. Seems to be fairly shitty around Europe for snow or just cold weather the last couple of days. Tis the season and all that, you know. King of Kings. Contemplating life. Is that a call? Looks to be. Oh, he 3-bets. Interesting. Well, he's going to get some bad news, lads. That much I knew. Simon just going to get out of the way. Julian going to be getting out of the way as well. We're going to get the infamous 2 words in poker, lads. All in. Unless Julian does something he might regret. Very unlikely though. Oh, he does 4-bet. Oh, Jesus. Well, this FT hasn't got off to a great start for Mr. Julien Combier. I'm saying that correctly. Probably not. And Patrick does obviously run it. And Julien with his hand caught in the cookie jar. Comb your hair. you could be right, actually, Apocalypse, to be fair. If someone told me that I was mispronouncing a name or something like that, and they just broke it down the way you did there, Apocalypse, it would make my life so much easier. As long as it's the correct pronunciation and not just taking the piss out of me. Because it's very easy to do, take the piss out of me before you actually help me. You know what I mean? But yeah, Julian, not off to a great start, that's for sure. I mean, it's not a lot he could have done with the ace-queen hand. Obviously, Jack-10. There's 3 hands back-to-back, isn't it? Or like back-to-back-to-back that he's been involved in. As I said, the ace-queen I think is fine against the aces. The Jack-10 was obviously whatever. Having to raise fold and then deciding to get a little bit out of line with the king-jack off and unfortunately getting punished for it. Our timing was a little bit inaccurate. I'm probably not a big fan, though, of what he... I mean, it's hard to say if it's right or wrong, but I think cold 4-betting against somebody that's 3-betting off 15 big blinds, I'm not sure if that's really a spot that you want to be doing it, but man, I would never discredit someone for going for a spot that most people probably wouldn't. You know, you got to have these moves in poker, and a lot of people actually aren't capable of doing it. Not saying majority, but actually majority actually aren't probably capable of doing it. A lot of poker players are risk avert, in my opinion, or underestimate how aggressive you need to be in some situation that justify it, and being willing to just do it and not be results orientated. So I respect players that are actually willing to do what Julian did, even though the timing was a little bit inaccurate, to say the least. But he's still well in it. Still well in it. Simon coming in for the Reiski. Takes it down. Yeah, Chronics on YouTube, I agree, man. As I said, I've no problem with the situation. Just timing was unfortunate, which is going to happen, obviously, in poker, lads. Even though you make the right play, timing, you're just going to run into a nutted range. Agreed, Anas. Agreed. This is the thing, as I said. Like, it's just like when you make that play and you run into a premium, it looks terrible. You know what I mean? But it's a very, very strong play to make it. And the raise first in, Patrick, is obviously going to be open relatively wide as well. As I said, the only thing that I probably wasn't the biggest fan of is making that play against the 15 big blind stack that was left after King of Kings 3-bet. That's the only thing I wasn't too keen on in that situation. Because I don't expect King of Kings to be 3-betting too light off, I don't know, was it like 20 big blinds effective? And then like when he made the 3-bet, it was like 5.5 big blinds. So he had like 15 left facing the cold 4. So that's the only thing I wasn't a big fan of. Very important if you're making that play that you have good awareness on what you think King of Kings is going to be 3-betting in that situation, you know. I think majority of the time it's not going to be as light as it maybe should be. That's the only thing I'd be concerned over. As I said, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Now we have Julian all in. I assume this time it's going to be taken down. And it's going to fold against the 4-bet, I think. Probably has to, in fairness. He's definitely being put through the ringer, Mr. Julian. Just take that one down. Like, he still has 30 big blinds, lads. He still has loads of play. So here we have the updated chip counts, my good people. Simon still leading the way. Patrick and Julian in second and third. Or should I say Julian? Maybe it's Julian. Kawasaki and Lucky Luke, 4th and 5th. Haven't saw much of Mr. Lucky Luke as of right now. Dennis and King of Kings in 6th and 7th. And B Dark and Patrick Yaros in 8th and 9th, respectfully. Still no elimination as of yet, lads. Top 5 players will get the 10k ticket to the main event. The WSOPE main event in October. As I said many times already, everyone on this table want to get that ticket at least. But obviously that cannot happen, as top 5 can only get it. Simon at it again, pushing around the chips, as he should do. Getting it through. Must feel great opening queen 3 suited and just taking on the pot, eh? Must be nice. Simon now with a lot better hand than he had previously. Ace jack off, coming in for another rise. Get a pretty quick all in from Yaros. Ooh, and Lucky Luke waking up with the King Kongers. He's going to go raise by Mr. Lucky Luke, and we're probably just going to go Kings versus 7s. Where Lucky Luke will be a pretty big favourite. It was just cold call, but I assume Simon is just going to get out of the way here. Which he does. I mean, the cold call from Lackey is obviously very, very strong. He's a character, Patrick. An absolute character. Here we go, lads. His heart's dominated. Not in great shape, Mr. Yaros. A 7 and a 7 only, or we'll be eliminating Mr. Patrick Yaros from Czech Republic. And that is it for him. GG, sir. Gets himself a nice little 9k win. Or should I say it's a little bit more or a little bit less. I think it was like 6.5. We have our first elimination, lads, of the FT. Yes, I think you got like 6.5k, if I'm not mistaken. Next elimination will get close to 9k, 8.9k. 100k up top, lads, let's not forget that. Plus top 5 get the WSOPE ticket for the main event that's happening in October. Still another good few months away, lads. Kings give away so many tickets from now until then. I think most big event series, they usually accommodate X amount of tickets for usually top 5, depending on the event. Majority of coverages that I've done for these events, they've always given away a good few tickets up top, which is a great extra incentive. Like, I mean, if you finish 5th, for example, you get 21k plus 10.3k for the ticket. So it's like a 30k score. And let's not forget, lads, this was a €250 buy-in. WSOPC circuit event. Really nice. B-Dark shoving here. Just gets it through. Mockingbird W2. I don't understand anything in poker. How much do they have to pay to play at this table? So there was 3,200 players in the tournament, Mockingbird. Each one of them paid €250. And obviously players get eliminated over X amount of time. And these are the 8 players remaining out of 3,194 players. That's basically how tournaments work, man. A lot of the time, you won't get to this point, but if you do, it's a pretty nice payday to say the least, or at least have a strong possibility of it being a nice payday. But that's more or less how it works, mate. You pay X amount, everyone starts with the same amount of chips, you accumulate chips over 2 to 3 days of playing for X amount of hours, and hopefully you can be that person that's on the FT like these 8 players are. But it's a grind, my man. Yeah, payouts are much higher than the buy-in. That is why I'm confused. Yeah, as I said, there's 3,200 people paid €250, man. So the total prize pool was 670k. Well, 671k, you could say. I assume there was a guarantee on top of this. I just don't know how much the guarantee was, but I assume they smashed it. Yeah, exactly, Apocalypse. That's a good thing to mention as well. Very good thing to mention as well. I'm not sure when the bubble was, man, for the amount of players. I have no idea about that, because we've only done coverage. Well, I've only done commentary for today. It was a 500k. Nice one, Yari. Thank you. But yeah, it's not easy to get to this point, lads. If I was to describe tournament poker in a nutshell, it's like a minefield. So many of them mines, so to speak, that you need to avoid to get to this point. And sometimes you can't avoid them. Sometimes you just have to accept your fate that this is not your tournament to win or run deep in. I don't know, was there rebuys or was this a freeze out? Maybe Apocalypse might know better than I do there now. I'm assuming this was a freeze out. That's nice that you just make day 2 and you're in the money. Although at the same time, it's not easy to make day 2. Oh, it's unlimited. Very, very nice. But yeah, it's been a long day for some of these guys. As I said, I'm not sure how many hours in total you want to be a mod, Yari. Only main from the 10.3k buy-ins is a freeze out. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I wasn't sure, bro. I appreciate the information. Might not be a bad shot, Apocalypse, eh? Anyways. The Kawasaki opening the ace-3 off here. Getting defended by Senor Julian. Defends with the King-Jack with the Jack of Hearts. Very standard. Just turned the king on the turn here, which is fantastic for Julian because it's a very good card for Kawasaki to stay barreling. A pretty quick call by Julian. Kawasaki has to be conscious of that, how quickly he called here. It just gets better for Julian. Yeah, just goes check, check. I reckon if a heart came on the river, Kawasaki might have been getting a little bit out of line there, so he might be happy that that didn't happen. Stephen Thierry on YouTube. So fate could be predetermined. Are these the deserved chaps predetermined by fate? Only fate knows, mate, I guess, eh? There's obviously, lads, there's a lot of luck in poker. And the skill element balances out over time. Obviously, you can go on a lot of losing streaks, which does happen, which again is inevitable. But you can also go on huge winning streaks, which again is inevitable. But to answer your question, Stevena, hard to say. Hard to say. What I do know is everyone that's on this final table is a pretty solid player. Must be great feeling lying on 80 big blinds with 200 euro-ish buy-in, feeling being close to 100k and an entry with a big buy. Yeah, it's pretty sick, man. Pretty sick, to be fair. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but obviously you're in a very, very healthy position for it to make it a possibility. If we make our own fate, then doesn't that mean our fate was to make our own fate? Man, I haven't the brain power to process what you just wrote, Apocalypse, but I guess the answer would be yes. Possibly. Does the ticket mean you don't have to pay the buy-in, or you just a chance to get at that table? Are you talking about the top 5 that get the ticket, Mockingbirds, or what do you mean exactly? I assume that's what you mean. If you do win the ticket, you do get the buy-in to the main event, which is 10.3k. So top 5 finishers get that ticket on this final table. I hope that's what you meant. And if not, I'll happily try and answer your question. If I misunderstood the original question itself, I do not mind. Feel free to ask any questions, lads, as well. As I said, this is not going to be over anytime soon. So yeah, more conversation I make with you guys, the quicker my night goes. We're just over 5 hours into the coverage. Started at 2:30 Central European time. We're now looking at 7:45 p.m. Well, 6:45 here in Ireland. We have Lucky Luke here, coming in for a rescue with the ace-9 suited. King of Kings. It's funny, he's picked up aces, he's picked up queens so far. Go figure that he hasn't picked up kings, eh? That would be a match made in heaven. He does ship it. He does ship it. Wonder is Lackey going to consider calling this here? He did make a call earlier on with ace-7 suited. I don't know if you guys remember that hand where he ended up splitting it against ace-10. So he does have it in him to make some calls that might be close. But again, this is going to be very dependent on what Lucky Luke perceives King of Kings to be potentially doing this with, excuse me. But he does elect to fold. King of Kings shows the mamacitas. Fingers crossed, lads, he gets kings once. And it's an all-in. That would make great content. Predetermined. Yeah, I agree, no pair, no draw. What a life, Apocalypse, eh? What a life, bro. I know the guy, that's the French dude you're on about as well, I believe. Dorian Melhers. I think, I don't know, was it you or Johan? Johan and I were discussing that very briefly. I don't know, were you in the chat at the time, bro? But yeah, what a life, eh? Pretty goddamn difficult to bing 6 tickets. Not only that, cash the main as well. But if it is that French dude you're on about, Apocalypse, I'm actually not surprised that happened. Not surprised at all. But it is pretty insane, yeah. My friends on Facebook, and I had added him because chat was debating how many he had. Yeah. Need to know the exact figures, eh? Mandatory. You're like myself, man. There's no like guesstimates. It has to be A or B. No in between. It has to be black or white. The King of Kings there, scooping another one. I kind of have a feeling that Kawasaki is going to be top 3. I'm putting it out there now. Kawasaki in the top 3. Who else would I pick for the top 3? So if I say Kawasaki, I reckon Lucky Luke is going to be in the top 3 as well. And probably either Patrick, not Patrick Garros, the other Patrick, I think he's Austrian. Either him or Simon is going to be the top 3. I'm calling it now. So you have Kawasaki, who's a little bit short right now, but I have belief. Lucky Luke, and either Patrick or Simon. I think it makes sense to call Simon because he's a chip leader, but yeah. Just putting it out there now, lads. Savannah on YouTube. This is quite true. They're all solid players, but the cards will always do the talking, and they always have the last word. That is very, very true. Very, very true, mate. I like that. I like that a lot. It's actually very accurate. There's only so much you can do with the things you can control, you know? No point worrying about the things you can't control. Get the money in good, or slight favourite, and just, it is what it is after that. Yeah, that's probably it's very, very true, Apocalypse, that you know, there's always exceptions to the rules, you know. And I reckon when you're talking about Martin Cabral, probably always going to get the last word in regardless of the cards. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more, mate. But yeah, we still have 8 players remaining, lads. Still the magic 8 ball. Cabral is such an annoying figure. Great for TV though. Or maybe not. I'm not too sure. I think so. Always some debate when he's involved in a hand or in a high stakes tournament. Probably wouldn't see him playing this now. But he does play a lot of the WSOPE events when it is going down at King's towards the end of the year. He did play a good bunch of them. I think he won one last year, actually, thinking about it now. He won one in the last WSOPE. I forget which event. It was like the Diamond High Roller or something like that. Like a 50k buy-in or something. Yeah, he definitely has his own perception, P. Kuvan. But to be fair, in his defense, right, there isn't many people like that. You know, when I mean, I'm not a dinosaur by any means, lads. I'm 31 years of age, although I have been playing poker for quite some time. But like I remember watching like the Party Poker Premier League where you had, I don't know, Luke Schwartz. I'm not sure if you guys know him, but he was a guy from the UK. And he had Tony G, and you know, these very, very vocal players. Like even Phil Hellmuth, even though he's in a league of his own for his own, kind of moaning. But there was a lot of vocal guys on them TV shows, and maybe that was done for that reason because of content and whatnot. But when you look at like the high stakes world now, when you're talking about the Tritons and you know just bigger buy-ins, there really isn't that many, you know, outspoken players, if you know what I mean. So stuff like Cabral and you know people like that, there isn't that many of that kind of personality type anymore. Of course, you'll get them in the smaller games where you know you're going to come across a lot more of them individuals, like. But you know, the bigger buy-ins or the high stakes ones or the very high stakes definitely don't have many, if any, of them anymore. Question on YouTube there. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is there a static how the poker community grows since the last year's greeting from the Philippines? How would I answer that question now if I have to answer it? I'm not quite sure. Is there a static how the poker community grows since the last years? I actually don't know how to answer that question, man. We do have Kawasaki all in here. I will try and get back to it. Well, I mean, we have the all in, excuse me. And Ace King is still an underdog here. I missed this all in, by the way, lads. I apologise. Oh, the King on the river. We are going to lose Kawasaki. And that was my top 3 already. GG, unfortunately. Lucky Luke doing Lucky Luke things. Lucky Luke is running good, my good people. Running good when he needs to run good. And there were 7, lads. Then there were 7. Top 5 with a 10 big blind stack is the dream. I reckon if anyone just makes it into the top 5 here, P. Kuvan is just going to be the main objective. It's going to get that little bit tighter here now. Jesus, I remember I did a coverage of the ticket bubble a couple of months back when I was covering for Dan as well. And it must have been a 3-hour ticket bubble for the main event ticket. It was definitely it was definitely 2 hours plus. It just would not burst. But understandably so. It went on for so long. But as I said, it's like, if I was in that position as well, I'd make sure to try and cash. Especially after playing for 3 long, grueling days, or at least 2. I think Johan said earlier that there was like 7 day ones, like day 1, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, etc. And then obviously a very long day playing day 2, and then, you know, I think they're probably playing 5 or 6 hours already today. So, you know, if you made it this far, again, it's obviously impossible for everyone to make the ticket. But my God, you got to try and do it. Blinds are up as well from what I've noticed. 400, 800k, 800 big blind ante. Poker is hard. I mean, if it was easy, I suppose everyone would be doing it. Discipline and patience is not easy to handle when you're 3-4 days in a row for 6 or 7 hours. I know, man. No, because I play poker full time myself, PE. And there's definitely some days I wake up and I'm just very, very motivated to play. And in other days, I know I have to play, but don't feel so motivated, man. You know what I mean? And like that, usually when I play online, most days that I do play, again, cash games, what I play online, 500 NL and 1k. Yeah. Some days are just like quite bad, and you kind of have to just show up and try and do the best you can after a bad session or a bad week, bad month. Definitely not for the faint-hearted, that's for sure. But at the same time, very, very grateful that I am able to do it. As of right now, anyways. But you really got to love it. We do have Julian blasting into Patrick here. It's obviously nice when he got trips. 0 equity hand from Julian. The Sometimes I think when I see lads blasting off here, it's like, I just think to myself, it's okay to give up. Gotcha. By the way, you give Garaf Ganger vibes, yeah. He's a cool dude as well, man. He's a cool dude. Great entertainer as well for Twitch. Thanks for being with us, dude. Absolute pleasure, my man. As I said, it's not normally me in the booth, bro. I'm not sure if you're aware of Dan, Action Man Dan. It's usually him that does the coverage, but he's on a hiatus at the moment. And he does end up raising here, man. I'm not the biggest fan of this. Thought you knew nothing about poker. I don't. I'm completely winging it, Apocalypse. Completely, mate. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this raise here because if Julian is bluffing, just let him bluff. Yeah, he's going to have some equity draws, like straight draws, flush draws. Oh my God, what just happened here, lads? Julian just reshipped. Oh no, what is this blow up? Julian, man. Lads, what are we after seeing? What are we after seeing? This is something that I did not expect to see, but here we are. Here we are talking about it, lads. What a blow-up moment from Julian. What a blow-up moment. I reckon Patrick can't believe his eyes in that situation. Like, it's not like he was happy to face a 3-bet jam there on the turn. Yeah, not a fan of it either, Space, I'll be honest with you. Tough times. Told you, bro. You should take away your jacket to think more clear. Yeah, man. Hindsight is great, though. Oh, that was a blow up, lads. That was a blow up. So here we have the new chip counts. A lot of short stacks as well, lads. Bear in mind that there is a ticket bubble for the next elimination, so we are on that right now. And there is sub 10 big blinds stacks with Dennis and B Dark. Patrick and Simon, you know, not runaway chip leaders at the moment, but definitely head honchos. And you have Lackey Luke and King of Kings in third and fourth. Michelle Sen says, how bad can you be so much queen signals? Oh my, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that turn raise was, as we like to say in the dating world, a lot of red flags, to say the least. My goodness. A lot of chat going off here on YouTube, so let me catch up. Lads are asking what was the intention. Next level chip dumping. Worst play ever seen. Yeah, not that solid. Yeah, I mean, look, lads, people are going to do things. As I said, if he did that and somehow Patrick had some semi-bluff or some hand that was out of line, but man, seriously, at the same time, that was pure, how can I put it now? What could I compare that to that what I might have saw before? That would have been pure Victor Blom stuff now, 10 years ago. Victor Blom, who was Isildur 1. It was just a maniac. Who nowadays probably doesn't do what he used to do before, but definitely in his earlier days, Victor Blom was capable of doing something like that. But yeah, doesn't look great when you just get called like that and basically zero equity. Yeah, Isildur was something else. So all in here from B-Dark for 5.5 big blinds. Patrick might be tempted to call this because, yeah, he's going to have some 8x here, but he never has 6x, let's be real. So I don't think Ace-Jack is performing that badly against what B-Dark might be donking here. In my opinion, anyways. And it's not going to make or break. Well, it might make Patrick, but it's not going to kill him in terms of a stack size. Calling it off here. And as I said, worst case scenario here, Patrick might, or sorry, B-Dark might have some 8x. But even against that, it might not be the worst thing because we have 2 overs, backdoor flush draw. And if you're against something like this, what B-Dark has, which, I do think a lot of the time it is going to be something like this, maybe like some 9-10. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the folds, but it's definitely worth considering. It's definitely worth considering. Again, lads, I know we can see the cards, and it's like, oh, it's easy to say that when you see the cards, but, he's never donked jamming a 6 there, realistically, He's never donked jamming a 6, so worst case scenario, it's an 8. And then a lot of the time, it's just going to be like some semi-bluff, like with 7-9, maybe 9-10, flush draws, maybe some like 6, or not 6-4, but like what, 7-5, which is another open-ender. So I'm not saying it's like a snap call by any means, but I do think it's definitely worth considering. Definitely worth considering. But the other thing as well, yeah, okay, you can burst the ticket bubble and whatnot, but at the same time, you probably don't want to be doubling up the short stacks as well. That's another thing to take into account. You see Simon here. Looks like excuse me, is that a call? No, a 3-bet, I was thinking. A very, very small 3-bet. Obviously, B-Dark is just going to be ripping it here. It's a very, very small 3-bet. I mean, I'm not saying he has to go way bigger than this, like just the normal sizing that we've been seeing in terms of 3-betting on this feature table, finer table, etc. Has always been between 5.5 big blinds. I'm talking about in position, obviously. But yeah, B-Dark does decide to run it, which I think is completely understandable. Lucky Luke obviously going to get out of the way. Yeah, Simon can't even call this with ace-3 off. He's not getting anywhere near the correct price. That's just a terrible hand anyways. walk there for Mr. Lackey Luke. Jack 7 suited here for Lackey Luke. Limping a check back from Patrick. Top pair for Lackey. Coming out for a bet. There's going to be a fold from Patrick, one would imagine. Which is exactly what happens. Simon coming in for a raise with the fours. Probably going to be a fold here. Could be wrong. Yeah, seems like the right play. Telling you lads, it could be a long night for this bubble. Could be a long one. Lackey Lou picking up kings again, lads. Things you love to see for this individual anyways. Battery getting out of the way on the button. King of Kings against the Pocket Kings. Gets out of the way. And there is Simon feeling spicy here with the ace-6. He's got a look on his face that he might find a little 3-bet here. He just elects to call, which is fine, obviously. Flop a little gut shot. Not the nicest board for Kings, by the way. Does go for a c-bet nonetheless. 1.3 million. Is it around half pot, I'd say? A little bit less. Wouldn't be the worst hand to check raise here from Simon if he wanted to get it a little bit on the more aggressive side. Having the ace of clubs is nice. Having the gut shot equity is great as well. I just decided to check call though. You thinking about leading this turn? He does. I can get behind this. It's going to favour Simon's check call range versus Lucky Luke's c-betting range, this 5. He does lead relatively polar on this turn as well, which is quite interesting. Obviously, Lucky Luke is not going anywhere. It was call. Obviously, Simon is not going to be happy with that. We'll see how this unfolds on the river. So, it's not impossible for Lucky Luke to have some 7x here. It's definitely not possible, or not impossible for Lucky Luke to have a flush here as well. So, Simon needs to be careful here. Obviously, he blocks the nut flush. He is reaching. It's a very big bet. The other thing as well is like Lucky Luke isn't capped here by any means. So this is quite a strong line here by Simon to do this. So what I mean by he's not capped here is like he can have 7x here, he can still have like nuts in terms of like 9-7, 7-5 suited is possible. Obviously less combos now with the 7 on board, but he still has flushes here and everything else, so it's a very, very strong line here from Simon. So he's basically saying that he led the turn with like 7x, which I don't think he's going to do. So he's basically repping 5x here in my opinion. Like literally only 5x. But it's extremely polarizing here. 13 million. So it's like 75% pot on the river. Like this is 5x only. Because I don't think he picks this sizing with a flush. If he led some flush draws on the turn, which again wouldn't be impossible. But do flushes want to pick this sizing on the river? Probably not. Or maybe you could argue that they could. I'm not too sure. It's a pretty interesting hand, lads. He does call. He does call. Lucky Luke in the house, boys. Lucky Luke in the house. Simon with... I like the play. Oh, I don't know. What do you guys think of that one? That one was a spicy one. That one was interesting. But yeah, I do stand by what I mentioned about, like, that's literally five or nothing. Because, like, he just doesn't lead any 7x in the turn, lads. Very unlikely. Not for that sizing that he did anyways. Because he donked 3/4 on the turn. Or something like that. Definitely over half pot. I don't know what it was exactly. So, as I said, it's basically a 5 or nothing. We do have Dennis making the all-in here. With the ace-5 suited. Yeah, so Dennis is obviously the one who is the shortest stack. I don't think King of Kings can call this as well due to the ICM of the ticket bubble. Might consider if he was in the big blind, but even then it's pretty close. I think if you bluff, then go all in. Yeah, the only downside I don't like about that, Anas, is just like, I mean, probably if you went all in there, it might have worked way more often. But like, it's just, if you do that and you get it wrong, as I said, the ICM and the ticket bubble and all that shit, man, it's a strong consideration to take into account. But Simon does want to run this against Dennis. Yeah, like that decision on the river to go all in, man, would be horrendous for Lucas, or for Lucky Luke. Really, really bad spot. But yeah, we do have the all in here from Dennis, so big sweat here for Mr. Dennis from Italia. It's an alright flop. Needs to avoid pictures. I mean, he get away with a jack, obviously. No king or queen, though, and he will get the double up. Badly needed, FYI. Clean so far. He does hold. Dennis gets the double up, and Simon loses more of them chips that he doesn't really want to be losing at this point. Again, he's obviously still quite healthy in terms of stack size, but losing another all-in puts him in a bit of a tougher spot. So here you have the updated chip counts, lads. Lucky Luke, head honcho after the move Simon didn't work out. Patrick in second, Simon then in third. B-Dark in fourth, Dennis in fifth, and then King of Kings in sixth. So as I said, we are on the ticket bubble here. So next player eliminated will not get a ticket. So it's a high pressure scenario, excuse me, for all the remaining players, but more so for the shorter stacks. Don't think Lucky Luke cares too much that he has 71 big blinds. I severely doubt he doesn't think he's not going to get a ticket unless something outrageous happens. The rest of the guys, King of Kings. Dennis is probably close enough as well to that. I mean, he still has 15 big blinds after that double up. But yeah, King of Kings is 11 big blinds, who would be the more shorter one. Simon, after losing close to half his stack, I'd say, in the last two hands, which is quite unfortunate for him because I'm pretty sure he was, I think he was chip leader, not by much. And yeah, just two hands later, 50% of the stack, if not 40% plus, has gone down the tubes, unfortunately. He's after missing this flop as well, while Dennis does flop top pair. Was Dennis just going to smooth call here? Or is he ever going to consider raising? They look like raising chips. She does elect to do so. And Simon immediately folds. And just like that, Dennis is now more or less level on chips with Simon. That's what I mean, lads. Poker can swing in many directions very, very swiftly. And you're seeing a prime example of it right now. Lucky Luke here defending the 4-2 suited versus Patrick's raise first in. Does take it down. We do have DPF. There was 60 million in the pot. I thought the same as you. Had 22 million in mind as a proper overbet. Yeah, it would be a pretty sick spot if he ended up doing that in that line. But again, like that, we have the chip counts, lads. So, you know, still maneuverability. But it's definitely next blind increase. They'll definitely feel it a lot more when it goes up to 500, 1 million, and then a 1 million big blind ante. That would leave King of Kings, for example, with 8.5 big blinds and so on, which I believe is going to happen soon-ish. King of Kings getting out of the way there. B-Dark is out of the way as well. Lucky Luke. Not the nicest situation to have Patrick directly to his left, given he has a similar stack size. Can't get two out of line. I say that and he starts opening 7-4 offsuit. Let's take it down though. I'm surprised Patrick folded the 5-3 suited, by the way. I think that's a bit of an overfold in a blind v blind situation. 5-3 suited plus 5-3 off, I completely understand. I don't think we should be folding 5-3 suited there. I get it. I know Lucky Luke is a big stack and you don't want to clash and stuff like that, but still think that's going to be a defend, in my opinion. B-Dark, on the other hand, is the American Airways, or the Pocket Rockets, many a name for the aces nowadays. And the blinds are gone up, lads. I don't know whether they've gone up for next hand, I'm assuming so. Otherwise, B-Dark wouldn't be able to open to 1.6 milli. So it's obviously next hand they're going to be going up. We got a call by Lucky Luke on the button. Do not want to see an ace-high flop, Mr. Lucky Luke. Well, not going to be doing much else there now except just facing the bet and probably folding. He does check. And Lucky Luke does stab here. Looks like a check raise from B-Dark. Obviously Lucky Luke is going to run for the hills after facing this action. Run for the hills he shall. He is out of there. Mr. B-Dark is up to 24 bigs. Don't mind that stab from Lucky Luke at all. If B-Dark has some underpairs like 9s, 10s, jacks, stuff like that, he's going to be forced to check fold on that board, so I don't mind it. Plus Lucky Luke had some backdoors. As I said, I don't mind it at all. We have Lucky coming in for a raise ski again. Yeah, so the blinds are definitely up this hand. Definitely up this hand. Bats are getting out of the way there with the 9-10 suited. Simon on 16 big blinds now, lads. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. He was one of my top 3 as well, FYI. That and Patrick. Does defend, obviously, with Jack 10 suited. Flop a little piece. All players do, technically. Gut shot for Lucky Luke. Pair of jacks for Simon. Simon starts with a check. Start with a check call. Seven of clubs on the turn. Check, check, turn. Check, check, river as well. Simon's going to win that one. Chips up a little bit. Apocalypse just jumping back in. No bubble burst. Good to see. I didn't miss much. I know, mate. I might have jinxed it when I was like, oh yeah, I did one of these bubbles before, and it took hours to get through. As I said, I might have jinxed it. We're still on 6. And the King of Kings is feeling the pinch. I'll tell you that much. 6.3 big blinds. We do get the all in here. King of Kings not in great shape. We could be getting what I wanted here. Apocalypse. Space in the chat. Not after this. Can this be the bubble burst? Is this going to be the moment, lads? Drum roll, please. Big one, lads. There'll be some split opportunities here, in fairness. Obviously, Ace-Queen still a decent favourite to take this, but not guaranteed. Oh, the jack on the turn, lads. Typical bubble stuff. Oh, my God. Typical bubble stuff. Why? Oh, the king on the river, lads. Back to the grind we go. So it is. Someday, lads. Someday it'll happen. I mean, it's inevitable, but still. We're so close. We're so close. So close. Close but no cigar. King of Kings, doing what he does best, being a king. Man gets a much needed double up and some breathing room. And we are still on 6 players remaining. Just had a little read a while ago. No, need you give the eyes a rest sometime. I know, mate. I'm what are we now? Over 6 hours into the stream. Probably at that point where I was like, oh yeah, I could do with a rest now. Nope. Not right now. After they sat down with the Queen high, Queen Jack off. Barely done any reading today anyways, and it's a classic. There you go. It's actually something that I was doing for a good few mornings in a row, Apocalypse. Just reading for 10 or 15 minutes, but I'm trying to learn Portuguese the last couple of weeks. So I'm kind of substituting that reading experience for Duolingo for 10 or 15 minutes every morning. Welcome in, Mr. Bird. How art thou, sir? Hope you recognise this voice. Hopefully you do. I assume you do. But welcome on in, my man. Hope you had a good Christmas. Hope you had a good New Year. Welcome, welcome. I've used Duolingo for a few languages, but never last. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really expecting to be fluent by, I don't know, November next year, November this year, obviously. My plan is, Apocalypse, to use it probably for another, I don't know, 2 months, 2 to 3 months or so. And then maybe take some online class for, you know, speaking more Portuguese, kind of face-to-face with somebody or whatnot. Learn Vamo and you'll know how Brazilian poker players celebrate a win in hand. I'm aware of that one. That much I'm aware of. I'm part of a Brazilian poker staking company, so I'm aware of some of them things. Pedri Donastasia or Donastonia. Oh yeah, Vamo definitely. I've done Italian, Spanish, and the tiniest bit of Korean. Yeah, it's great for just learning a couple of things like that, Apocalypse. But you know, one of the main things, I suppose, when you're trying to learn any language, man, you're probably better off speaking or being around people that are speaking it regularly. Means lost in Estonia. Cheers. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. Another one to add to the vocabulary, eh? But I was joking with some of the lads that they were like, oh yeah, the next time you come to Brazil, you're going to be able to, you know, speak languages or speak, you know, Portuguese. And I was like, lads, if I can order a beer by myself, I'll be happy enough with that. And I genuinely mean that. We'll speak 3 languages fluent anyways, yeah. Man, I swear to God, I said it earlier on, I genuinely mean it. There's some days I can't even speak English, let alone attempt to speak another language altogether. English, Scottish, Gaelic, and Irish Gaelic, yeah. Imagine, man, I grew up in this country. I've lived in this country, Ireland, all my life, and I can't, well, it's not like I can't speak a word of Irish, but I couldn't have a conversation in Irish, put it that way. There's probably a better chance of me having a conversation in Portuguese nowadays than me having a chance speaking Irish. No joke. Sounds pretty backward if you ask me. Cerveja, cerveja, cerveja. That's all I need to know. Beer, beer, beer. And cachaça. Cachaça is another one. Type of spirit. But yeah, I'm planning on going there for 2 months this year, I think. Well, definitely 4 to 6 weeks. And it's easier to find someone to speak Portuguese than Gaelic in Ireland. Fact. Fact. No joke. No joke, man. You're 100% right in that. There probably is, like with most Irish people, there's a community in most places in the world. And if you're talking about Brazilians, there's definitely, in majority of countries, some Brazilian community as well. Definitely in the I don't know, main countries, or Central Europe, just Western Europe, westernized world, or countries itself, excuse me. There's always some community of Brazilians. Raisios is Lithuanian, Russian, English, and Norwegian. That's quite the combination, man. Lithuanian and Russian and English I can get behind. Norwegian is a little bit out of the box in terms of knowing how to speak it. Never heard anyone speak Gaelic. Or if you're Gaelic, though. Was it what do we call that? A typo? A misclick. A misclick. Lived there and learned. Nice. Nice. That's one of the things someone recommended to me, by the way. That if you really want to, integrate yourself into the culture, you really got to live in that country. And there was one guy that I met in Brazil who's originally from Chile. And obviously I think they speak Spanish there. And he's lived in Brazil for a little bit, and also he's living in France right now. And he basically can speak all them languages, like English, Portuguese, Spanish, French. And he's lived in all them countries as well. I'm not sure where he picked up English, but he's a qualified lawyer, so maybe it was just through that sort of work. I'm not too sure. Could this be it? Probably not. King Queen decides to get out of the way, so I think that was the only one that was possible. But yeah, we're still at 6, my good people. We're still at 6. Nope. So tough times, lads. I'm telling you, this ticket bubble is, I don't know, like waiting for a bus at a bus stop. You think it's coming, and then it doesn't. You wait for another moment in time, think it's coming, no, it's not. And then eventually you just start expecting it not to come, and then bam, out of nowhere, bubble has burst. But yeah, it has not happened yet. Someday, lads, as I keep saying. Manifest. I would happily take that right now, Apocalypse. I'd take a 5-way deal after the ticket bubble. That's what I take right now. We do have King of Kings picking up Ace King suited. 50% of his name. He does decide to ship it. Not going to get called. It will happen eventually, lads. It has to. It's inevitable. Just got to have that patience. Just got to play the waiting game. Just got to play that waiting game. All things must come to an end. King of Kings taking that down again. Prefer the books to languages now, to be honest. Too old to learn that stuff. Yeah, I mean, never too late to do something like that, man, but it's definitely easier when you're younger. I'm kind of at the point where if I see a sentence in Portuguese, I might be able to figure out what it means. But like in terms of speaking it and writing it, nah. Very far down that pecking order right now. But, you know, got to start somewhere. Like anything. I think about when I think about my early days of playing poker and to where I am now, it's definitely a 180 experience, put it that way. Reading Jan Eyre at the moment, just finished Diary of a Young Girl, which was tough. I mean, I don't even know if I have to read that Apocalypse to get the gist of the narrative. Get Lucky Luke here defending the Queen tree off. Also, when check on the flop here. Simon decides to bet the turn. Oh yeah, and Frank I'm aware of Apocalypse, in fairness. I mean, don't ask me about specifics, but I know of the individual. Actually, now that you mention it, I've probably heard about that book before. And given that it's about that specific person, kind of for sure understand why it would be quote-unquote tough. You know what I actually started watching there again, Apocalypse, because I bought the game there before Christmas and I played it like a mofo over Christmas. It's the name of the game is Stalker 2, and it's based in like Chernobyl in the exclusion zone, and you have all the multiple different areas of like the 30-kilometer radius and stuff like that, and you're playing the kind of character in that exclusion zone in like an open world game. And it's absolutely fantastic in terms of the detail that they did for each area. It's like a picture image of the exclusion zone. And then I think I started rewatching it again. That HBO, this TV company, they did a mini series on Chernobyl, and the production quality was unbelievable. It's a very, very good series. I don't know if you watched it already, but it's very, very good. Like the way they portrayed the whole experience, man, was like, very, very good. I mean, obviously it was horrendous what happened, but very, very, I don't know, I've been watching a lot of stuff on YouTube about it recently. Like old videos, kind of more recent ones and whatnot, but pretty horrendous when you think about it. And like even to this day, man, it's like still like not 100% solidified. Like they have this huge like metal casing to stop the radiation coming out of it nowadays. I kind of started going down that rabbit hole there recently about that. Yeah, don't read it unless you have 3 boxes of tissues. I don't even know should I be laughing at that. Debatable, eh? Yeah, I watched something about it years ago, but can't really remember much. Yeah, the series was quite good, man. It's only 5 episodes, but they're like an hour long each one. So whatever you call it, a docu series or a mini documentary or something like that. It was very, very fascinating. I watched it before, man, but I didn't really watch it in detail. And since I was playing that game over Christmas, man, I just wanted to kind of rewatch it, and as I said, watching a load of stuff on YouTube and whatnot. It was pretty crazy that the Soviet Union, man, tried to hide it for like the first 2 weeks, man, as if it was like nothing extreme. Like, that was the crazy part. Let's go check here. Lucky Luke does check back the ace-8. Top pair. Patrick does turn a 7 here, but let's go for a check. Ottoman Ukulu, I am also playing Stalker 2 at the moment. Amazing game. I agree, man. Only problem is there's so many goddamn bugs. It's definitely not clean and finished, but the idea behind the game is unbelievable, yeah. As I said, the level of detail that they went into, man. Although they had like previous games on, you know, from like 2012, 2013, 2014, 5+ years ago or so, nearly 10 years ago. But yeah, the revamp they did on this one, man, is very, very good. Very, very good. But yeah, once it's kind of cleaned up and finished and all the patches and stuff like that for the game itself, it's going to be like top quality. But yeah, I didn't really play much over Christmas in terms of poker, but was definitely playing that. Must have played about 60 to 80 hours over Christmas on that game. Or maybe even more, actually. Close to 100 hours. I don't regret any of it. Not 1 second. Very, very good. We have the all-in here from King of Kings, but not going to be getting called by Simon. Mostly what I do in my free time nowadays, lads. Back in my early 20s, you'd never see me inside the house. The last 5 years, I barely leave the goddamn house. No joke. I have no reason to. No reason to leave the goddamn house anymore. Lucky Luke coming in for a raise here. Patrick in the cutoff, debating whether to 3-bet. He does elect to do so. I can't imagine he was ever going to call here. 3-bet though. Possible. Probably not the best time to do it with, but given how wide that Lucky Luke can be opening here, I don't mind this at all. It is going to work, unless Lucky Luke decides to fire back with a 4-bet, which again, I wouldn't put it past him, but B-Dark, man, probably has to fold here. Pretty frustrating. You see the smile out of Lucky Luke there, man. Kind of giving that up, unfortunately. This Patrick guy reminds me of the Irish goalkeeper, Irish international goalkeeper, Shea Given. He looks a little bit like him. Anyways, Lackey Luke in first place, lads. Chip leader at the moment. Patrick and Simon in second and third. And then we have King of Kings in fourth, Dennis in fifth, and B Dark, who is our short stack with 10 big blinds. Ataman said, yeah, I agree. I love the fact that there's no fast travel in the game besides the NPC guys. You have to go hard with the mutants and enemies. Yeah, man, it's a love-hate relationship with that situation for me, because there's times there on the map, man, if you're just exploring and there's some side quest that is literally the other end of the map, and I don't know, the nearest camp is like, I don't know, whatever length of time away. And then if you have a load of gear on you, man, and you have to drop it and shit like that because, you know, stamina just decreases so much. So yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but yeah, I like it. I like it as well. It's an interesting dynamic. We do have an all-in and a call here, boys. This could be it. This could be it, lads. Although Dennis is... We get the 10 high flop for both players. Dennis in very, very good shape here to knock out B Dark. This could be it, lads. Queen on the turn. A king and only a king for B Dark. Oh my god, lads! Oh god. Never ends. So sick, lads. That's twice that's happened. The Ace Jack versus Ace Queen, and now Ace 10 versus King 10. Although Dennis now is on severe, severe life support, with all due respect. He's on severe, severe life support. What a sick river, man. That's like, I don't know, an extra 10k on your fingertips and then just poof, gone. Poker's so cruel, man. So, so cruel. What a nasty river, boys. What a nasty, nasty river. It's always the case. I'm not going to say always, but I would say it seems to happen a little bit more often in a situation like this, whether it's a satellite or, you know, just on the ticket bubble here, for example. The stuff you see, man. And like, this is live. You know, people are like, oh, online is rigged. It always happens online. You've seen it twice happening now, lads, as well. In two all-in spots where the bubble should have been burst in two situations previously. Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. He turned the Jack on an 8-8-4. And now you're seeing the King 10 versus the Ace 10 where he binks the King on the river. Don't bubble me. That's a nice graphic, man. Where's that from? Spraggy. Nice. Nice. I'll let you. King of Kings here, coming in for a raise. Simon. I mean, Simon... No, I'm not sure what to do here, because someone is very, very short behind as well. Dennis. So he's maybe just going to ignore that and still 3-bet here. Actually, King of Kings just limped, excuse me. And Simon is ISOing over that. Okay. mean, Beav Dark is thinking about this simply because of more players are going to eliminate Dennis, but yeah, Dennis is like sub 1 big blind, man. What a sick spot. Yeah, that's exactly it, Anas. I was talking about this earlier on, that like it's the main reason why I actually don't play live, because Lucky Luke just comes over the top, man. This is so sick by Lucky Luke, man, because they know people can't call off. This is unbelievable play by Lucky. He knows, man. He knows that people can't call off here because of the bubble. This is such a sick play, man. Epic, man. Show the Queen 4. Show it. That is such a nice play, lads. They can't do a thing about it. He didn't even show it. I would have shown that. I would have slammed that on the table. But just going back to what you said, Anas, as well, yeah, like that's why I don't like playing live, man, because you know, it's kind of one of those things where you might get like 15 to 20 hands an hour, and 20 being on the more generous side, obviously. If you're playing online, it's probably, I don't know, depending on what format you're playing, you're getting at least 100 hands an hour, you know. So I agree. That's the main reason behind it. People have that skewed perception that, like, for that reason, and not understand that, like, you just play way more hands. So given that you're playing way more hands, stuff like that is going to happen more frequently. But yeah, that was pretty sick by Lackey there. That just shows a bunch of experience, by the way. Now, Patrick can't be folding this again. He folded 3-5 suited in a previous example. He can't let this go this time, in my opinion. He has to at least defend this. Whether he 3-bets it, I'll leave that up to him, but definitely can't fold, that's for sure. He does call. Open ender for Lucky. Open ender to the nuts. Apocalypse, that happened. That happened at the same time as Forrest scored, and I didn't know which way to celebrate. I didn't actually know there was games on tonight, man. I want to check what the score of them is. The 1-0 up, yeah. There's only Wolves and Forest tonight by the looks of it. Cool. So check call by Lucky Luke. Patrick improving to top and bottom. Obviously going to continue barreling here. Bit of a tough spot here for Lucky Luke, but I do think folding is probably going to be the option. Don't really like the idea of check calling this OOP, especially in a double flush draw board where you know your outs might not be clean, potentially. I really hope he doesn't get out of line here. Really hope he doesn't get out of line here. You got the face of a man that might end up doing it, though. He does, he does, he does, he does, he does. I was a little bit, not concerned, but yeah, I thought it was going to go in that direction where we'd be like, oh, probably shouldn't have done that. But it did not happen. Did not happen. TP Dark now with the King 10 off. Dennis picking up the ace queen here. We go 4-way to the flop here, lads. Ace queen marginally ahead at the moment. So you can Dennis hold up here, lads. Yeah, this can get a little bit messy here, lads, due to Dennis's sub one big blind stack. All right, lads, off we go. Not looking great for Mr. Dennis at the moment. King of Kings flopping top pair. 4 on the turn. Let's bring in a good shot now for Patrick. Six on the river. I mean, I imagine King of Kings is probably, well, King of Kings should still bet this river. But that is it, lads. We have burst the bubble. Unlucky for Dennis, lads. Very unfortunate river card to more or less dwindle him down to sub one big blind with that 3-outer on the river. But all players are guaranteed the 10k ticket, lads. And now we start playing for the big bucks. Well, it's not like we weren't playing for small or big money before that, but it's going to get a lot bigger. So as far as I know, guys, we are going to go on a short break, I believe. Something around 15-minute mark, so don't go too far. We will be back. I am going to grab something quick to eat, and then we'll buckle up for the last remaining 5 players. And we'll see who takes home this title of the WSOPC mini-main event here in Kings Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. See you guys then.
Alani's
staying on-
living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check
Goodbye.
that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Eshon. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards going.
I think it was Alani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it
Right.
wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as
Go
Ace
sweat
King
with you a
and
little
2
bit.
kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all
That's boring
Eshon
to TV.
affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
37.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one-outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo,
I saw you
Thomas
continue
Eshon,
to
for
shit
taking it on the chin like
why not,
that.
you know?
Where you had the literal owner of the Lakers.
Right. Right.
You had like a top shelf pro.
Mm.
You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
Must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had 60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, as long as we're in action, we're happy.
Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to
It's-
face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky. for
Open,
Vulesovic.
3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep. There's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep. We're
Yep.
got to ship it in and put him to bed.
And Vulesovic going to be priced in for another 45?
Has to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here, in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3-to-1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. I think if you're the queens, you obviously at this point want to call.
Be a very light 3-bet, huh?
You know, want.
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like Queen Jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9-to-1 favorite, not 3-to-1.
Well, his back
2.5
is up
to 1.
against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68%
Decent, okay.
is Radicki
Acceptable.
to double through Vulesovic.
Four.
Oh, 653 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours was loving this one.
4 of hearts. That was I thinking. I'll take.
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Velocevic lacks a heart in hand, and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Board.
Yeah. I think I had it in
Pairs
my
on the
hand.
end, and Radicki
Eh sì, le filavo.
with the
No,
double.
contro di te perdevo.
Pocket queens, and you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPIPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens,
How fortunate.
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll accept that, because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
the chef, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture.
But I'm
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace-9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually...
No, I don't think there's levels
Okay,
to this. I'm adding levels to something that
well, I love
doesn't really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi?
Stop it.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off.
It's a
well.
K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen, king for a swing?
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see...
Two of spades.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a four-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People
threaten.
say
And
jacks
now a
are
lick of the
hard to
lips in
play,
turn from Sutera.
Let's see.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there
He's
on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't do that. No.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited.
Okay, I think.
Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without glasses. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he...
Alrighty, folks, and welcome back to the final table of your mini main event here for the WSOPC circuit event. My name is Alan Finn. We've been 7 hours into coverage here for this event. 100k up top. Everyone now guaranteed that main event ticket for the WSOPE in October. We're obviously playing down to a winner, lads. As I said, everyone guaranteed a ticket, and 100k up top is what the winner will take home. Everyone guaranteed 21k plus the tournament ticket. Still a lot to fight for. Dennis, unfortunately, was our ticket bubble. It was eliminated just before the break. Very unfortunate hand that happened where he got 3-outered for the all-in when he had ace-10 dominated by king-10 and hit the king on the river, unfortunately. And it left him more or less on life support, and he was eliminated shortly afterwards. That's all I have right now for this. Looking forward to getting this up and running and playing down to a winner to see who takes it home. I did pick Lucky Luke in the top 3, not as the winner. And I also picked Patrick as well. So them two guys are still leading the way quite well. But as I said, still a lot to play for. A lot of things can happen in a short time for him. Let's see how this unfolds. Finally, it happened. King of Kings has got kings. Go figure. It has happened. Finally. Got queens, got aces, now he's got kings. Oh, how nice it must feel. He has to show this hand afterwards as well, by the way. I'm not sure how well people know of his name, King of Kings. Maybe they know him for his actual name. But unfortunately, well, B-Dark probably might be able to defend this in the big blind. We do see the blinds going up as well, lads, to 600 and 1.2 milli. It's a big blind ante of 1.2 million as well. But yeah. Can maybe see B-Dark defending this. Maybe not, I'm not too sure. Those elect to do so. Fortunately, not a lot going on for B-Dark. We see this cheeky check back again with the King of Kings with kings. It's a tongue twister. Check, check again. Mr. King of Kings playing kings extremely passively. I mean, B-Dark does just check here. Does eventually find a bet here with kings. I imagine B-Dark is just going to fold here. Very hard to imagine too many worse hands here. I mean, you can easily value bet some Jack X here, maybe some weak Queen X he check back twice, arguably some strong King X. Oh, sorry, 10X, excuse me. Yep, back in the chat. He doesn't show the kings, unfortunately, but yeah, finally it happened. Fell asleep on the couch and was dreaming of the Irish. Probs cause your voice in the background. What did I miss? Where are we at? Didn't spill my beer, though. That's all that matters, mate. That's all that matters. Well, you've missed out on a good bit, man. There was the ticket bubble for the last 5 players there that just got burst probably 15, 20 minutes ago. So everyone guaranteed about 21k alongside the ticket, which is worth 10.3k or 10.5k, something like that. So yeah, everyone is around 30k locked up, which is fantastic. I mean, anything outside that yappa, you probably don't need to worry too much about. Another pair of kings here. This one can probably go in the middle, I would say. Although it is under the gun, but we are 5-handed here. 9s is pretty goddamn strong. Any major blunders or bad calls, just the ones I would have called. Probably that, man. To be honest with you, nothing else sprung to mind. There wasn't... There actually hasn't been... Like, I said this earlier on, and I still stand by it, that... I've done a couple of these coverages before, and, you know, final tables and last 2 tables, you know, you kind of have some weaker players every now and again, and recreationals and whatnot. I gotta say, this table has been pretty goddamn solid all round by everyone. Yeah, there was an odd hiccup here and there and whatnot, but, well, actually, yeah, there was that 7-5 hand against Patrick on a Queen X 9 board, where, I forget his name now. He punted off at 7-5 offsuit, which was horrendous in hindsight. I'm sure you guys tuned in for that, if you remember it. What time is it there now? So in Ireland, man, it's around 8:40. But in Central Europe or Eastern Europe, well, this is actually Central. It's an hour ahead. Will be just 9:40 in Czech Republic, but it's 8:40 in Ireland. And 9 is just besides the flat here, which I think is fine. Can imagine like 4-bet jamming here wouldn't be bad either. Always an ace, eh? Always a goddamn ace. I mean, neither player is going to be happy with this flop. No, I agree, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Yappa. I've done higher buy-in ones, but nothing too extreme, like 500 to 1,000. And I gotta say, man, for 250 buy-in for the players that were remaining from the start of coverage today, 7:40 a.m. Yeah, that makes sense. It's been pretty solid, man. It's been pretty solid for 250 buy-in, Like, you never really know what you're going to expect, man, from this sort of buy-in. You're obviously going to have a lot of very good players and then, some not so good players and then whatever in between. But I gotta say, like, whoever landed on the last final 2 tables, it's been pretty solid. As I said, of course, there's been a hiccup here and a blunder there and whatnot, but that's a given. Anyone is capable of that, no matter what quality of player or skill level. But there was definitely that 7-5 offsuit hand, man. I forget who it was, but this Patrick guy that's in the hand right now benefited from the blunder from somebody. But that's the main one, I think. There was an ace-10 hand. I don't know if you remember that. I'm not sure if you were there for that, Yappa. It was like a 32 big blind call off versus a 4-bet jam with ace-10 suited, but you might have been in the chat for that. 10 here on the river, flop check through, turn check through, and now we are on the river here where 9s. Actually, now that I think about it, there was another 9s hand from earlier on as well in a squeeze pot, but that was from a good while ago. There's me saying that he didn't miss out on much, but like now that I think about it, I mean, probably I just don't remember if you were in the chat or was it during the time you fell asleep. But you definitely missed that 7-5 offsuit hand when you were probably asleep, man. If I had to guess. I reckon kings can value bet here. In this line, flop check through, turn check through, OOP checks again. Yeah, I saw the ace-10, yeah, that's what I thought. So, yeah, definitely anything after that. There probably has been much after that, to be fair, Yappa. That 7-5 offsuit hand that I mentioned, but I can't remember the exact... positions and whatnot is what I meant to say. But yeah, we are over 7 hours into the stream. And I reckon there's going to be another 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours of this potentially. It could be... wouldn't be surprised it's going to be a 12-hour stream. So another 4 hours on top of that. Could be 1 a.m. here by the time it finishes up. Potentially. And then it might not. You never know. But usually these final days take 8 to 10 on average. 8 to 10 hours on average, I would say. Longer ones might take 12. Short ones might, as I said, 8 to 10. And 9s does end up getting out of the way, which I think is completely standard. No problem, Mr. Yappa. Nice to have you back with us, my G. I'm just delighted you didn't spill your beer, That's all I care about. Never nice for an Irishman to hear somebody wasting alcohol, If you spilled a glass of water, I wouldn't care. Spill a beer, that's when shit hits the fan, bro. Space has asked, I've never been to Ireland. What do you recommend? Depends what you're into, Space. We do get a lot of tourists to Ireland, man. A lot of hiking. There's a lot of nice areas for like landscape, mountains. There's some beaches as well, man. I know that might sound a little bit kind of, I don't know, counterintuitive, so to speak, in terms of like nice beaches in Ireland, but there genuinely is. It's just the weather. We don't get the nice weather to have a nice time on the beach, but there definitely is some areas that would have good stuff like that. I don't think what else, man. I like beer and landscape. Well, then you'll probably fit in pretty goddamn well, no matter where you go in Ireland. But where I'm living, man, is the west of Ireland. There's a lot of hiking possibilities if you really wanted to. Haggis is great. Thinking of Scotland, mate. Actually, Apocalypse would know about haggis, now that you mention it. 2-0 Forest. Forest are on a fair run, Apocalypse, no? They're doing pretty goddamn well. Bit of OT, mate. Don't spend it all of us double bubble after 12 AM, surely. Possible. Second when I win tonight. Yeah, that's what I was keeping an eye on there, man. Obviously watch a lot of the highlights and keeping an eye on the footy in the Premier League and whatnot, but they are in decent form. Yeah, Rice, yes, that's a good shout as well. Cliffs of Moher is a very, I don't know, prolific tourist spot, we'll say. And would you believe this, man? That Cliffs of Moher is like, I don't know, 45 minutes to an hour away from me. I've actually never gone there. Never actually gone there. I just open Google Maps, you know. It's the same thing as being there. The only thing is you're just breathing in different air. So you get the idea of what it looks like, you know, through an image. The Guinness Storehouse I've actually never gone to either. Although in saying that, there's places around here for a pint of Guinness. You don't need to go to the storehouse for it, put it that way. Over 2 hour drive from me, being there at least 5 times. You live in Ireland, Rice, yes? I didn't realise you were. 2 hour drive, so what, you're probably like some part in the east? Probably like what, just outside Dublin, give or take? Or somewhere around the Midlands? County Meath, yeah, that makes sense. Midlands it is. Yeah, there's definitely nice places around Ireland, man, but you're probably asking maybe not the best person about it, if I'm being totally honest. But there definitely is. B-Dark here with the good old King Queen. Travel throughout lovely Ireland. You're probably a better person to ask Ricey if that's the case, mate. Let's get the fold. Also don't believe what they say. I held a little redhead bloke upside down and tried to shake the gold out of his pockets. Was just a 4-year-old lad. Surprised you live to tell the tale if that's the case, mate. Surprised you're not locked up or something. You get plenty of them around Ireland, bro. You just got to find the right one, you know. What is it? You got to try. At first you don't succeed, try again. King Konger's here for Mr. B Dark again. Or maybe not for him in particular, but I think this is the third time Kings have been dealt in the first 5 hands. Is the man Dan here? He is not Mr. Dan Fox. He's on a hiatus today, sir. He'll be back the next one, I would assume. Alan Finn is calling the action. Never, forever alone, but hello. That was such a, I don't know, a downplay. In other words, it's better than nothing. Better than nothing. It's an Irish accent nonetheless, Dan, eh? Irish twang. It's a compromise. It's a compromise, Dan. Geez, you must be getting a double whammy anytime we did co-coms together, man. Getting the best of both worlds, eh? Mr. Patrick coming in for a 3-bet here with the pocket eights. Counting out the raising chips. Yellow chips are 1 milli. Just need me and you got the Trinity. There you go. I bet when they created this Twitch channel originally, they never thought they'd have 3 lads involved from Ireland. 1 a mod and 2 commentators whenever it seems to be scheduled that way. And sometimes you have 3. Sometimes you do have 3 Apocalypse. When it's the 2 of us doing the comms and then yourself jumping in for the mods. Solid altogether. Can't beat it. I think it was Finton. Finton was in there as well, man. Finton Gavin. For a while. So there was always the Irish connection here, to be fair. For the last couple of years. Can't get rid of us. Bird is in the house as well. More Ireland, yeah. Dan is saying, funny story, long time ago I was working when I was in retail. I found this girl extremely attractive and I approached her. The second she said, hello, I'm looking for something in an Irish accent, I completely froze, turned beet red, and colleague rescued me. Only time I ever froze when talking to someone. Yeah. That's me in a nutshell anyways, man. No matter what nationality. Nor would we want to. There you go. Tough times, Dan, eh? Tough times on the dating scene. As if it isn't hard enough, you know. To be fair, when you look at me, I'm Irish looking as they come, ginger pasty, and I get sunburnt in 2 minutes. I could perfect accent and move there. There you go. Bit tough back then. I know, man. Back then, it's probably worse now, man. Not gonna lie. In some situations, anyways. Or maybe an individual makes it worse for themselves, blown out of proportion. Who knows? Hard to say. The King of Kings taking that down. Lucky Luke here with the ace queen, just deciding to call. Patrick in the big blind with Jack 2 suited, probably just going to be folding, possibly. Really doesn't play great multi-way. Doesn't play great heads up, let alone multi-way. Top pair for Lucky Luke. Not a lot going on for King of Kings, but he does have the spade in hand, along with some backdoor straight draw possibilities. Coming out for a c-bet of 1.5. Yeah, 1.5. And calling and raising here is completely fine. Does elect to go for a raise. I really like how Lucky Luke plays, lads. I can talk to them all. I just wish I didn't look like a drop pie, but hey, I reckon I go all right. But the Irish women are mad. They're the only women who always match my energy, and it's scary. Yeah, that much I can get behind, man. Like that was one of the big things I noticed when I was in Brazil, man, in terms of personality type, or just like, you know, anyone I spoke to, whether it was like male or female, they have a very, very shared kind of personality type, like with Irish people overall. At least that's the impression I got, anyways. Very kind of outgoing, energetic, like, I'm not going to say direct, but like something along those lines, if you get me. And definitely matching the energy, as you said. But I definitely agree. Did you play live poker in Brazil? How was it? I actually didn't, MJ. I was there for 5 nights towards the end of November, first week in December. And I was over there for a meeting with the company I work for with poker for 3 nights. So the first 2 nights I was at the WSOP. And I had the option to play, man, but I was kind of explaining earlier on, this is a bit of an ambitious float. But I had the opportunity to play MJ, but I just didn't bother. He actually 3 bets. This is spicy. The games were good, man. They looked good. From what I heard, they were decent. But you got to be there at the right time. Like in most places, man, like early hours of the morning from like 12 a.m. onwards are just like the best ones. But there was a lot of games going, put it that way. Anything from 1-2 up to probably 25-50 if you wanted higher games like that. Maybe it wasn't 25-50, it might have been 10-20. But this is definitely a spicy hand going down here, lads, from King of Kings. How Lucky Luke perceives King of Kings' range here after 3-betting the flop is very, very interesting. He does check back. 8 of spades on the river. Yeah, like the thing is, on the 8 of hearts turn, it's pretty much a brick. So when King of Kings checks back there, man, it's not like it's a complete brick, but like, I would assume if he has any value hand or anything like that, he would want to continue betting here. It's a double flush draw board as well, which is not too relevant because I don't expect, although it's not impossible for someone to have like ace X of hearts here or something like that. So that's 4 million into this. I mean, in position is definitely meant to 3-bet some flush draws on the flop. Whether people do that anyway close to that, I severely doubt it. And as I said, if he has like 2 pair or a set, he's going to stay betting that on the turn as well. So, yeah, like, I mean, it's not impossible for him to have some flushes here, but like, that's the only part of his range that I would assume that might want to 3-bet the flop to check back turn, just to realize equity as the in-position player. So yeah, the thing is, Lucky Luke probably has more flushes or full houses there, because they are going to check raise pretty happily on the flop and stuff like that. So very interesting hand again. But Lucky Luke chipping up. Chip leader, Patrick B. Dark in second and third, Simon and King of Kings in fourth and fifth. But as you can see, lads, anyone in terms of what the stack sizes look like here, if they do manage to get some double up, yeah. I mean, if Simon gets a double up, he's in second place. If B Dark gets a double up, he's in second place. If Patrick gets a double up, he's chip leader. So it's very, very close. Yapa is saying most Aussies don't really give a stuff what anyone thinks. Irish are a bit the same, I've found. Yeah, it's probably, I would agree with that, man. Like, I mean, not all of them, obviously, but for sure majority. And there's pros and cons to that, definitely. It just depends what you're after, I guess, isn't it? I've had my not fair share. Well, I've had a share. I don't know if it's fair, of Irish women, man, and I much prefer Brazilian. Put it that way. I'm being totally honest. prefer a quiet one now. Put it that way. I've had some nut jobs, to say the least, in my time. Patrick coming in here with the 3-bet. I mean, going to be probably the end of the hand here, unless B Dark decides to get a little bit out of line. We got a few supporters for King of Kings on the YouTube chat. Welcome in Rio Orr and Dardan Marina. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Just get out of the way. Does get out of the way. I will say one thing about the Aussie accent, man. Maybe it's just like I'm a big fan of that as well, bro. The Aussie accent. It's kind of one of those things that I hear it and I'm just like, that sounds interesting. But you don't come across many of them in Ireland, to be fair. You don't hear. It's obviously a lot of the situation where a lot of Irish people move to Australia, but you don't hear many Australians moving to Ireland. Of course, there will always be some, but it's definitely not many, I would guess. Or at least I haven't met many Aussies in Ireland. Not to say they don't visit or anything like that. But overall, probably, from my experience, a lot more Irish go there than Aussies coming here, if I had to guess. But I definitely enjoy the accent myself. Patrick opening here on the button. Simon in the big blind with ace-2 off. See Patrick going slightly bigger than min raise here, 2.2. Quick maths. Yeah, them big blind graphics, lads, were not there a couple of months ago. And you have to kind of piece the puzzle of the, or piece the jigsaw puzzle together in terms of like, is it 2.2, is it 2.4, is it 2.35? Now my life is a lot easier. Now I just read what's on the screen, like a boss. But yeah, Simon debating whether to defend here or not. Might be contemplating a 3-bet as well. Ooh, raising chips. He does fire out that 3-bet. Patrick is just going to be out of there. It's such a killer because it's such a small-ish 3-bet. Like, it's sub 3x of a 3-bet. And, like, he's basically just targeting stuff like, I don't know, like 10-7 offsuit the Patrick's going to be opening here. Stuff like ace-3. I don't know, like 7-5 offsuit, etc. Just that part of Patrick's range. Which does work this time, you know. Nice 3-bet there from Simon. Simon. We are still 5-handed, people. We are still 5-handed. Yeah, but that's the saying there. Yeah, people either love or hate me. They don't call me Yappa for nothing. I'm looking for a crazy one. I've tried quite a nice, didn't work, kind of Bonnie and Clyde relationship would work for me, I reckon. My accent is real Aussie compared to lots. Farm life when I was young, country. Yeah, like it's interesting that you say that, man, because some people would say that I'd have a country accent. But there's other parts of Ireland, man, that would be a lot more thicker, if that makes sense, in terms of like the way they'd speak. Again, it's still English, man, but like countryside and in certain parts of Ireland, man. Like if you go down south, bro, like south of Ireland, like Cork, Kerry, places like that, man. That's like the most southern part of Ireland, man. Ooh, you're gonna come across some what we call langers. Instead of saying man, they say boy a lot, like B-O-I is how they spell it, like B-O-Y, obviously how we spell it in English, man, but they say boy a lot. All right, boy, something like that, man, but it's just way more thicker, and just obviously sentences are just like, yeah, they can be difficult at times to perceive, or should I say process. I so saying America's got plenty of crazy ones, and they dig the accents. There you go. America, to America I go. America's got everything, no? From top to bottom, and everything in between. Yup, our version of Bogan. Is that what you'd say instead of Langer? Like, I'm assuming. This is what I'm saying, man. Like, I'm assuming like most places in the world have their own definition of certain accents, but like Aussies and Irish, man, they share a lot of similarities in that regard. But as I said, probably most places in the world have that. Like even when Everton accept online poker, yeah, that's obviously the deal breaker for me. We have a show called out Back Truckers, and they put. Yeah, man, I feel that. Sometimes it's necessary, Yappa. Sometimes it's necessary. The USA get the show. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the online poker in the US is a killer, man. Man, like I really wish I was playing as much as I am now back in the days before Black Friday. And I was playing a little bit illegally. I probably was. I was definitely not 18, or maybe I was close to it. But the availability of global pool there, man, is just insane. to say an opportunity, and nowadays it's just like restricted, restricted, restricted. We do have an all-in here from B-Dark. Simon might be tempted to look this up. It will be a bit of a gamble if he does decide to do it. It's a close one. Like, B-Dark has all of these pocket pairs in his range here. 2s plus ace-5, ace-4. There might be some like king-9 suited in here as well, arguably. But, you know, moral of the story here is you're just going to be flipping the vast majority of the time. Sometimes you're going to be dominated versus, like, I don't know, ace-jack, king-queen suited. Yeah, he does elect to let it go. I can understand that, or at least get behind it. As I said, best case scenario there, you're going to be flipping, which would have been that case. The only thing I'll say about the US, although you could argue that no matter where you go, live games are going to be pretty soft, but like I imagine live poker in the US, man, in certain places is just like ridiculously good. That's the other thing. People would an Aussie with a strong accent is very aka, but it's more because they use a lot of Aussie slang, so you would have no idea what they're saying. Yeah, that would be the south of Ireland as well, man. And you could argue as well parts of Dublin, more rougher parts or stuff like that, you know. That's what I'm saying, man. I imagine like a lot of places just have their own way of certain ways of speaking that only you could figure that out if you're living there permanently. But as I said, I do think even though the exact words wouldn't be the same, the meaning behind some of them would be similar to somewhere else, if that makes sense. I do think Irish and Aussies, man, are in that same boat of you know, having that perception in the way they talk. I mean, it's English at the end of the day, but it's not really, if that makes sense. It's their own twist, like, is what I'm getting at. Bag is back. I have 2 girlfriends. Wish I could be able to say that. I wish I could say I have a girlfriend, let alone 2. One is a brag in itself, let alone 2. When I'm dreaming, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. For example, if I said I gotta hit the frog and toad to grab some dead horse from the tuck shop, I wouldn't have a clue what you're on about, Yappa. Not a clue. I'd have an idea. I'd have an idea, but I don't know. It might be too explicit to say on stream, put it that way. We do have a hand here, though. Patrick 3-betting against Kings. It's more or less all in to call. 3-bet jam, that is. I mean, even though this is 5-handed, this is still going to be strong from Patrick. Friday I was close to a 3, so I'm just missing 2 other people. There you go. So close, mate. So goddamn close. Close but no cigar, is what they say. It means I need to go to the street to get some tomato sauce from the store. What the hell, man? I was thinking something completely different. I mean, maybe that's just my dirty mind. Who knows? But I was not thinking about tomato sauce or anything like that from the store. Kings of Kings does let the ace-jack go, though. Since we're on the subject of talking accents and whatnot, I've seen way too many frequently lately that certain groups of people use it to their advantage to get themselves out of trouble, such as they say all in, but they lose. They say, no, I said call. Stuff like that. That's why whatever way a certain thing is said in poker, it's usually binding. Especially when you're saying fold, call, all in, etc. Or raise. Oh man, I've been in some situations where that has happened. As I said, as little live poker that I've played, there's always a situation where it's like, oh no, I didn't say that, and next thing the whole thing is stopped for fucking 10, 15 minutes, man. It's rare, but it does happen. Frog and Toad is raw, dead horse is sauce, tuck shop is like a cafe. Man, that's what I mean. Who in their right mind that wouldn't have heard that before would make the assumption, oh, that's what it sounds like, or that's what it is. Tucker means dinner, food, meal sort of thing. Mad. Like we'd say grub. Like grub, you'd figure it out though. Like I'm gonna go get some grub. Like surely you'd figure that out. Like food, pretty quickly, no? Like I'd never say I'm going to get Tucker or I'm going to the Tucker. I mean, you'd figure it out eventually if you follow the person, I guess. But yeah, Tucker, that's a new one to me, bro. That is a new one to me. Or saying C, Colin, the C is, yeah, all, yeah, there you go, Bert. What is it? English is not my first language, Bert, eh? English is not my first language, or anything close to it. Me not speak English, yeah? No, that I'd figure out, yeah, but that I'd figure out. Or the old bat. Like, old bat is like your lady or whatever, like. Like, if you're talking about your father or mother, we'd say like owl one or owl lad is what we would say in Ireland, like. Yeah. Mum will kill me. Yeah. No, that much I got. Yeah. Old bat, like as I said, we'd say owl one or owl lad in that example. But like even a person from your part of the country, man, or your part of the world would probably still figure that out. If you're talking to someone that's, I don't know, in Central Europe or Eastern Europe, and you're using this terminology or this kind of wording, like no way in hell they'd figure that out. No way. I mean, I'm not saying they wouldn't at all, but it would take a lot more time to figure it out. But at the same time, you could use that to your advantage in certain situations, you know. Get out of a dodgy situation and just use this terminology. Where I lived in England before moving up here, for a young man, you could say wee mucka. Yeah, that one I'd figure out as well. Yeah, like even thinking about it now, Apocalypse, it's like you'd have owl one, owl lad, young one, young lad, like that kind of way. It's just like, as I said, me saying that, it seems very normal, but like, as I said, most people, you know, that wouldn't speak or live in Ireland or, you know, be in Australia or whatever, it's like, you, I don't know, you probably wouldn't understand it majority of the time. But, like you said earlier on, Yappa, it's a pretty educational stream, no? You're getting the best of both worlds, eh? Dog's eye meat pie, yeah. In Shetland, you would say Perry for small/tiny, so Perry lass. Yeah, that one I wouldn't figure that one out now, Apocalypse. That's I don't think so. Anyways, no, I probably wouldn't, bro. Even that one. That one again, Yappa, is like past the Harold lot, or yeah, Holt. Past the Harold Holt is past the salt. Jesus. Yeah. An old PM. Yeah, makes sense. As I said, you're speaking the same language, but you're not really. That's the reality of it. But no, I've a sister living in Australia, man. I have a brother living in New Zealand. I was telling you this earlier on as well, like. And you know, the brother's been living out there, man, for the guts of a decade plus. And he came home for the first time there in November last year for my other brother's wedding. And he came back with such a Kiwi accent, man. Like, again, you'd still understand him, but like, you know, the tone that he'd speak and the you know, just the overall personality was just like, Jesus, I forget who you are. Like, you're still my brother, obviously, but like the way you talk and speak, you're like a new person, literally. We have the all-in from King of Kings. He does get it through. Lines are still 800, 1.6 milli. Can't say what that means. Horse's hoof. Well, as much of an educational stream this is, Yappa, it's probably PG at the end of the day, isn't it? Probably PG at the end of the day, mate. As they say, there's a fine line we should not cross. Maybe we're at that line right now. Who knows? We're close to 8 hours into the stream at this point. Things are getting a little bit hazy. I wake up tomorrow and I won't remember anything from today. Good stuff. Got B dark here now, King 5 off. Just going to fold, I guess. Lucky Luke with the ace 2e. Ace dewey, I should say. So close to allowing that, but for the swearing, there you go. PG, mate. PG. Got Prev Cave on YouTube. Go Slovakia, go. Mr. Lucky Luke fan. Lukash. Welcome on in, Pre. Hope you're enjoying the stream, my man. Yeah, getting closer, back away slowly and say nothing, yeah. Just, you know that Homer Simpson meme, man? Where he's standing in front of the bush and he just, like, hovers back through the bush and just, like, disappears. Yeah, that's what I mean, man. There you go, yeah. Yeah, it was even one of those situations, man, because he's a missus over there, and they have 2 kids together. And like that, even like the youngest, they've a girl and a boy, and the boy is probably, he's probably around 6 or 7, man, and the girl leaned in is around 3, maybe 3 or 4, and it's just like so different to hear the accent on the kids, like. And like she's from Australia originally, like his missus, and she kind of has the mix of Aussie and Kiwi, but mostly still Aussie, man. Because she lived in Australia for the guts of like 30 years of her life, I'd say, maybe definitely 20, 25 years. Then she was in Ireland for probably 5 or 6, and then obviously in New Zealand then for the last 8 to 10 years or so. Yeah, he fades into the bush, yeah. We have a couple of Lukash fans as well, Latura. I shared many a drink with Lukas 2 years ago, Latura, Dan and I, when we were doing the commentary over in Rozvadov, when he won the he won one of the events in the WSOPE in 2023, I believe, and it was a players' party that night as well, man. And let's just say we definitely enjoyed a beverage together afterwards. His bracelet, his WSOP bracelet went missing for a while, man, after he won it. He eventually found it, like, but yeah, it was MIA for a little bit. It was very, very funny. Christchurch, Yappa. Christchurch, excuse me. Yeah, he actually moved there, man, when the earthquake happened in Christchurch that time, a good few years ago. So that'll tell you how long he's been there. But when them earthquakes happened, man, that's when he was living there originally, or that's when he moved there originally. But yeah, Lucas is a really nice guy, man. Very, very nice guy. I'm delighted to see him in this position again. Close to my sister, nice. Well, New Zealand, man, is pretty big, yeah. Like it's like massive. Well, Australia is obviously bigger, like, but I mean, any place compared to Ireland, like even when I was in Brazil there, man, a couple of months ago or whatever, 2 months ago, I was in Sao Paulo, man, and like there's like 20 million in Sao Paulo, man, in that city alone. Like Brazil is like massive in terms of scale as well. And like there's literally one city in Brazil, man, that like you know, that's the whole population of Ireland 5 times. And like there's like 4.5 million people living in Ireland right now, or something around that. And then you like move to like then you're in one city in Sao Paulo, man, or in Brazil. It's like 20 million, like it's ridiculous. Yeah, like he's working carpentry over there, man, or building and shit like that. And he said it's just non-stop on the go, like. But he said when he moved there, it was just like, I mean, it's not like it's not busy as it was, but like he definitely said the same thing that you just mentioned, that they haven't even fully rebuilt, man. But probably will make the effort to travel there at some stage, man, for a couple of months. At some stage, I can't imagine they're going to be moving back to Ireland, or he will. Obviously, she's originally from Australia, as I mentioned. New Zealand economy is shocking at the moment, so expensive compared to home and not many jobs. That's mad to hear, man. But like cost of living in Australia, man, is obviously higher in Australia than it is in Ireland, but you make a lot more to compensate for that in Australia. At least that's what I've heard. Because like the way it is in Ireland, man, like what you earn doesn't really compensate for what you have to pay for on your day-to-day stuff, if that makes sense. Like there's people probably earning, man, I don't know, like maybe $450 a week on average, and then they're paying like 150 on rent, and then like €100 on food, and then other bills on top of that, bro. So you like have sweet F all to yourself by, you know, on a month-by-month basis. Like if you go out one night, man, it's just like you have nothing left to yourself. You're just like in that like rat trap of like week in, week out of like, you know, doing whatever, you know. I go there every year to see family because they can't afford to come here. That's crazy. Didn't realize it was like that. I put it this way: I didn't realize it was that extreme in terms of the way you're describing it. Rikavi is saying have same name and country as me need to be a fan. There you go. Happy days, man. Good to have you with us. Good to have you with us, sir. On YouTube, that is. We're still five-handed here, people. We're still five-handed. Simon, though, with the ace-jack offsuit against Patrick's queen-jack off. One would imagine 3-betting all in here might be a thing. 3-betting might be a thing. Cold calling might be a thing as well. Yappa saying, yeah, we do make decent money, but the last year inflation killed us. I've had a business for 15 years in Oz, and last year was my worst far the worst. But I'm very lucky compared to some. Yeah, like that's the other thing as well, man. But like, you know, like you said, man, like a lot of businesses would have been affected. Surprised by that fold. Like inflation's just through the roof everywhere, man. I mean, I'm living at home with my mum, man. I'll be honest with you. Cause like if I was living anywhere else, are the yellows 1 million? Yeah, they are, Razzie. I just couldn't afford to play poker or be where I am with poker, man, if I didn't move home like 2 or 3 years ago. I just committed Everton to poker 2 or 3 years ago when I went full time, and like the first year and a half, no way I would have been able to sustain myself if I didn't cut back on finances, you know. The B Dark here though, flopping top pair along with Patrick flopping top pair and an open ender. This is a spot where he might be going broke here. Let's find out. Action flop indeed space. B-Dark counting out the chips here. And he is just leading, and he does open jam. Obviously, Patrick is going to be calling here, and he's going to be in very, very good shape here. We could be down to 4, lads. We could be down to 4 players here. Yeah, for sure an easy call space. Just, I mean, maybe just thinking about a chip count, but yeah, I can't imagine he's ever going to do anything like else except but call here. And yeah, B-Dark, excuse me, is not in great shape here at all. At all. Needs a lot of help. A 6 in particular would be the best form of help. Either that or runner chop for a straight. Can get a 10 or a queen here now. 6 is not live anymore. It's not like that helps him on the turn. We are down to 4, lads. Unlucky B-Dark, sir. Good run. Good payday. Ned yourself, what are we looking at here? Let me just check here. So 4th place got 27.6k plus the 10k ticket. Sorry, 20k, well 21k plus the 10k ticket. So you're looking at around a 31k score, which is pretty decent for €250 buy-in, sir. So congrats again, Mr. B-Dark. Yappa's in saying a lot of New Zealand struggle at the moment. Petrol and stuff is well over $3 New Zealand a litre. It's about 180 cents here. Yeah, it's about it's probably similar here, man, with the conversion. It's something like that. Here are the chip counts anyways here, lads. So we have Patrick and Lucky Luke, the 2 guys leading the way. Then we have Simon in 3rd and then King of Kings in 4th with 6 big blinds. Looking for a bit of help from that man himself. But yeah, you got to do what you can. I'm not complaining. I love Australia and we are very, very lucky, but people want everything for nothing nowadays. That's why I like employing the Irish. They work hard and are happy as long as they get paid and can have a beer on a Friday. Yeah, I mean, it's I'm not going to say life is simple, man, but for sure people complicate it. And, do what you want to do, man. Do it how you want to do it. But, make sure what you're doing is worthwhile and not the latter, put it that way. But I do agree, man. People definitely want something for nothing nowadays and are for sure not willing to put in any form of effort to get what they think they deserve, man. Like, I mean, poker nowadays, if I look at it from my example, bro, it's not for the faint-hearted. Of course, you'll have guys that like playing and enjoy playing from a recreational standpoint. Avro this afternoon. Yeah, I figured that out. But yeah, like, poker has taught me a lot, man, in that regard. Just improve who I am as a person and all that jazz. Taught me to be, rigid with schedule and, be professional and stuff like that. But yeah, I lost my trace of point there, but what I was getting at, as in you have guys that enjoy playing poker for fun and stuff like that, but treating it as a profession, man, it'll break you many, many ways. Not so much physically, but mentally it'll open your eyes to stuff you need to work on. At least that's what I would say from my perspective. Like, I think every morning for the last 3 years, man, I've done the same thing in the morning. Again, not every day, but like majority of days. Wake up, do the same thing. Grind in the morning, grind in the afternoon, take the evenings off, rinse and repeat 5-6 days a week. Play a bit of footy at the weekend, man. That's basically my life in a nutshell. For the most part, anyways. I couldn't be happier doing it. We do have King of Kings here with the Mamacitas. Lucky Luke with pocket 5s. Might be tempted to call this here, given it's not the biggest shove in the world, which he does elect to do so. Got to get the bad news, unfortunately, but he's not exactly dead. Can ping a Signore 5 if at all possible. 22% of the time it is going to happen. So we'll see how this unfolds. Big favourite here, Mr. King of Kings. And this guy has picked up a bunch of premiums, FYI. A lot of kings, a lot of queens. Space is already calling for the 5. No 5 there, Mr. Space, for the lucky guy. Is the luck coming to an end? That is the $1 million question. Looking alright for the Mamacitas right now. A 5 and a 5 only for Lackey. Our King of Kings will be getting a much needed double up. It is a 7 of diamonds. He does get the double up. Much needed, as I mentioned many times. King of Kings holding his own at King's Resort Casino here in Rozvadov. Well played, sir. I never had a thing growing up, and I very much appreciate what I have now. I've worked my ass off, about a house of 20. I'm now 35 and I'm comfortable, but I never ever forgot my roots. Humble pie is needed for a lot of people these days. Couldn't agree more, my good man. Very, very much so. Hard work will pay off. I'm living proof of that. Keep it up, mate. Crack on. As I said, bro, in my opinion, I don't want to go all philosophical and just soft in general, but the way I see things, man, as long as you can wake up and do what you do and it makes you feel happy, you'll honestly never work a day in your life. And I kind of feel comfiest with that perception, thinking that way. And as I said, with poker, that's what it seems to do. That's what it seems to do for me right now. So, you know, end goal with poker is just play high stakes, man. Very, very high stakes if possible. Still another couple of years away from that. I am 31 since October last year. So plan in mind is definitely continue playing poker until my mid-30s, if at all possible, and then reevaluate what I kind of want from that. But my 20s, man, was like a piss take. For sure, like at the same time, what a young person doesn't have that experience, you know, in their 20s. Kind of 25, 26, I copped on a lot. But like 19 to 23, 24, definitely had my fun. As you're supposed to. But even at like mid-30s, late 30s, man, you still have so much time. As long as you're doing what you need to do consistently and making them steps, it doesn't matter when you get there. Again, that's what I think. Even though somebody might say to you, oh, you should be married, you should have a house, you should have X, Y, and Z. Well, you might be right. But that's not for me right now. That's my philosophy. Martin LaFuss is saying, go home, Lackey. Not going anywhere anytime soon, sir. In the YouTube comments. It's actually quite tight, lads, in terms of these stack sizes. Like, the average is 40 million. I think Lackey's the only one that's in that vicinity. I love my job. I do demolitions, so I smash stuff all day, and I've learned very quickly that good workers are more important to the boss than the boss is to them. Fact. I treat them well, pay them well, and hopefully they hang around. I mean, it's incentive, bro. And as I said, as long as they're enjoying the experience, I doubt you have much to worry about. We do get the 3-bet jam here from Simon, though. There you go, Rocket. Rocket, sending a CV your way, Yappa. Stratus is saying, then do what is best for you as long as it does not hurt anyone else. Yeah, enjoy your life. I mean, it's as simple as that, man. You know. As I said, I honestly think, I mean, I'm not a guru by any means, but I do strongly believe if you're just like doing your own thing, not really affecting anyone else in that journey or that process. I mean, life isn't really complicated in my opinion. It's just people tend to overcomplicate it, so to speak. Probably don't have to give many examples for you guys to figure that one out. Again, just speaking my mind here. Because we are over 8 hours into a stream. So what the hell do you expect me to be waffling at this stage? Simon does get that 3-bet jam through against Mr. Lackey Luke. There you go, rockers. That's what I'm saying, lads. You just have to meet the right people at the right time. Here we are together on a poker stream. God knows what time in all places. Here we are trying to set an Irish lad up with another Aussie lad. As easy as that. it's like that with women and stuff like that, man. It's like, oh Jesus, your one is all right. She's good looking, like. And sure, the worst thing they can say is no, like. Do you know what I mean? Like, you might make an ass of yourself, but the worst they can say is no. I remember having that perception from my brother's stag do in Liverpool. It worked absolutely unbelievable. He can spell so he can pass the test. I say no when someone asks about Laurie. Well, that's fair enough, Apocalypse. In that specific example, bro. Look at the raise from Lackey here, and King of Kings with the Jack-9 suited. He's probably contemplating either call or raise, but maybe even fold. Or even, yeah, 3-bet jam. Ooh. This could be a doozy, lads. It's a pretty snap call from Lucky Luke. This is a big one, lads. This is a big one. 44 million chip pot, roughly. I'm not sure how many big blinds there. My brain is fried right now. What, like 26 big blinds or so, give or take? Oh, nasty. Nasty, 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 nasty for Lackey. I mean, he's not out. Can still hit a king here. But even if he doesn't, he still has 11 bigs. He's still more than capable of bouncing back from this. But quite an interesting 3-bet jam there. I mean, you're probably going to get folds more often than not, I would assume. And then if you get called here, worst case scenario against Ace-Jack, but fortunate for Lucky Luke there. He does double up, Mr. King of Kings. And now King of Kings, I believe, is the chip leader. Oh, how the tables have turned, lads. I did mention this on Lackey. I see what you did there, Space. I see what you did there, eh? It's 100% of shots you don't take. And if you ask my mate Kyle, sometimes when you take the shot, you get a surprise call 9 months later. There you go, bro. I could tell you a pretty mad story there, what happened to me about something like that before, man, but I don't think this is a public space to speak about that. But anyways. Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate there for Lackey. Mr. Lackey Luke. But as I said, lads, volatility in poker. You're getting it all today. We're getting it all today. Yeah, king in the window was nice, no? Did him dirty, Space, eh? Did him dirty. But I'd say King of Kings is chip leader now at this point. But as I said, lad, a couple of double ups here, a couple of double ups there. So Simon and King of Kings are level. Lucky Luke obviously a little bit on the shorter side, sub 10. But I can guarantee you, just not his first rodeo in this situation. I feel like this Jack could be in the pub drinking for hours. See, I could do that for 12 hours but not play poker well for that long. Well, as I said, man, for me when I'm playing, whatever day I decide to play, it's probably anything between 4 to 6 hours of playing, and then probably, depending on what day, maybe an hour of study, maybe an hour and a half of like attending a coaching for me to get coached, whether I'm coaching someone, something like that, man. But usually it's always 4 to 6 hours. most days when I decide to play, man. And even then, by the end of the day, bro, I'm fairly depleted, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. There's something about poker, man, that it's not that physically taxing, but it is very mentally draining. If you know what I mean. Like I've worked with my dad, like doing labouring and shit like that, man. And it's not like you wouldn't come home tired, like. But it's just like, I don't know, being in front of a PC all day for the guts of 6 to 8 hours. You know, dealing with whatever you have to deal with when you're playing poker online or live, whatever the case may be. More so in my perspective online. It's pretty draining mentally, you know. As I said, if you're having a couple of losing weeks or a couple of losing months, man, which, you know, can happen to anyone, then, you know, trying to play each day and keep positive perspective and shit like that doesn't get any easier. We do have a pretty interesting turn card here for King of Kings, with the 7-5 turning the second nut straight, I believe. Top pair for Patrick as well. Could get potentially a little bit expensive here for Patrick, depending on how King of Kings wants to play this. Hard to know what direction he might go with this. If he does end up raising here, it's going to be pretty goddamn strong. But at the same time, it is a double flush draw board where there's a lot of worse hands that can continue. Pair plus draw. Maybe some combo draws, stuff like that. Well, that's technically a player plus draw, but you got my point. A very wet board, very dynamic. A lot of stuff going on here. Yeah, those is that a call? Does appear to be. Oh, it's a raise. It's a big raise. That's what I thought. I was like, again, I'm not. These. I forget the color of the chips here sometimes. Pretty dicey spot now for Patrick. Like, even if he did decide to call here, there's a lot of bad rivers that he's not going to be happy with. You know, you could argue that a queen might not be great either because Jack 10 completes. Any club or diamond might not be great as well. So I think this hand is already in a tough spot. Again, I know we can see the cards and stuff like that, but I can't imagine this call on the turn here is printing or making that much. But I do get the call. Oh, this could get very expensive here. Get very, very expensive. Like, I would honestly love to see King of Kings just shove all in here. I mean, the SPR is basically 1-to-1 at this point, and he was pretty nasty river. I will catch up on the chat there, lads, now, but this is obviously a big hand going down here. I don't want to see a bet of like 10 million here or something like that, you know. I really want to see big. Yeah, I mean, I'll take that. That's like they're a milli each one. So you're looking at what, 5, 10, 15, 20, yeah, around 20 21.5 or 22? Yeah, 22. The way I see this though, if he's going to call 22, he's going to call 30, 32. Do you know what I mean? Like, or 34. Very, very tough spot here for Patrick. Yeah, the thing is there any bluffs here? Probably not. Then you have to ask yourself the question, does he value bet worse here? And Jesus, lads, I don't know. I think Patrick might... Oh, he couldn't let it go, man. Oh, man. Such a shit spot, lads. I would confidently say there's no bluffs there. It's just a matter, is he value betting worse? Hard to say, lads. Hard to say. That's a tough one for Patrick. I mean, it's a very, very difficult fold to find. I don't think many, if any of us, would find that fold there, respectfully. But I also don't think that King of Kings is value betting worse there. And if he's not, and he's not bluffing as well. Yeah, look, again, we can see the cards. We can see the cards. It's easy for us to say it. Yeah, the Queen costing 22 million, that's for sure, Yappa. That is for sure. That is for sure. Yeah, it's a tough one to take, that one now. It's going to be difficult for Patrick to bounce back from that one. And King of Kings, staying true to his name. Doing what he does best, being a king. Yeah, I get his space, but man, as I said, I don't think he's going to be bluffing there. Can someone please explain the 3-bet shove with the Jack-9? Well, to be fair, it is a 4/5-handed Powers Lopez. 7-5 there, 4-handed is completely fine in the cutoff. Well, it's under the gun, but as I said, it's 4-handed, so it's cut off under the gun, whatever your poison is. So Jack-9, I was a little bit shocked by as well, to be honest with you. But let me catch up on some of this chat here. So, yeah, I was saying, I look forward to seeing you on one of these streams, winning some good money one day. I wouldn't mind it myself now. And he said, mental tiredness is way worse for me. I could smash a whole house down and be fine. Yeah. No, I feel you, man. I definitely have more of a mental situation than a physical one when I'm talking about poker. Re-raising my opinion, if you ask me, to have critical thinking and concentrate for 8 hours, forget about it. I feel that as well. Or the same with 2 flush draws on the board, the re-raise looks pretty bluffy. Yeah, but then you have to think about the follow-through on the Riverman. Are people going to have the balls to do it? But yeah, the Queen was a killer. Are you allowed to bet, then walk away from the table until the action gets back to you? I think you're actually allowed to do that. I think you're allowed to. Yeah, people are just talking about the river card then. Only loses the sets are straight. The Queen costing 22 million. I would have put him on trips. They're still called. Can't fold that. 3-0 Forest. Jack-10 is also played. Yeah, I mean, as I said, the Queen does improve some draws on the river as well. So, yeah, pretty nasty. Pretty nasty spot. Just looking at some of the YouTube stuff as well. Just saying gross. Nice raise, awful river. All in and fold. Like, as I said, I do think that if he's calling 22 million on the river there, he's probably going to call bigger, you know. And he had another 12 million behind, but maybe you could argue he might fold to the jam. Who knows? Or maybe he just doesn't fold full stop. Forrest's going to win the league. I wouldn't put it past them, man. Like, they're definitely obviously strong contenders for a top 4 at this stage, bro. They're on a pretty solid form apocalypse. To be fair. But yeah, sick one, lads. Sick river. I think like the vast majority of other rivers, he doesn't pay off. Like even if that comes a queen of diamonds or a queen of clubs, he might not. Yeah, your man's still going to value about the 7-5. Whether he goes that size and is questionable. But like probably the vast majority of other rivers, lads, that's not a straight completing river, flush completing river. Board pairing river might not pay off as well. Like that's definitely one of the only cards in the deck. There might be a handful of other like river cards that he will pay off, but like the queen was like the nut worst one. Like the queen of hearts or the like that was probably one of the worst ones in fairness. So got Lackey shoving here. Oh, sorry, folding, excuse me. Excuse me, I misread that. As I said, it is 8.5 hours into the stream, lads. Vision's getting blurry. It's been a long one. Got Lackey here with pocket 3s, probably going to be shipping it. And Patrick probably going to be looking him up at pocket 5s here. I don't think we could fold 5s in this situation. What a comeback by the king guy, facts. Although, you know, the Jack 9 versus the Ace King was obviously super unfortunate. And then he just like checked back, turned the nut straight and just like got an unbelievable river to get paid off as well. So, in fairness, he bought his time, space. Not going to take it away from Mr. King of Kings. As I said, he's living up to his name. Oh, Patrick folding 5s there is questionable. He's going to see the 3s and he's going to be like, damn, why didn't I call? But at the same time, he could get a pay jump here. Patrick's not too happy about that, I guess. Although maybe 5s actually might be a fold there. That's something I'm not too well versed on. Yeah, Strad, that was true as well. Luke got the 10 on the flop. We're going to be losing Mr. Lackey Luke unless he gets runner straight cards. Either that or ping a 3. Wow. Just when I was just about to say it, lads. Locks that up. My man. Lackey Luke doing Lackey Luke things. Go on, sir. Man, we've actually seen a bunch of 2-outers, 3-outers on this final table. It's actually been pretty sick. Again, great entertainment for the neutral, the viewer. But that was nice. That was a little bit of payback space, no? That was a little bit of like, karma is a mofo. You had 5s in red. No, you had 3s. Don't laugh too early. Yeah, that is true. That is true. That would have been very unfortunate for Patrick if he had the 5s, mind you. There you have it, boys. King of Kings doing what he does best, being a king in number 1 place, number 1 I should say, or first place. Simon and Lackey second and third, and Patrick in the 4th position. Big turn card for Lackey. He's back at it again. Coming in for a race ski. Coming in for a race ski with the King 6 suited. King of Kings on a heater. Does get out of the way. Simon going to defend against the min raise. Probably okay. Maybe not. He does elect to call, which I think is fine. Off we go to a flop, my good people. Damn, I know I missed something. Was in the shower and could hear. Yeah, you missed a pretty interesting one, man. Just another 2-outer, you know. Queen, Jack, 3, 2-tone. Not a lot going on here for either player. So Lucky Luke though. Firing. Does take it down. Happy days. Chipping up. 18 BBs. Yeah, there was another 2-outer there, Yappa. Lucky Luke got it in with 3s. He got called by Queen 10 suited. Flop came Ace 10-2. Needed running straight cards or a 3. And lo and behold, the 3 popped out on the turn to get the much needed double up for Mr. Lackey. Happy days. Happy days for my pick. Happy days for my pick. It's 10 p.m. here in Ireland, lads. 11 p.m. in Rosvadov. I reckon another 2 hours at least, potentially, until this stream is finito. And I can hit the lava, aka the bed, immediately. But until then, I'm wedged to this chair. Just gonna walk. Lucky bugger. Lucky bugger indeed. Lackey might let this go here this time. Spoke too soon. Patrick, on the other hand, is not going to be checking this behind. I'm assuming he's just going to rip a Saurus. I did check behind. A little bit surprised by that. There's a spot where you should just ship the ace-7. At least that's what I would do. Lucky Luke does check. Check back. King on the turn. And there's Lackey going to take a stab at this. Well, great minds think alike. Just saying. 1.5 milli bet. Oh, poker's so much fun when you get the opponent to fold the best hand. All you had to do, Patrick, is open rip it pre-flop. Take that down. Gotta bet that flop. I think pre-flop was the decision there, Yappa. Stick it in the middle, sir. Like, them blinds and antes now, lads, are very, very important for someone around that 10 to 15 big blind stack. But you're going to add what? Close to 2.5 big blinds, 3 big blinds, whatever. 2.5 to be exact. You're playing four-handed like this, lads. Should shove there before flop. I agree, Mr. Livio. How did Patrick lose his chips? There was a sick hand against King of Kings, Thunder Farm. I think it was like, whatever, cutoff versus big blind. He defended Queen 9, cutoff open 7-5. It came like 9-6-3 two-tone. Went check, check, flop. And then it came an 8 on the turn. And Patrick led with Queen 9 for top pair, get raised on the turn. When the in-position player turned the nuts, well, the second nuts, and called the raise on the turn, and then a Queen of Hearts came on the river. It was a double flush draw on the turn. And it came the Queen of Hearts on the river for like a non-flush completing river, and he check called a 22 million chip bet against King of Kings. And that's more or less what happened in that hand. Yeah, that's what happened, Thunder. Patrick shoving all in here, and it's going to get through. I mean, I don't know why he's asking. Sounds like a Tipperary man. Galway, Marty. Mr. Marty Curran. Galway, my man. West, nonetheless, sir. Where are you from yourself, Marty? Where are you from yourself, sir? Pray tell. Really Hollywood, nah? Yeah, I don't know what this is about, lads. This is one thing that I just never understood. Why, Carlo, nice mate. Good to have you with us. Nothing wrong with Tip. Nothing right with it either, Jerry. Yeah, this is one thing I've noticed on these streams, and you know, I don't play enough live poker to kind of, I don't know. Maybe it's just to know for in future, but at the same time, that's not necessary either, because if you're gonna call an all in, you're gonna ask for a count if you're considering it. Yeah, Patrick lost the big pot, man. That hand that I just told you about. But yeah, that was one thing that I never understood from what I've done and what I've noticed on these streams. And, you know, I'm not going to put anyone down, but I'm just saying in general, there's definitely some spots where people take, you know, a lot longer than they need to. You know, some spots might justify having some think about it. Have the dinner at breakfast, lads, and have a good clear run of the day. Yeah, 2 pair versus straight ISO, yeah. I really don't want to explain that again, by the way, because that was a mouthful. How was this? I played at the pub game with my mates for 5 years and only ever got second. Got myself a girlfriend and took her one time. She had never played, and I gave her a crash course during the week. She won one tourney, one time, 1,500 in a pocket. I know, man. It's funny you mentioned that, man, because I used to do that. You know, I think it's very stereotypical that, you know, for a lot of people that have an interest in poker, you probably played with a group of lads or friends, like whatever, on a Friday night or a Saturday, give or take. And you know, the home games are the sit and goes that we used to do, man, like 8-handed, 9-handed, whatever it was, depending. I rarely used to win any of them, and it used to like drive me soft, like. You know, even nowadays, I was like, there's days there where I just don't win and I'm okay with it. But just back in that time where I was a lot more inexperienced and whatnot, it used to piss me off, to say the least. And then, like, you know, people that you knew were not good players, aka shit. You know, them were the guys that kind of won a little bit more often. But maybe that was just my ego telling me that, or not realizing that I was shit. Who knows? But yeah, variance, eh? Variance in poker. Yes, after these hours, please save what you can of your voice. Yeah, that's a little bit too late for that, ISO. So we do get to defend here from Lackey with the 10-9 off. He is technically ahead. Don't call the Carlo boy shit. Good shot here for both players. It's a bit of an awkward spot here for Simon. I mean, it's a bit of an awkward spot for both players. Are these stacks right, or am I losing it? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was looking at the graphics, and then I was looking at the stack of white chips he has in his hands, and I'm just like, how are these correct? But obviously the stack was directly to his right hand. So there you go. Shows what I'm seeing right now, lads. Something for everyone, eh? Going into the final table sheet and another had the table dominated. I said just fold until you're in the money. You have plenty, and whatever you don't do is just fold. First hand, the other guy goes all in. She goes. Well, obviously she made the right call, man. Yeah, she ended up winning the tournament. No. He had ace. He had kings and she had aces. Well, there you go. Can't be telling her to fold with the best hand, you know. I almost fell over. I don't fucking blame you. Simon here with the ace jack offsuit. So Patrick now with the pocket fives. This his time to shine, my good people. He does call. He does call. We're off to the races, my good people. The pocket fives versus the Aus jock. Could we be down to our final three? Tune in to find out. Good luck, sirs, Mr. Levio says. Strongly agree. This is what we call a fair fight, my good people. This is what we call a fair fight. Mr. Levio says I will not call it with the 5s. Well, you wouldn't have this exciting moment if he didn't, or if he did. Fingers crossed, eh? Off we go, my good people. Oh, no good. Well, we've seen 2 outers before, lads. Let's see, can Patrick rein it in? Diamonds are covered as well, unfortunately. Man's putting on his jacket. Does pick up a gut shot. 6 or a 5. Man is not out of the woods yet. No, sir. The hoodie trick, yeah. Didn't work this time, Bird. Unlucky Patrick, sir. You have netted yourself a relatively decent payday of 27.6k along with the 10k ticket. So you're looking at around a 38k score, which is not bad, lads, for a €250 buy-in. Not bad at all, if I do say so myself. Decent run. Congrats, sir. It was an open jam pre-tier, yeah, or pre-tier. So it was. It was indeed, my good man. I think the TD is more or less just saying that there's no deals allowed, lads, so we will be playing for all that change up top. We have 3 lads. No deal available. I think it's the fact that it's a WSOP event, they are not doing it. I know they have done deals on some of the other events that they host on weekends, but I think the fact that this is a ring event, they're going to play for it all, which I'm a big fan of, and I'm sure you guys are as well. Playing for a lot of money up top, over 100k. So decent ROI for a 250 buy-in, my good people. See how this unfolds, lads. My pick is still in. Mr. Lackey Luke. There he is. Setting the tone. Ooh, King of Kings here. If he makes this call, he's going to be in fantastic shape against Lackey. I mean, I don't know about this one, lads. I think King Queen might be too good to fold here. Again, you're going to be flipping majority of the time here. Oh, we could have a back-to-back all-in here, lads. Well, we do have a back-to-back all-in, excuse me. Could have back-to-back eliminations. That is the question. Is that going to happen? Or are we going to see another miserable three-outer? Well, he's in great shape. He's in fantastic shape. Lines are up to 1 milli, 2 milli as well, lads. Forgot to mention, but not that matters right now. Lucky Luke at risk. See how this unfolds. He needs a jack. Needs a jack. Or a 9. Some additional equity there now. Additional outs. King of Kings just making his coffee. Deuce on the turn. Jack or a 9. Or we will be heads up. Let's see what this river card brings, my good people. Oh my god! Why is poker so sick, lads? King of Kings didn't even flinch. Didn't even flinch, man. Man, I'm not going to lie, right? I do remember when Lucas or Lucky Luke won the WSOP event 2 years ago. I don't remember him getting this lucky or you know, hitting 2-outers, 3-outers, whatever, as much as he's done on this session. But he did run extremely well in terms of distribution, in terms of premiums. And now the opposite is true for this one. That seems to be getting it in, not great. And hitting the cards that he needs to hit when he needs to hit them. It's an important skill in poker as well, lads, you know, to hit the hands that you need to hit or to hit the cards you need to hit at the right time. Very important skill. It's mandatory for a poker player. It's very much in your control. Why can't I run like that at least one time? I know, yeah, he wasn't even making, he was just making coffee, man. He was putting sugar in the coffee, or whatever the hell he put in it. But, nice river, eh? Nice river. As I said, I don't think I've done a coverage of commentary before for any of these events where I've seen as many 3-outers, 2-outers, you know, 4 or 5-outers, whatever. In very, very high EV spots, by the way. Like, that's a massive pay jump if Lucky Luke, excuse me, gets eliminated. That's, what are we looking at here? Something around nearly 10.5k pay jump. No, more. What am I saying? It's like 34k for thirds. Yeah, it's like a 20k pay jump. That happened there. That could have happened. That didn't happen. Anyways, back to the grind. Back to the grind we go. And poker is tough, isn't it? When things like that happen that are out of your control. We do have an action turn card. An 8 for both players here. %100% to 6. Poker is very easy, lads. Just ask for the card and it always comes. Very, very simple logic. I feel like a 4. See, I did it with the pocket trees with Lucky Luke as well, by the way. I called the tree. They're reading chat. They're reading something. They're either listening to the commentator or they're reading chat. Simple. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Might be a bit tin to shove there, Mr. Lovrio. Hardest game to make an easy living, yeah. Facts. It sounds great on paper until you start reading the terms and conditions. Then it sounds shiza. I assume this is going to go check here. Yeah, and then so it does. So yeah, blinds are 1 milli, 2 milli at the moment. An average stack, well, it's gone off the screen. But we will see it in a moment. I was still losing, I saw the cards, lol. We've got 280 people watching on Twitch, lads, and we have over 700 on YouTube as well, which is fantastic numbers for this amazing event. Over 1,000 people watching across 2 platforms. If you aren't following on Twitch, be sure to jump on over at Poker Room Kings, hit that follow button, and if you aren't subscribed on YouTube, be sure to check out Kings Resort on YouTube and hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. A lot of amazing content on the YouTube channel, lads. Plenty of highlights from previous streams, both the MTT stuff and also the cash games that are held usually on a Saturday evening / Saturday night. A lot of 10.25, 25.50, etc. How long has this event been going? Well, coverage, Brady, has been close to 9 hours at this stage, but I reckon the guys have been playing for probably over 9, or sorry, close to 10 hours today. I think we started with 30 players, something like that. And yeah, we're down to the final 3 as of right now. Jerry Fall says, great commentary. Cheers. Appreciate that, Jerry. I didn't say anything about Carlo, you know. Nothing about Carlo. Probably going to go check here on the river. Never really expect to win with Queen High. And it goes check. Bad check behind. Wow, you're going for a value bet there, Birdie, yeah? Come on, the Premier. Definitely hurling is not for the weak, that's for sure, Jerry. King's best cash game place of the world. It's definitely a nice venue, man. Like, even the streams are fun. Cash game streams. Say people's home of hurling. Well, that's a fact. As it says, not for the faint of heart, it's that sport. Something I never played much when I was younger. I tried, didn't work out. That was the end of that. Get the limp here in the small blind, check behind by Simon. Yeah, that I agree with Mr. Levio. You were born with it. I'm one of the very few that actually wasn't, Jerry. I'll be honest with you. The very few that wasn't. I have very, very little interest in the GAA. I'd watch it on TV, that's about it, but you'd never catch me dead at a match. It's not to diss anyone that would go to a game, but just don't have that passion behind me, I guess. Lucky will win. He is the better player and the luckier. Makes sense, Bird, no? Makes a lot of sense. question is very valid. Would you rather be too lucky or skillful in poker? And I'd honestly rather be lucky than skillful or good, whatever way you want to phrase it. I think in the short term, I'd definitely rather be the luckiest person at the table in terms of probability being on my side. King of Kings, he didn't steal his name, I know. It's going to be a fitting end if King of Kings does end up winning this, you know. It's going to be great publicity for King's Casino, no? 7-5 suited is his hand. That is true, Space. That is true. Earned them the chip lead, literally. Best adverts, for sure. Do get the 3-bet here from Mr. Simon, or Simon. Not sure how Czech Republic pronounces that first name, but I'd say Simon. Simon. I think anyone on the 3 of them are in the average stack. I know, man, it's very, 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 very close. One person gets a double up, someone's going to be 10. Yeah, Simon. Shimon. Yeah, we'd say like Simon in the UK and Ireland. But I was fairly sure that it wouldn't be pronounced that way in Czech Republic, if I had to guess. So you want to say Shimon? Am I saying that correctly? Or Simon? Simon may be better. I think Simon is better, or sounds more accurate. So Lukash, Simon, yeah, like a Digimon. Or a Pokemon, yeah. Simon. Jesus Christ, lads, if I showed you some Irish names, and I asked you to pronounce them, you could be here until next week, and you still probably wouldn't get it right. No joke. Shimon. Chimpanzee, Shimon. Does pick up that flush draw, lads. So it's Shimon, so. Why like? Why complicate things? Shimon. Lovely. What's your name? I'll give you my name now. It's Alan Finn. Galway born and bred. Let's go check here as expected. Oh. Well, if you're going to have the name King of Kings, he's living up to his name, lads. Not the nicest river for Mr. Shimon. 5-7 is nuts. Fact. If he was Irish, there was for sure a beer next to him at the table. Fact. More than likely, Mao. More than likely. I mean, I reckon he can. I reckon he can probably value bet the King Queen here, but he can't go big. I would assume something around the 10 to 12 million mark, maybe 8 million. I wouldn't go any bigger than that though. This looks like a third pot. By the looks of it, yeah, 12 million, which is a block bet more or less. And King of Kings is obviously going to ship a Rooney. And Shimon is going to be in a disastrous spot. There you go. I mean, this is majority of the time not going to be a bluff. And you really don't want to be calling King Queen here without a club if you are going to call this hand. You want to be blocking value here, primarily. And if you had the Queen of Clubs, you could argue it might be okay, but can't imagine this is going to be a call by Mr. Shimon. There's a straw in the hoodie. Straw leads to a pint of Guinness, yeah. Incognito stuff there, Stratos. I think betting river is okay, man, because you can still get called by worse. And I'm not going to say King of Kings is incapable of turning some hands into a bluff here, but I still think value betting this in this line of bet, check, bet is fine. But I really wouldn't be contemplating calling a raise here respectfully, is what I would recommend. Yeah, I reckon he's going to find the fold here, lads. Although in saying that, many a time on the stream so far that I said X and somebody else did Y, so we'll let Shimon do his thing. Oh, God. These are the spots now. I mean, yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, good man, good man, good man, good man. That 7-5 there has made him a lot of money, lads. He does show him as well. I don't expect to see a bluff there the vast majority of the time, FYI. I don't expect to see a bluff there much, if ever. Not impossible, but definitely unlikely. And you know, Shimon there, same thing. Makes that call there, he's on 14 big blinds left. Yeah, probably not great, Bird. I wouldn't do it myself personally. I'd show the bluff. Never show value. But yeah, King of Kings, 40 big blinds. Shimon, 24 big blinds. And Lucky Luke, 17. That's how we are rolling right now, my good people. That's how we are rolling right now. Lucky Luke here now, 17 big blinds. He does open ship. Going to get it through, thankfully. Top pair here for Shimon. Full house here now for Shimon. It'll be somewhat difficult to get paid here. Although he might look him up if the price is reasonable. But what's that, like 4 or 5 million? 4 milli? Indeed, Bird. Although King of Kings is finding the call with the Queen High. Gonna get the bad news. The respect from King of Kings. If he called the King High, I'd say it's fine. I think Queen High, although in saying that, he could be value betting like 10x there. I think Queen High is a little bit too far. A little bit too far, especially for 4 milli, by the way. If it was like 2 million, I'd say fair enough. Maybe we could find a call there, Queen High sometimes, but facing 3/4 or 4 million into 6, I don't really want to call Queen High there, lads, respectfully. How was this guy in the last 3? Variance, mate. Make good hands and get paid. It's a good start. Paul Lopez. It's been a roller coaster. That is true, Space. That is true, sir. It has been a roller coaster for Mr. King of Kings. I think it's been a roller coaster for everyone, lads. I think it's been a roller coaster for everyone. I can't imagine this ride stopping anytime soon until one person has all the chips. It's been a battle. But as you guys can see, we are still battling away. What is with this guy in straights, eh? It's a good question. Prettier. Or prettier. It's definitely possible here to get paid off against a 9 as long as the sizing is in that vicinity. Big one. $10 million. It's around half pot. Oh man, this guy is getting way too sticky, lads. He's getting way too sticky, my good people. Lucky Luke. Chiplead. Chiplead. My man. My shout. The guy I picked. Back at it. Yeah, that's a little bit too loose there now, right? With all due respect. Very good, very nice. Very good, very nice. Coffee has not helped. Absolutely did not help. It was all plain sailing before the coffee, lads. Then a massive explosion of caffeine into the system. Boom. Raise here to 5.5 milli. Then called by Lackey. Why do I get the feeling that this is going to get spicy in the next hour or so? I feel it coming. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit, exactly. Facts. At least he takes down that pot, lads. Makes back some money that he lost in the previous one. Make back some money that he lost in the previous one. Pretty looking king queen here from Mr. Lackey. Is Lackey a professional? I mean, I can't say for sure if he is. If I had to guess, I'd say yes, but maybe someone else, Latura, if you're still in chat, maybe you can verify if he is, but I'm fairly confident he is. Yeah, he's a regular, definitely. Definitely a regular for sure in Kings. He does defend the King Queen. Bonnie and Fried and Clyde. Yeah, he's definitely a regular. Not a whole lot going on here from Mr. King of Kings, except a bunch of caffeine in the system and a volatile play incoming. We'll start with a check. Not the worst hand to stab here, by the way. 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. I wouldn't mind it. Go check again here. King High is probably never good here. Now, is King of Kings going to take a stab, or is Lackey Luke going to take a stab? Man, Lackey, you got to take a stab here, bro. 8 million would be okay. 8 to 10 million here would be probably okay. Good man. You can't check this behind, obviously. I think we all can agree that he's looking at that 10 milli. Question is King of Kings going to look this one up? Looked him up relatively light in a previous hand. Might not think he's bluffing this time and let it go. Very, very difficult to call ace high here. As much as I don't want him to do it, I actually think he's going to call, lads. I have this instinct that he might call. I know it's 4 to a flush and 4 to a straight here, but oh, he does fold. He does fold. I thought he was going to call that time, lads. I'm not going to lie. So here we have the chip counts. We are going to go on a short break, lads. Everything is relatively even. I'm going to go for a quick break. 10 minutes. We'll be back. 3-handed. Playing down to our winner. I'll see you guys then.
know. Okay.
Oh, now we all want to know.
You won't even. I think it's a Czech. What he means is an old Czech nickname.
I won't even understand.
No, it was German.
I won't understand.
It was German.
Something about proud, yeah?
Yeah, proud Jana. You started it. Jana means lady.
My name is Jan, and you said Jana.
Jan and Jana. It's a woman's name. You know, his name is Jan. And they say Stolze
Getting a
Jana.
history lesson today, lads.
Proud Jana.
Leon with the aces in the hijack, going for a full 3x raise with a little bit of cheese on top. 95k to go.
You're welcome.
I'm still proud.
You're always welcome. You always.
Now I call you. Son of
Son of whatever you can call me.
Tell you shouldn't have said it. Now you.
Son of Ina and Victor. My father was Victor and mother Ina. So son of two of them.
Two guns.
Son of two guns.
How much is that? 95, right?
Son of two guns. He does have two pocket rockets here. It's going to be three-way action to the flop. Pricey and spicy pot here, three ways. 330k already in the middle.
Massive cooler, what happened?
Jack 10-7 is the flop. Leon with the overpair. Yaxman with top pair. Decent kicker. Let's see what happens here. It's a draw heavy board. Yaxman will call 175. Some equity here for Orpin, but he's got no hearts in his hand. Yeah, it does make
Oh my God.
disciplined
What
laydown.
do you have behind it? Not much, eh?
Standard enough, I suppose, against two players.
3 doesn't make any change to you, right?
Three of diamonds on the turn.
You call it, you got it.
Leon with a bit of speech play with his aces before moving all in.
And remember, this is not Omaha, this is Holden.
Really?
We do see the Queen, Jack of
boring.
Spades stacking off.
Well, just aces. What I got? Can't fold.
This is a
Jack,
huge
you
pot
can't
for
fold
Leon
Jack.
if he can hold.
Jack King, Jack Ace.
And he's got 89% equity to do so.
You have the best hand.
Again.
Huge pot for Leon. We lose a superstar. Leon going to have about 50 big blinds now.
It's fair game for poker, you know, 3 options. Sometimes just 3 options. Some games you can do like more option, raise, re-raise, something.
Blom
4th option.
with 2 black ladies under the gun here, min raising.
Like a Sweden here, called country. Victor, don't look at me. Come on. Too strong, too strong.
Oh dear, we've got action.
Oh dear.
Piccieri. 2 black bad boys in the cutoff. The pocket rockets. Small 3-bet incoming.
Uh-oh.
265.
Uh-oh. Bleib sitzen. Warum spielst du so viel Hände? Warum spielst du so viele Hände?
So viele?
Zu viele Hände. Mit deinem Steak zu viele Hände, bleib sitzen.
Solo juego con
Hör
ases.
mich, wenn kriegst du eine
Does go all in,
Platz.
does get called. Blom gets the bad news. Piccieri up out of his seat when it should be Isildur the one standing up. There's 21% equity to remain in this tournament with 8 remaining at the moment. 2 away from the money. Piccieri, a 4-1 favourite to eliminate the beast that is Isildur.
Sei nervoso? Di questo?
Un po' sì.
No, ma
Voglio vincere.
hai vinto.
Speriamo.
Hai vinto e basta. Non c'è da
10-10-5
parlare.
is the
hai vinto
flop.
e basta. Dico, non c'è da parlare, hai vinto e basta. Ma che sei nervoso? Con 2 assi. Quello nervoso con 2 assi. Niente da essere
Turn is a
nervoso.
6.
Non c'è.
Red Lady of the Night needed on this river,
Relax.
or we will have another elimination.
Jetzt ist Bubble Boy. Machst du Aktion?
River is a king. Close but no cigar in between the queen and the ace.
Ho detto niente da essere nervoso.
Are we staying here or moving? Staying?
One thing is true. You can double me up, I cannot.
It's true.
Yeah.
Whose advantage is that?
I have no idea. But it's the truth, you know. It's the truth.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
What a flop this is.
Wow.
120.
Fox and flop and 2 pair. Leon with top pair, no flush draw.
Where are the phones? Do you know?
The phones are in the
5 seconds.
All in.
What?
What? Wow.
Campbell.
Fair fight.
You can double
Gamble,
me up,
gamble.
I cannot.
Jeez.
Fair fight, you know.
Very fair.
Yeah.
This is incredible. Look how much chips are in there. 100 big blinds in this pot.
Set.
Turn is the ace of spades.
Makes it harder, but
How much harder?
can chop.
Almost impossible. Yeah, that's
14% equity for Leon as we hit the river.
Oh
River is
my
the five.
God.
Oh, wow.
unbelievable. I survived to the full house. Can you imagine? And what I said is truth, right?
Yeah.
I could double.
What a run-up, bro.
Look at the flop.
Alrighty, folks, and welcome back to the mini main event coverage here. Final table. 3 players remaining, as you can see on screen. Lucky Luke, chip leader at the moment. Simon Fiala in second place, and then King of Kings in third. Very, very level chips, lads, in all fairness. Nothing between them. All guaranteed 38.5k plus the 10k main event ticket. That'll be held in the first week of October, I believe. And obviously 100k up top. There's no deals available. They are playing for what's exactly on screen. And off we go again, lads. Hope you all enjoyed that short short break. So we catch up on some of this chat here. Checking back here. We have Apocalypse, I think. Yeah, Apocalypse is out. So nice to have us with us, sir. There is a ring on top. There is Mr. Levio. There is a ring. It's a ring event. It's a circuit event. So as far as I know, all them circuit events have a ring. Managed to bink the tournament. So there is one available for this one. It is event number 2, I believe. Yep, from what I can see. It's obviously have multiple events, but this one is being covered live on Twitch. Florian on YouTube is asking, is this Lucky Luke's highest live earning? I'm not 100% sure. I know he won a WSOPE main event 2 years ago. I think that was like 200 or 300k, Florian, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But I don't think this one is going to be the highest earning for sure. I think he definitely had a higher score 2 years ago, which was also covered on this Twitch channel, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure there's been a higher result from 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, from what I can see. Because I know Dan and I, who I do the co-coms with, who I'm also covering for today, we did coverage for the WSOPE 2 years ago, and he did bink one of the first tournaments of that series. I think it was 200 or 300k up top, man, if I'm not mistaken, but don't quote me on the exact figure. Do not quote me on the exact figure, my good man. But yeah, blinds are 1.3k, 2.5 milli. Sorry, 1.3 milli, 2.5 milli, and with a 2.5 million big blind ante. So King of Kings making some questionable calls before we took that short break. And is back in action. And the big blind here with 8-6 suited, or 8-6 offsuit. Contemplating whether to bluff this on the river. Well, 9 times out of 10 he's not going to win if he checks, that's for sure. Sometimes giving up isn't the worst mistake either, lads. Easier said than done at times. He does go for a very big bet. I mean, it's 3/4 pot. No, 10 million. 20 million, excuse me. I forgot. I keep thinking they're 500k chips, man. Is there any chance that Lucky Luke sniffs this out? It's extremely polarizing. I'll let you guys listen in on the table talk if Luke, or Lucky Luke, is going to do some soul searching here. I'm not going to lie, lads, I missed flop and turn action here. I don't know if this went check, check on the turn. I don't know if this went check, check, flop, check, check, turn. So if somebody can help me out here, I'll try and give some accurate river analysis based on the information. But I think the fact that so what, there's like 5 million. There's definitely a bet here at some stage. So I'm assuming this went bet, call on the flop, check, check, turn, and then blast on the river is what I'm assuming happened here. Definitely eyeing this up, lads. He does let it go. And he shows the 5 or the 6. Big bluff. Big bluff. Bird asking for time. Calling for time, I should say. You leave Lackey Luke out of this, calling time on him, Bird. Man can have all the time in the world, if you ask me. So you got 22 big blinds for King of Kings, and you got 17 for Shimon. You got Lackey around that threshold as well, man. These are very, very even stacks, to be fair. Blinds aren't going up for another 30 to 40 minutes, I'd say. Next blind level will be 1.5 million and then 3 million with a 3 million big blind ante. So make them stacks a little bit more shallow again. Shimon taking a stab here. King of Kings with a pair of kings. Decides to check call. Shimon does pick up a gut shot. Does have the 10 of diamonds in his hand as well, which is nice. Let's go check, check though. I imagine King of Kings is going to bet his king. Just check, which is interesting. He does get him to bet. I can't imagine Mr. King of Kings is going anywhere. Snapperoonie. Just like that, Shimon loses 8 milli. That's great. But c'est la vive. Man made more money in that hand than I ever would have done. Hard to check behind Jack High, lads, isn't it? Hard to check behind the good old Jack High. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Times are tough. Simon decides to run it. The King 7 suited. Blackie might be tempted to call with the ace 4, but it might be a little bit too much with this hand. Hard to say. The hell was that in the background? Anyone else hear that? No? Am I losing it after close to 9 hours, 10 hours of a stream? Did I hear a cat in the background? Anyways, no time for that. I think it was the casino Stratus. It wasn't mine. as long as everyone else heard it, and I'm not like just losing my shit here, somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Ireland. Hopefully, I did hear that along with everyone else. But yeah, apparently 3 or 4 others heard it. Somebody getting strangled in the background, eh? Didn't sound great. Still contemplating this, lads. The cat is the rail is cat whispering, something like that. Yeah, I definitely heard it. Okay, I'm not losing my shit, thankfully. As I said, we're close to 10 hours into this stream, lads. Casino cat hit the jackpot on the slot machine. The way things have been going tonight, Stratos, I wouldn't be surprised if that actually was the case. We're seeing a lot of strange runouts, you know. Actually deep in the tank here, lads. Yeah, I agree, Bird. I don't think this is a spot where Lackey wants to flick in half a stack here with his hands. There is a pay jump to consider here. Whether it bothers Lackey that much, I'm not too sure, but it is 20k at the end of the day, and he does elect to fold it. I mean, ace 7, ace 8, probably better to call there than ace 4. I would assume, if you are going to flick in. But the shove is definitely nice, Bird. Strongly agree, mate. Got London Harry, or London's Henry, I should say, on YouTube. Great commentator, up the Irish. Facts, mate. For the win, sir, for the win. Irish are taking over. It's an Irish person everywhere you go. I appreciate the kind words, Henry. Hope you're enjoying the stream, mate. Glad to have you with us. Glad to have you with us, sir. As I said, lads, we're random scary baby cry. I heard it too. A couple of people on the Twitch chat heard it as well, CP Halo, on YouTube. As I said, it's getting close to 10 hours into the stream, lads. Thought I might be hallucinating or something like that, but it's good that we can hallucinate together, you know? It's good that we can hallucinate together. When I heard it, I thought it was outside my window till you said that. Yeah, man. Very strange noise, Terry. Good stuff, though. Keeping us on our toes, you know. It's too late to be drinking coffee, but the odd cat noise, random cat noise, is a good thing to boost the adrenaline. We have a top pair here for King of Kings. Check through on the flop. Does turn the Tripperoonies. Does turn the Tripperoonies. And he is going to start leading. 4 million. So something around a block bet here seems what he did. Yeah, more or less that. It's probably okay to defend here with the ace-9, but you're kind of getting shorter stacked here. Need to be careful. They're still probably okay to call here for 1. That's awesome, Stratos. I appreciate the support, man. Just think during this broadcast I worked my 8-hour shift, drove home, smoked a cigar and had supper. now to watch it till the end. Respect, man. Respect the grind, respect the hustle. Respect the love of the game, man. Shimon does end up calling. And now King of Kings improves to a full house. I have to work tomorrow after 2 weeks of holiday. Man, I feel you. I should have been back grinding today, Bird, but I obviously got caught doing this. And then I actually have to meet Dan tomorrow, coincidentally, in the afternoon. It's the first time I've actually seen him face-to-face, probably in... Jesus, I don't know, man. It's been over a year since I've met Dan face-to-face, believe it or not. And we're actually not too far away from each other, just like... Never really happened over the past while. Always caught doing something, one of us. So Simon has a call here, well, contemplating a call, excuse me. King of Kings obviously with the nizzles. He does elect to fold. Yeah, I mean, hard to find a bluff there, lads. I mean, not impossible, but hard to, with all due respect. Tell Dan we all said hello from chat. I will definitely do that, Stratos. I'm excited to see him now, man, because I haven't seen him in a good while. I spoke to him over the phone a good few times, obviously, don't get me wrong. Like, the thing is, I only live probably, Jesus, I don't know. Probably 2-hour drive away from him, maybe an hour and 45. Just, as I said, man, like my schedule, not bragging about this by any means, but it's just the truth that my schedule most weeks, lads, I barely have any time for myself. Let alone some other people, even though Dan is obviously a very, very close mate of mine. But you know what I mean? It's one of those things when you're just very focused on your own situation that kind of lose track of I don't know, other things in your life, so to speak. But definitely going to catch up with him for 2 or 3 hours. We're going to go for some lunch. Does get that through with the Queen 9. But I'll definitely give him a nudge to say hello from chat. He'll be back at it probably the next stream, probably Monday week, this day week, I assume. I assume they're going to have one. I'm not sure what the event is next time. Yeah, that's the scary part, Strahos, that I don't really like, man. It does go by, and then when you're so focused or dialed in into whatever situation, and you're very much enjoying that process, you just tend to, I don't know, forget about other variables in your life. But, you know, at the same time, man, it's very, very difficult to make time for everyone. And then there's some people that just exploit you for your time, which is obviously not great either. I'm obviously not saying Dan does that. Dan wants me to do something or he needs me to do something, I will do it without any question. But very, very small amount of people I do that for, man. I've literally probably 3 people in my life that I would trust with everything and anything. And then outside of that, you know, you have your inner circle, you have your outer circle, put it that way. And Dan is very, very much in my inner circle. Very, very much so. But yeah, as I said, that's kind of one of those things that I'm not, as I said, I'm enjoying what I'm doing. But at the same time, I'd like to enjoy other things outside of what I do regularly, if that makes sense. Very, very much so, Stratos. Very, very much so. You literally hit the nail on the head if I was to describe that situation, bro. Yeah, 100%. He's one of those guys, man, right? That if I didn't talk to that lad for a year, and then you met up with him, it's like nothing changed, if you know what I mean. That kind of dynamic, which is great. Because there's times there where I suppose I wouldn't make the effort to chat to him, but he'd make the effort to do it for me, and then vice versa, man. Like, I might not talk to him for like a couple of weeks or a month or so, or maybe even 2 months sometimes, and then boom, we're just on the phone for like 2.5 hours chatting. So it's that sort of dynamic. But as I said, if he needs me to cover for a gig like this, more than happy to do it, and then whatever else outside of that. But I did strictly say to him this year, probably can't leave it as long as what we were doing previously, but we do have a hand here. But I imagine it's going to go 3-bet fold from King of Kings with the Ace King. But 100% what you said, Stratos, it's for sure hit the nail on the head there, bro, in regards to the situation. And to be fair to him, he's well aware of my schedule and everything I'm doing weekly. Yeah, just a 3-bet all in, more or less there. See, King of Kings here, lads, getting richer and richer, as most kings should, or stereotypically do. You have Lackey here now with the Ace-3 offsuit. Let's come in for a raise to 6 milli, which is around 2.4 big blinds. Does get it through. King of Kings seems to be running away with this. The other two are just waiting for a mistake so they can get second place. Yeah, feels that way. Seems that way. Birds, my tip is still Lucky Luke, yeah. To be fair, I didn't say he was specifically going to win it, but I did say he was going to be in the top 3. That much I will say. And deep down, I kind of wanted it anyways, man, because I met him in person. He's a lovely guy. Lovely, lovely guy. Just end up shoving, more or less, committing himself to the pocket 3s here. Not sure what the Hollywood is here from Mr. Shimon. Let's take it down. Mr. Lucky Luke. Shimon is definitely a little bit on the more, I'm not going to say screwed side, but obviously shorter stack nonetheless. Sub 10 big blinds, but still fine, obviously. King Queen here for King of Kings. Let's see, can Lucky Luke get some revenge with the famous 7-5 suited, lads, eh? King of Kings. Majestic hand, eh? Flop a little gut shot. Good shot for both players here, to be fair. Let's check pretty quickly. We have I mean, technically an open ender. You could say double gutter as well, but I would say open ender here for Lucky Luke. It's a little something with the 7-5. I think the 7-5 suited has made the most money in this tournament so far. I do think King of Kings does have to peel here because his King or Queen could be live. Good shot to the nut straight. Some bluff opportunities if Lucky Luke checks the river, if that does happen. Maybe he just might fold here, but I wouldn't personally. Next straight, incoming bird says. Well, it's guaranteed with this hand bird, in fairness. Like, it's like probability just go out the window when you're talking about the 7-5 suited, you know. He does fold. Love when someone makes a fold and then just specifically, or should I say directly, looks over at the villain, you know. Or the guy that scooped the pot. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that fold there. Hard to say if that's right or wrong there, but I don't think it's probably a pure fold. But anyways, King of Kings, chip leader still, Lucky Luke in second place, and Simon in third, sub 10 big blinds. Probably needs to get the ball rolling here a little bit, but as I said, he still has some maneuverability, but we are playing three-handed here, lads. We are in the blinds. Basically every hand, for the most part, 2 out of 3 hands. But yeah, one double up here for Simon. Get him right back into it. King of Kings. I never thought I'd be able to say this again, lads, but King of Kings with the pocket kings. Gonna make some great content, that. Fantastic. Lucky Luke will defend this as well. Queen 8 suited here is way too good to limb fold, unless he made it very, very big, which he didn't. 3 big blinds, very, very standard. We go to a flop. We go to a flop. Well, piece for both. King of Kings floating around with a lot of kings. Some might say too many kings. Very, very small bet here from Your Majesty. Or should I say Your Highness? I don't know which one it is, actually. Second time he's had kings in this final table. He's had aces, stratos, he's had queens. He's had a decent amount of premiums. And not only that, 7-5 has actually probably made him the most money out of all the hands. God bless the 7-5 suited, eh? Goes for a pretty decent size bet here on the turn. I imagine Lackey is just going to be getting out of the way here. It's 4.4 big blinds, but still. The third of a stack here. Don't think you want to be investing here with Queen 8 without redraws and stuff like that. Yeah, you could be marginally ahead against some Jack X flush draws and whatnot, but don't feel great. Just get out of the way. Good stuff. Lackey is like, why me? Why didn't I get that seat draw, eh? It looks like one that has kings. Indeed. The table is his kingdom today, that is for sure, Stratos. That is for sure, mate. That is for sure. Got a pretty nice hand to 3-bet jam here from Shimon. So I think we figured out, lads, who the cat was. I'm pretty sure it was King of Kings. Oh, God. Quick all in here from Lackey. Could we be going heads up, my fellow poker fans? Shows the 5-4. What do we have here, lads? Another 70-30. Go figure, eh? Good old Ace-4 suited versus the Jacques. Good luck to both players, but there can only be one winner. Well, arguably, could be a split pot somehow, but Lackey is the favourite at the moment. But as always, there is many a flop, turn and river card to come. Big one, lads. Buckle up. He's on the prowl. Pretty safe flop, no diamonds. No backdoors really, only an ace or an ace only. Huge spot for Lucas here. Huge, huge spot. He's in very, very, very good shape. Continues to do so. An ace and an ace only for Mr. Shimon. We will be heads up, my good people. And that is it. We are heads up. I do believe we are going to go on a very, very short break, lads. Probably 5 to 7 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So after that, we will be crowning a winner. Congrats to Shimon, very good result. Booked himself. Let me just check here. 38k, 38.5k, along with the 10k ticket. So you're looking at 48k. Congrats on that, Simon. And as I said, lads, I'm pretty sure we're going to go on a short break, something around the 5 to 7 minute mark. Yeah, pretty much sure it was just announced there. So yeah, take a short break, lads, and we will be back for the heads up final, or the heads up battle, I should say. Catch you guys then.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your
you
biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
good
wow.
Play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically frustrating spot for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, Ace-5-5, Rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands you would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
I see that.
Really nice laydown, by the way.
I see that.
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river.
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river.
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
Are we staying here or moving? Staying?
One thing is true. You can double me up, I cannot.
It's true.
Yeah.
Whose advantage is that?
I have no idea, but it's the truth, you know. It's the truth.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
What a flop this is.
Wow.
120.
Fox and flop and two pair. Leon with top pair, no flush draw.
Where are the phones? Do you know?
The phones are in the...
5 seconds.
All in. What?
What? Wow.
Gamble.
Fair fight.
You can double
Gamble,
me up,
gamble.
I cannot.
Jeez.
Fair fight, you know.
Very fair.
Yeah.
This is incredible. Look how much chips are in there. 100 big blinds in this pot.
Set.
Turn is the ace of spades.
Makes it harder, but
How much harder?
can chop.
Almost impossible. Yeah, that's
14% equity for Leon as we hit the river.
Oh
River is
my
flying.
God.
Oh, wow.
unbelievable. I survived.
All right, my fellow poker fans, I hope you haven't gone too far. We are back for the heads up finale. Mr. Lucky Luke 17, Mr. King of Kings As I said earlier on, this is going to make some great endorsement for Kings if someone with the username or with the name King of Kings wins this. Chip stacks are relatively similar. Probably going to get a blind increase, I assume, in the next 10 or 15 minutes, lads. Obviously, the graphics will be updated if that is the case. But yeah, 25, 38 in terms of big blinds, effective stacks. Obviously, that can very easily change in terms of one hand running up against each other. Mike the Biker, welcome on in, sir. Wow, logged on. And this hand, I assume you're on about the highlight hand. Dude hitting on Fox and not knowing she is married. Soon they're talking about Cabrel, Martin Cabrel. I'd say he knows she's married. I have to guess. Either way, I don't blame him. Don't blame him at all, by the way. She's a good-looking lady. Or to say if I was in this situation, I would ask for a deal, and what Stratos said is true. No deals on the WSOP events, as far as I know. I did hear that TD mention that. I think when we got three-handed. We have some top pair action here for Mr. Lackey. Checked through on the flop. Checked on the turn again. This is why I only play the super duper high roller tournaments. It all makes sense now, Bert. It all makes sense now. We're getting King of Kings here to invest some money, which is fantastic for Lackey. Going to be a smooth operator here with a smooth call, one would imagine. Does elect to do so. Seven of clubs on the river here. King of Kings with the naked 9 high. Looks like he's going to go for it. It's a relatively small bet. I'm not sure what the idea is behind that there. I mean, if you're going to bluff in that situation, put the pressure on. He laughs, he giggles. No biggie. $500k gummy bears buy-in at least, Bird says. Small stakes, Bird. Pocket change to most people, no? A little bit of pocket change for most people. I just want to play a free roll. It was just to play a free roll and had kings. I lost to 8. They hit an 8 on the flop. Sad time, Stratos. As long as you tried, sir. As long as you tried. Full house here for King of Kings, going for a 12 milli bet. Lucas might be tempted to look this up, but might decide on the latter and just let it go. It does call. Bit of a misstep there from Lucas. Not to worry, still plenty of chips in play. Oh, look at this. Oh, do we have it here, boys? Is this the spot? Can't see how this money does not go in here. Unless King of Kings just decides to smooth call. Huge spot here for King of Kings. Is this it, lads? This could be the final hand. This could be it, my good people. Lucky Luke needing an ace or some straight cards or a lot of ladies. A lot of ladies. Davai, davai, davai. Jack high flop. Lucky Luke needing some help here. Some running straight cards or an ace from space. An ace and an ace only for Lucas. Or we will be crowning our winner of the mini main event for the WSOPC circuit event. Here we go. Oh my God! Jeez, lads! What are these rivers tonight? Oh my God! What is this? Oh man, that's so cruel. No way, lads. That is so cruel. Man, I know I'm not heads up here for this money or this title or anything like that, but Jesus, I can feel that pain. God damn. That hurt, lads. I was about to go to bed. Sick river. Sick river indeed, Stratos. That's an understatement, bro. Crazy river, lads. What a huge, huge hand there for Lucas. Huge. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm speechless after that one, lads. I mean, I'm not going to say give it to him on the flop, but like on the river, it just hurts like 10,000 times more. So sick, man. I mean, I'm happy for Lucas, don't get me wrong. Because I do have him as my my pick to take this down. But my goodness. King of Kings. Not in the best of shape here with 10 big blinds. 4-1 chip lead for Mr. Lackey Luke. Chipping a chair though, lads. It's far from over. Far from over. Back-to-back hands with the ace-queen for Lucas. Decent flop here for King of Kings. Are they going to go check, check? No, it does not. Lucas betting the turn here, possibly for some value. Equity denial and stuff like that. I imagine just going to go check, check here, lads. Ouch. Does call. God damn, we are back to level chips, lads. It's unfortunate. Sometimes you just have to caulk yourself into waiting for a better hand to go for the kill with. Agreed. My effing tournament, eh? Quote unquote. Alright guys, we're back. I was just taking my time with something else there. But yeah. Interesting hand there with the ace queen, with the jack 7. Pretty unfortunate for Lucas. But as I said, it's not over till the fat lady sings, so to speak. So to speak. Eight, 9, 3, two-tone. Fold from King of the Kings. Limp on the button here from King of Kings. Pretty nice flop for King of Kings here. Middle and bottom pair. Lucky Luke. Open into straight draw, excuse me. One big blind bet here from King of Kings. Check call from Lucky. The nicest turn card for King of Kings, but probably just go check, maybe bet river, call river. River ace. Another one, eh? It does go for the bet here again, which I don't mind. I mean, it is a limp pot to be fair, so there's definitely still some value to be had here with Queen X. Lackey does decide to call here, which might be a bit on the looser side, but he's getting a decent price in the turn here to improve. Don't really like check call and naked straight draws on the turn out of position. That's the only thing. Me personally, anyways. Me donk jams. What is this? I guess this was his plan all along. Club blocker in his hand. What's he really saying he has here, though? That he just, like, Queen X of clubs he check calls twice? Like, it has to have, like, 9-10 suited, Jack 10 suited here to take this line. Does he ever donk jam King X here? Probably not. I wouldn't be surprised if King of Kings sniffs this out, lads. Just saying. Sniff, sniff, meow. Stratos in the house. Like, as I said, I don't think Lackey plays King X this way. I don't. I'd be very, very surprised. And it's not like he has that much strong King X as well. Because this is a limp pot, let's keep that in mind. So, like, the only flushes that make sense here is like Queen X of clubs, and then some Jack 10 suited, which I think he probably raises pre-flop. 10-9 suited, he might check back, you know, pair plus, or sorry, gut shot and flush draw on the turn. So he has, to be fair, he has very little flush combos here, lads. If you really, really think about it. Because like him donk jamming the river here is basically saying, I have a flush. Like, that's what it is. In my opinion. I'm not saying it's impossible for him to like never donk jam a king here. Like, this call would be way easier if you had a club in your hand. If you had like the Queen of clubs or the 5 of clubs, well obviously you can't have that because it's on the board. Very, very tough call to call, tough spot to call here at the same time. There is a 40k difference here, lads. This is a 40k call. You don't have balls. Oh, how satisfying this is going to be for Lackey. He has to show. He has to show, lads. He has to show the bluff here. Want to get under someone's skin? He gets the fuck through. The pain. Look, lads. Honestly, there isn't many flush combos. Seriously, there really, really isn't. There isn't many flush combos. Seriously, think about it. You really shouldn't be check calling too many naked flush draws on the turn. And it's a backdoor flush draw that came in as well. It's very unlikely that he's floating 7-8 of clubs there on the flop, or some random, just naked, like suited hands like that on the flop. Like, there is going to be some ace X of clubs, stuff like that, maybe. Like ace 2, ace 3 of clubs, for example. Maybe that could play it that way. But that's stretching it. Because, like, if you, like, again, it's a limp pot, lads. Very, very interesting hand. That definitely is probably going to get under King of Kings skin, I would say. ODL is saying it would have to be Queen X or Ace X. Of clubs, you mean? Bird coming in with the meowing. Pop Mimo. Where's the cat now, lads? Where is the cat now? He's not meowing anymore, is he? Unfortunately not. Leon killed it. Yeah. No, it's a shitty spot nonetheless, lads, to be fair, you know. They've been playing for the guts of 10 or 11 hours, you know. Let's take down that one nonetheless. Needs a double up, Mr. King of Kings. Gonna be feeling the pinch otherwise. Gonna be feeling the pinch otherwise. Pretty sick heads up sit and go when you think about it, lads, for 40k. That's what it is. Just like playing a heads up match for 40k. And to be fair, they did start this relatively similar in stack sizes. I think it was like 28-35. I think King of Kings had the 35 effective. I should have said 35 big blinds. This is going to be a great achievement if Lucky Luke does decide to take this home. Huge accomplishment again from this man. to get the all in here and fold. Jack 7-7 here. We do have an all in here, people. Lucky Luke called it off at the Queen 7 suited and the Jack 5 suited from King of Kings. This could be the last hurrah. See how this unfolds, my good people. Lucky Luke is slight favourite at the moment. Slight favourite at the moment. Clean so far. 3-1 favourite here to take this championship down, my good people. He's a dodge, a jack or a 5. No backdoor club, some backdoor straight draw. Clean so far. Dodge, a jack or a 5, and we'll be crowning Lucky Luke from Slovakia. I hope it's Slovakia. One more card to come. And that is it, people. Lucky Luke takes down the mini main event here in King's Rosvedov for the WSOPC event, circuit event, for 100k up top plus the WSOPE ticket. That'll be held in the first week of October. It's been an absolute pleasure, my good people, to do this commentary, close to 11 hours of this stream. And given that information right now, my time is served, and I've enjoyed very, very much being back in the booth. Dan, we'll be back with you next week, next weekend, I should say. It's been an absolute pleasure, guys. Take care, and I will catch you on the next one. GG.